Chapter 10 Intelligence, Modules 29 to 31. A photo shows a woman wearing protective eye gear, ear muffs, and gloves and cutting a piece of wood with a table saw. Module 29 What is intelligence? Is intelligence one general ability? The Cattell-Horn-Carroll intelligence theory. Theories of multiple intelligences. Emotional intelligence. Module 30 Intelligence Assessment and Dynamics. Early and modern tests of mental abilities. Principles of test construction. Extremes of intelligence. Intelligence across the lifespan. Thinking critically about cross-sectional and longitudinal studies. Module 31 Genetic and environmental influences on intelligence. Heredity and intelligence. Environment and intelligence. Gene-environment interactions. Group differences in intelligence test scores. Little Nate's parents never thought he'd excel in the classroom. They were just being realistic. Their son often seemed bored at school. He was never the smart kid. Nate overwhelmingly preferred sports to studying. Eventually, he became a skilled musician, learning how to sing and to play multiple instruments. College wasn't in Nate's plans. He definitely wanted a music career. Then Nate's father suggested, maybe try a year of college. It can't hurt. So, Nate agreed. To fill his course schedule, Nate registered for Introduction to Psychology. The assigned text, an earlier edition of the very book you're reading now, left him abuzz with excitement. I had no idea you could use science to understand people. Although he did not earn an A, Nate learned something that forever changed his life: hard work and persistence could grow his knowledge. With his new mindset, Nate immersed himself in psychology. He read dozens of psychology books and began to excel in his classes. He gained research experience and attended academic conferences. Nate went on to earn 2 master's degrees and a PhD in psychology and became a professor and one of your authors. Yes, that's correct, Nate, a family nickname, is me ND. Few topics have sparked more debate than intelligence. Does each of us have an inborn general mental capacity, intelligence? Can we quantify this capacity as a meaningful number? How much does intelligence vary within and between groups, and why? Do beliefs about intelligence, whether it is unchangeable or can grow through experience, influence academic achievement? Modules 29. 31 offer answers, by identifying a variety of mental gifts and concluding that the recipe for high achievement blends talent, grit, and life circumstances. Module 29, What is intelligence? Learning Objective Question LOQ 29-1. How do psychologists define intelligence? In many studies, intelligence has been defined as whatever intelligence tests measure, which has tended to be school smarts. But intelligence is not a quality like height or weight, which has the same meaning to everyone worldwide. Intelligence describes the qualities that enable people to achieve success in their own time and place. Sternberg and Kaufman, 1998. In Cameroon's equatorial forest, intelligence may reflect understanding the medicinal qualities of local plants. In a North American high school, it may reflect mastering difficult concepts in calculus or chemistry. In both places, intelligence is the ability to learn from experience, solve problems, and use knowledge to adapt to new situations. A photo shows a man collecting medicinal plant leaves from a garden. Hands-on healing. The socially constructed concept of intelligence varies from culture to culture. This natural healer in Cameroon displays intelligence in his knowledge about medicinal plants and his understanding of the needs of the people he is helping. You probably know some people with talents in science, others who excel in the humanities, and still others gifted in athletics, art, music, or dance. You may also know a talented artist who is stumped by the simplest math problem, or a brilliant math student who struggles when discussing literature. Are all these people intelligent? Could you rate their intelligence on a single scale? Or would you need several different scales? Is intelligence one general ability? LOQ 29-2. What are the arguments for G? Charles Spearman, 1863-1945, believed we have one general intelligence, often shortened to G, that is at the heart of all our intelligent behavior, from sailing the sea to sailing through school. He granted that people often have special, outstanding abilities. But he noted that those who score high in one area, such as verbal intelligence, typically score higher than average in other areas, such as spatial or reasoning ability. G is one of the most reliable and valid measures in the behavioral domain, and it predicts important social outcomes such as educational and occupational levels far better than any other trait. Behavior geneticist Robert Plomin, 1999. Spearman's, 1904, belief stemmed in part from his work with factor analysis, a statistical procedure that identifies clusters of related variables. His idea of a general mental capacity expressed by a single intelligence score was controversial in Spearman's day, and so it remains. One of Spearman's early critics was L. L. Thurston, 1887-1955. Thurston gave 56 different tests to people and mathematically identified 7 clusters of primary mental abilities: word fluency, verbal comprehension, spatial ability, perceptual speed, numerical ability, inductive reasoning, and memory. Thurston did not rank people on a single scale of general aptitude. But when other investigators studied these profiles, they detected a persistent tendency: those who excelled in one of the 7 clusters generally scored well on the others. So, the investigators concluded, there was still some evidence of a G factor. We might, then, liken mental abilities to physical abilities. Athleticism is not one thing, but many. The ability to run fast is distinct from the eye-hand coordination required to throw a ball on target. Yet there remains some tendency for good things to come packaged together for running speed and throwing accuracy to correlate. So, too, with intelligence. Several distinct abilities tend to cluster together and to correlate enough to define a general intelligence factor. Distinct brain networks enable distinct abilities, with G explained by their coordinated activity. Cole et al., 2015, Kosover et al., 2019. The Cattell-Horn-Carroll Intelligence Theory. LOQ 29-3. How have the concepts of fluid intelligence and crystallized intelligence, and the CHC theory, affected our understanding of intelligence? Raymond Cattell, 1905-1998, and his student, John Horn, 1928-2006, simplified Thurston's primary mental abilities into 2 factors: fluid intelligence, GF, our ability to reason speedily and abstractly, as when solving logic problems, and crystallized intelligence, GC, our accumulated knowledge as reflected in vocabulary and applied skills. Cattell, 1963. A mathematician may use her GF to develop new theories of mathematics. Her GC may be evident in the way she expertly discusses her research when teaching college math classes. Our GF and GC often work together, as when we solve problems by drawing on our accumulated knowledge. The idea of a single intelligence factor, G, received support from hundreds of intelligence studies. But studies also confirm the distinction between fluid and crystallized intelligence, and more specific abilities. Carroll, 1993. The Cattell-Horn-Carroll, CHC, theory brings all of these abilities together in one cumulative framework, affirming a general intellectual ability factor and the existence of GF and GC. And it identifies more specific abilities, such as reading and writing ability, memory capacity, and processing speed. Schneider and McGrew, 2012. The CHC theory remains influential because it recognizes that intelligence comprises many abilities, but that these specific abilities exist under a broader umbrella of general intelligence. This expanded view of intelligence has inspired other psychologists, particularly since the mid-1980s, to extend the definition of intelligence beyond the idea of academic smarts. Kammerer et al., 2020. Theories of multiple intelligences. LOQ 29-4. How do Gardner's and Sternberg's theories of multiple intelligences differ, and what criticisms have they faced? Gardner's multiple intelligences. Howard Gardner has identified 8 relatively independent intelligences, including the verbal and mathematical aptitudes assessed by standardized tests, figure 29.1. Thus, the app developer, the poet, the street-smart adolescent, and the basketball team's playmaking point guard exhibit different kinds of intelligence. Gardner, 1998. Gardner, 1999, has also proposed a 9th possible intelligence: existential intelligence, the ability to ponder large questions about life, death, and existence. Gardner's notion of multiple intelligences continues to influence many educators' belief that children have different learning styles, such as visual and auditory. Newton and Mia, 2017. In one study, 93% of British teachers agreed that individuals learn better when they receive information in their preferred learning style. Decker et al., 2012. Increasingly, however, research casts doubt on the idea of boosting comprehension in this way. Nanskivel et al., 2019, Papadatopostu et al., 2018. An illustration shows a woman's face surrounded by Gardner's 8 proposed types of intelligence. Figure 29.1. Gardner's 8 intelligences. Gardner has also proposed existential intelligence, the ability to ponder deep questions about life, as a 9th possible intelligence. Follow link for extended description of Figure 29.1. Gardner's 8 intelligences. Gardner, 1983, 2006, 2011, Davis et al., 2011, views intelligence domains as multiple abilities that come in different packages. Brain damage, for example, may destroy one ability but leave others intact. One man, Dr. P, had damage to a visual brain area. He spoke fluently and could walk a straight line. But his facial recognition ability suffered, causing him to mistake his wife for, of all things, a hat. Sachs, 1985. And consider people with savant syndrome, who have an island of brilliance but often score low on intelligence tests and may have limited or no language ability. Treeford, 2010. Some can compute complicated calculations almost instantly, or identify the day of the week of any given historical date, or render incredible works of art or music. Miller, 1999. A photo shows Stephen Wiltshire drawing an aerial view of Singapore on a large piece of paper mounted to a wall. Islands of Genius, Savant Syndrome. After a brief helicopter ride over Singapore followed by 5 days of drawing, British savant artist Stephen Wiltshire accurately reproduced an aerial view of the city from memory. The late memory was Kim Peek inspired the 1988 movie Rain Man. In 8 to 10 seconds, he could read and remember a page. During his lifetime, he memorized 9,000 books, including Shakespeare's works and the Bible. He could provide GPS-like travel directions within any major U.S. city. Yet he could not button his clothes, and he had little capacity for abstract concepts. Asked by his father at a restaurant to lower his voice, he slid down in his chair to lower his voice box. Asked for Lincoln's Gettysburg address, he responded, 227 Northwest Front Street. But he only stayed there one night. He gave the speech the next day. Trefort and Christensen, 2005. Sternberg's Three Intelligences. Robert Sternberg, 1985, 2015, 2017, agrees with Gardner that there is more to success than academic intelligence and that we have multiple intelligences. But Sternberg's triarchic theory proposes 3, not 8 or 9, reliably measured intelligences. Analytical, academic problem-solving intelligence is assessed by intelligence tests, which present well-defined problems having a single right answer. Such tests predict school grades reasonably well and vocational success more modestly. Creative intelligence is demonstrated in innovative smarts, the ability to adapt to new situations and generate novel ideas. Practical intelligence is required for everyday tasks that may be poorly defined and may have multiple solutions. Gardner and Sternberg agree on two important points: multiple abilities can contribute to life success, and differing varieties of giftedness bring both spice to life and challenges for education. Trained to appreciate such variety, many teachers have applied multiple intelligence theories in their classrooms. A photo shows a girl selling candies to a person on the street. She has several bins of different candies in front of her. Street smarts. This child selling candy on the streets of Bogota, Colombia, is developing practical intelligence at a very young age. Ask yourself. The concept of multiple intelligences assumes that the analytical school smarts measured by traditional intelligence tests are important, but that other abilities are also important. Different people have different gifts. What are yours? General intelligence, grit, and deliberate practice. Wouldn't it be nice if the world were so fair that a weakness in one area would be compensated by genius in another? Alas, say scientists, the world is not fair. Brown et al., 2021, Ferguson, 2009. There is a general intelligence factor, G matters, Johnson et al., 2008. It predicts performance on various complex tasks and in various jobs, Gottfredson, 2002 AB, 2003 AB. Studies of nearly 70,000 people from 19 countries find that G predicts higher incomes, Gonzach and Patel, 2018, see also figure 29.2. And extremely high cognitive ability scores predict exceptional achievements, such as doctoral degrees and publications, Kunsel and Heslet, 2010. A scatter plot shows annual income against score on intelligence test. Figure 29.2. Smart and Rich. J. Zagorski, 2007, tracks 7,403 participants in the U.S. National Longitudinal Survey of Youth across 25 years. As shown in this illustrative scatter plot, their intelligence scores correlated, a moderate positive correlation, with their later income. Follow link for extended description of figure 29.2. Smart and Rich. Even so, success is not a one-ingredient recipe. Although high academic intelligence will help you get into a profession, via schools and training programs, it alone won't make you successful once there. Success is a combination of talent and grit. Highly successful people tend also to be conscientious and doggedly energetic. I happen to have a talent for allocating capital. But my ability to use that talent is completely dependent on the society I was born into. If I'd been born into a tribe of hunters, I'd probably end up as some wild animal's dinner. Warren Buffett, multi-billionaire stock investor, 2006. For more on how self-disciplined grit feeds achievement, see the What Drives Us modules. Skills that breed success seldom sprout spontaneously. It takes time to cultivate a seedling of talent. Anders Ericsson and others proposed a 10-year rule, a common ingredient of expert performance in chess, dance, sports, computer programming, music, and medicine is about 10 years of intense, daily practice. Ericsson and Poole, 2016. Becoming a professional musician, chess player, or elite athlete requires, first, native ability. McNamara et al., 2014, 2016, Vasai et al., 2019. But it also requires years of deliberate practice, about 11,000 hours on average. Campitelli and Gobet, 2011. The recipe for success is a gift of nature plus a whole lot of nurture. A photo shows Tanidalawa Atuami walking across a busy street at a crosswalk. He is holding a large trophy. His teacher is walking behind him, smiling. Talent plus opportunity plus practice. After winning the New York State Chess Championship for kindergarten through 3rd grade, Tanidalawa, Tani, Atuami lugged his trophy to his home, at the time a homeless shelter. In the prior year, after his family fled terrorists in northern Nigeria, Tani learned chess at his elementary school, then began hours of daily practice. He does 10 times more chess puzzles than the average kid, said his chess teacher, after Tani bested privately tutored children from elite schools. Christoph, 2019. Retrieval practice. Answers in Appendix E. Emotional intelligence. LOQ 29-5. What are the 4 components of emotional intelligence? Social intelligence is the know-how involved in understanding social situations and managing yourself successfully. Cantor and Kielstrom, 1987. Psychologist Edward Thorndike first proposed the concept in 1920, noting that the best mechanic in a factory may fail as a supervisor for lack of social intelligence. Goldman, 2006, p. 83. A critical part of social intelligence, emotional intelligence, consists of 4 abilities. Meyer et al., 2002, 2012, 2016. Perceiving emotions, recognizing them in faces, music, and stories, and identifying our own emotions. Understanding emotions, predicting them and how they may change and blend. Managing emotions, knowing how to express them in varied situations, and how to handle others' emotions, and using emotions to facilitate adaptive or creative thinking. A cartoon shows 2 owls sitting on a branch at night and talking to each other. One of them says, "You're wise, but you lack tree smarts." Emotionally intelligent people are both socially aware and self-aware. They avoid being hijacked by overwhelming depression, anxiety, or anger. They can read others' emotional cues and know what to say to soothe a grieving friend, encourage a workmate, and manage a conflict. They can delay gratification in pursuit of long-range rewards. Thus, emotionally intelligent people tend to succeed in relationship, career, and parenting situations where academically smarter but less emotionally intelligent people may fail. Sheerness, 2010 AB, Charna et al., 2016, Miao et al., 2016. They also tend to be happy and healthy. Sanchez Alvarez et al., 2016, Sarayanandia and Mikolaj 2020. And they do somewhat better academically. Mackan et al., 2020. Aware of these benefits, school-based programs have sought to increase teachers' and students' emotional intelligence. Mahoney et al., 2021. For a summary of these theories of intelligence, see Table 29.1. Table 29.1 Comparing theories of intelligence. Theory. Summary. Strengths. Other considerations. Spearman's General Intelligence, G. A basic intelligence predicts our abilities in varied academic areas. Different abilities, such as verbal and spatial, do have some tendency to correlate. Human abilities are too diverse to be encapsulated by a single general intelligence factor. Thurston's primary mental abilities. Our intelligence may be broken down into 7 distinct factors. A single G score is not as informative as scores for 7 primary mental abilities. Even Thurston's 7 mental abilities show a tendency to cluster, suggesting an underlying G factor. Cattell-Horn-Carroll, CHC, theory. Our intelligence is based on a general ability factor as well as other specific abilities, bridged by crystallized and fluid intelligence. Intelligence is composed of broad and narrow abilities, such as reading ability, memory capacity, and processing speed. The specific abilities outlined by the CHC theory may be too narrowly cognitive. Gardner's multiple intelligences. Our abilities are best classified into 8 or 9 independent intelligences, which include a broad range of skills beyond traditional school smarts. Intelligence is more than just verbal and mathematical skills. Other abilities are equally important to our human adaptability. Should all our abilities be considered intelligences? Shouldn't some be called less vital talents? Sternberg's triarchic theory. Our intelligence is best classified into 3 areas that predict real-world success: analytical, creative, and practical. These 3 domains can be reliably measured. These 3 domains may be less independent than the theory suggests, and may actually share an underlying G factor. Emotional intelligence. Social intelligence is an important indicator of life success. Emotional intelligence is a key aspect of it, consisting of perceiving, understanding, managing, and using emotions. These 4 components predict social success and emotional well-being. Does this stretch the concept of intelligence too far? Retrieval practice. Answers in Appendix E. Review. Module 29, What is Intelligence? Learning objectives. Test yourself. Answer these repeated learning objective questions on your own, before showing the answers here, or checking the answers in Appendix D, to improve your retention of the concepts. McDaniel et al., 2009, 2015. Terms and concepts to remember. Test yourself. Write down the definition in your own words, then check your answer. Intelligence. General intelligence, G. Fluid intelligence, GF. Crystallized intelligence, GC. Cattell-Horn-Carroll, CHC, theory. Savant syndrome. Emotional intelligence. Module test. Test yourself. Answer the following questions on your own first, then show the answers here, or check your answers in Appendix E. Module 30, Intelligence Assessment and Dynamics. OC 30-1. What is an intelligence test, and how do achievement tests and aptitude tests differ? An intelligence test assesses people's mental aptitudes and compares them with those of others, using numerical scores. How do psychologists design such tests, and what makes them credible? In your lifetime, you've taken dozens of mental ability tests, school tests of basic reading and math skills, course exams, intelligence tests, driver's license exams. These tests fall under 2 general categories. Achievement tests, which are intended to reflect what you have learned. Your final exam will measure what you learned in this class. Aptitude tests, which are intended to predict what you will be able to learn. If you took an entrance exam, it was designed to predict your ability to do college or university work. An aptitude test is a thinly disguised intelligence test, says Howard Gardner, 1999. Indeed, report Meredith Frey and Douglas Detterman, 2004, total scores on the US SAT have correlated. Positive 0.82. With general intelligence test scores in a national sample of 14 to 21-year-olds, figure 30.1. Aptitude also supports achievement. People who learn quickly are also better at retaining information, Zaire et al., 2018. A scatter plot shows intelligence score against SAT scores. Figure 30.1 Close cousins, aptitude and intelligence test scores. A scatter plot shows the close correlation that has existed between intelligence test scores and verbal and quantitative SAT scores. Data from Frey and Detterman, 2004. Follow link for extended description of Figure 30.1 Close cousins, aptitude and intelligence test scores. Ask yourself, what achievement or aptitude tests have you taken? In your opinion, how well did these tests assess what you'd learned or predict what you were capable of learning? Early and modern tests of mental abilities. LOQ 30-2. When and why were intelligence tests created, and how do today's tests differ from early intelligence tests? Francis Galton, Presuming Hereditary Genius. Western attempts to assess such differences began in earnest with English scientist Francis Galton, 1822–1911, who was fascinated with measuring human traits. When his cousin Charles Darwin proposed that nature selects successful traits through the survival of the fittest, Galton wondered if it might be possible to measure natural ability and to encourage those of high ability to mate with one another. At the 1884 London Health Exhibition, more than 10,000 visitors received his assessment of their intellectual strengths based on such things as reaction time, sensory acuity, muscular power, and body proportions. But alas, on these measures, well-regarded adults and students did not outscore others. Nor did the measures correlate with each other. Although Galton's quest for a simple intelligence measure failed, he gave us some statistical techniques that we still use, as well as the phrase nature and nurture. And his persistent belief in the inheritance of genius reflected in his book, Hereditary Genius, 1869, illustrates an important lesson from both the history of intelligence research and the history of science. Although science itself strives for objectivity, individual scientists are affected by their own assumptions and attitudes. Alfred Binet, Predicting School Achievement. Modern intelligence testing traces its birth to early 20th century France, where a new law required all children to attend school. French officials knew that some children, including many newcomers to Paris, would need special classes. But how could the schools make fair judgments about children's learning potential? Teachers might assess children who had little prior education as slow learners. Or they might sort children into classes by their social backgrounds. To minimize such bias, France's Minister of Public Education gave psychologist Alfred Binet the task of designing fair tests. A portrait shows Alfred Binet. Alfred Binet, 1857–1911, some recent philosophers have given their moral approval to the deplorable verdict that an individual's intelligence is a fixed quantity, one which cannot be augmented. We must protest and act against this brutal pessimism. Binet, 1909, p. 141. Binet and his student, Theodore Simon, began by assuming that all children follow the same course of intellectual development but that some develop more rapidly. Nicholas and Levine, 2012. A child with an intellectual developmental disorder should score much like a typical younger child, and an intellectually gifted child like a typical older child. Thus, their goal became measuring each child's mental age, the level of performance typically associated with a certain chronological age. The average 8-year-old, then, has a mental age of 8. An 8-year-old with a below-average mental age, perhaps performing at the level of typical 6-year-old, would struggle with age-appropriate schoolwork. To measure mental age, Binet and Simon theorized that mental aptitude, like athletic aptitude, is a general capacity that shows up in various ways. They tested a variety of reasoning and problem-solving questions on Binet's 2 daughters, and then on what they called backward and bright Parisian school children. Items answered correctly could then predict how well other French children would handle their schoolwork. Binet and Simon made no assumptions concerning why a particular child was slow, average, or precocious. Binet personally leaned toward an environmental explanation. To raise the capacities of low-scoring children, he recommended mental orthopedics that would help develop their attention span and self-discipline. He believed his intelligence test did not measure inborn intelligence as a scale measures weight. Rather, it had a single practical purpose: to identify French school children needing special attention. Binet hoped his test would be used to improve children's education, but he also feared it would be used to label children and limit their opportunities. Gould, 1981. Retrieval practice. Answers in Appendix E. Louis Terman, Measuring Innate Intelligence. After Binet's death in 1911, others adapted his tests for use as a numerical measure of intelligence. Louis Terman, 1877–1956, was an ambitious Stanford University professor who sought to bring intelligence testing to the United States. At a young age, Terman presumed he wasn't destined for an intellectual life. Terman, 1930. He grew up the 12th of 14 children, the son of farmers who had little education. Terman overcame being burned in a fire, breaking a hip, and tuberculosis. Boring, 1959. His persistence and unquenchable reading appetite led him out of his one-room schoolhouse to a local college and later to Stanford University to study children who, like him, were born with high general intelligence, G. To achieve his goal, Terman tried the Paris-developed questions and age norms with California kids. Adapting some of Binet's original items, adding others, and establishing new age norms, Terman extended the upper end of the test's range from age 12 to superior adults. He also gave his revision the name today's version retains: the Stanford Binet. So, how were these intelligence tests scored? The intelligence quotient, IQ, was a formula developed by German psychologist William Stern. The IQ was simply a person's mental age divided by chronological age, multiplied by 100. Thus, the average 8-year-old child, whose mental age and chronological age match, has an IQ of 100. But an 8-year-old who answers questions as would a typical 10-year-old has an IQ of 125. IQ equals the fraction with numerator mental age of 10 and denominator chronological age of 8 times 100 equals 125. This original IQ formula worked fairly well for children but not for adults. Should a 40-year-old who does as well on the test as an average 20-year-old be assigned an IQ of only 50? Most current intelligence tests, including the Stanford Binet, no longer compute an IQ in this manner, though the term IQ still lingers as a shorthand expression for intelligence test score. Instead, they assign a score that represents a test taker's performance relative to the average performance, arbitrarily set at 100, of others the same age. Most people, about 68% of those taking an intelligence test, fall between 85 and 115. A cartoon shows a man sitting on a couch and reading a book. 2 women standing behind the couch are looking at the man. Follow link for extended description of innate intelligence. Terman assumed that intelligence tests revealed a mental capacity present from birth. He also assumed that some ethnic groups were naturally more intelligent than others. And he supported eugenics, the discriminatory 19th and 20th century movement that proposed measuring human traits and encouraging only those deemed fit to reproduce as well as preventing those deemed inferior from doing so. With Terman's help, the U.S. government developed new tests to evaluate both newly arriving immigrants and World War I Army recruits, the world's first mass administration of an intelligence test. To some psychologists, the results indicated the inferiority of people not sharing their Anglo-Saxon heritage. Abuses of the early intelligence tests serve to remind us that science can be value-laden. Behind a screen of scientific objectivity, ideology may lurk. Retrieval practice. Answers in Appendix E. David Wexler, Testing Separate Strengths. Psychologist David Wexler created what is now the most widely used individual intelligence test, the Wexler Adult Intelligence Scale, WAIS, together with a version for school-age children, the Wexler Intelligence Scale for Children WISC, and another for preschool children, Evers et.al., 2012. The 2008 edition of the WAIS, at the time we were writing this, a new version was anticipated in 2023, consists of 15 subtests, including these. Similarities reasoning, the commonality of two objects or concepts, in what way are wool and cotton alike? Vocabulary naming pictured objects, or defining words, what is a guitar? Block design visual abstract processing, using the 4 blocks, make one just like this. An illustration of a block design shows a larger square that is divided into 4 small squares. Each square is further divided into 2 right-angled triangles. Half of the triangles are red, the other halves are white. Letter number sequencing, on hearing a series of numbers and letters, R2C1M3, repeating the numbers in ascending order, and then the letters in alphabetical order. A photo shows a woman creating a puzzle from half red and half white colored cubes for the Wexler intelligence test. Matching patterns block design puzzles test visual abstract processing ability. Wexler's individually administered intelligence test comes in form suited for adults and children. The WAIS yields not only an overall intelligence score, as does the Stanford Binet, but also separate scores for verbal comprehension, perceptual reasoning, working memory, and processing speed. In such ways, this test helps realize Binet's aim, to identify those who could benefit from special educational opportunities for improvement. Retrieval practice. Answers in Appendix E. Principles of test construction. LOQ 30-3. What is a normal curve, and what does it mean to say that a test has been standardized and is reliable and valid? To be widely accepted, a psychological test must meet 3 criteria: it must be standardized, reliable, and valid. The Stanford Binet and Wexler tests meet these requirements. Standardization. To know how well you performed on an intelligence test, you would need some basis for comparison. That's why test makers give new tests to a representative sample of people. The scores from this pre-tested group become the basis for future comparisons. If you then take the test following the same procedures, your score, when compared with others, will be meaningful. This process is called standardization. For many human attributes, height, weight, and mental aptitude, people's scores typically form a bell-shaped pattern called the bell curve, or normal curve. The curve's highest point is the average score. On an intelligence test, we give this average score a value of 100, figure 30.2. Moving out from the average toward either extreme, we find fewer and fewer people. For both the Stanford Binet and Wexler tests, a person's score indicates whether that person's performance fell above or below the average. A score of 130 would indicate that only 2.5% of test takers performed better. About 95% of all people score within 30 points of 100. A graph shows a normal curve formed by the scores on aptitude tests. Figure 30.2. The normal curve scores on aptitude tests tend to form a normal, or bell-shaped, curve around an average score. For the Wechsler scale, for example, the average score is 100. Note, numbers do not add up to 100% due to rounding. Follow link for extended description of figure 30.2. The normal curve. To keep the average score near 100, the Stanford-Binet and Wechsler scales are periodically restandardized. If you recently took the WACE, 4th edition, your performance was compared with a standardization sample who took the test during 2007, not to David Wechsler's initial 1930s sample. If you compared the performance of the most recent standardization sample with that of the 1930s sample, do you suppose you would find rising or declining test performance? Amazingly, given that college entrance aptitude scores have sometimes dropped, such as during the 1960s and 1970s, intelligence test performance has improved. This worldwide phenomenon is called the Flynn effect, in honor of New Zealand researcher James Flynn, 1987, 2012, 2018, who first calculated its magnitude. Flynn observed that the average person's intelligence test score rose 3 points per decade. Thus, an average person in 1920 would by today's standard score only a 76. Such rising performance has been observed in 49 countries, from Sweden to Sudan. Dutton et al., 2018, Wang Uparaj et al., 2015. Countries that have shown the greatest growth in IQ score over time have also experienced more economic growth. Rinderman and Becker, 2018. Although there have been some regional reversals, the historic increase is now widely accepted as an important phenomenon. Lin, 2009, Teasdale and Owen, 2008. The Flynn effect's cause has been a psychological mystery. Did it result from greater test sophistication? No. Gains appeared before testing was widespread. Perhaps better nutrition? Thanks to improved nutrition, people have gotten taller as well as smarter. But in post-war Britain, noted Flynn, 2009, children in families with lower income gain the most from improved nutrition, yet the intelligence performance gains were greater among children in families with higher income. Might the explanation be greater educational opportunities, smaller families, and rising living standards? Pyachnik and Vorosik, 2015, Rinderman et al., 2016? For example, children around the world now have access to educational programs such as Sesame Street that increase their intellectual performance and reduce their prejudice toward children from different ethnic backgrounds. Kwok et al., 2016. Flynn, 2012, attributes the IQ score increases to our need to develop new mental skills to cope with modern environments. Regardless of what combination of factors explains the rise in intelligence test scores, the phenomenon counters one concern of some hereditarians that the higher 20th century birth rates among those with lower scores would shove human intelligence scores downward. Lin and Harvey, 2008. Reliability. Knowing where you stand in comparison to a standardization group still won't say much about your intelligence unless the test has reliability. A reliable test, when retaken, gives consistent scores. To check a test's reliability, researchers test people many times. They may split the test in half, split half, agreement of odd question scores and even question scores, test with alternative forms of the test, or retest with the same test, test-retest. The higher the correlation between the two scores, the higher the test's reliability. The tests we have considered, the Stanford-Binet, the WACE, and the WISC, are very reliable after early childhood, with correlation coefficients of about +0.9. In retests, sometimes decades later, people's scores are generally similar to their first score. Deary et al., 2009, Lyons et al., 2017. Validity. High reliability does not ensure a test's validity, the extent to which the test actually measures or predicts what it promises. Imagine using a tape measure with faulty markings. If you use it to measure people's heights, your results will be very reliable. No matter how many times you measure a person's height, you will get a consistent result. But those results will not be valid. We expect intelligence tests to have predictive validity. They should predict the criterion of future performance, and to some extent they do. In one analysis of 223,000 students from 171 colleges and universities, SAT aptitude scores correlated. Positive 0.5. With first-year college grade point average, Westrick et al., 2019. Higher SAT aptitude scores also predict a greater likelihood of returning for a second year of college. Thus, the SAT has predictive validity of first-year college success and retention. And SAT aptitude scores correlate about positive 0.8. With those for the graduate record examination, the GRE, an aptitude test similar to the SAT but for those applying to graduate school, WAY et al., 2018. Are general aptitude tests as predictive as they are reliable? No. Aptitude test scores do predict school grades, Roth et al., 2015. But as critics are fond of noting, the predictive power of aptitude tests peaks in the early school years and weakens later. Academic aptitude test scores are reasonably good predictors of school achievement for children ages 6 to 12, where the correlation between intelligence score and school performance is about positive 0.6. Jensen, 1980. Intelligence scores correlate even more closely with scores on later achievement tests. Positive 0.81. In one comparison of 70,000 English children's intelligence scores at age 11 with their academic achievement in national exams at age 16, Deary et al., 2007, 2009. The SAT, used in the United States as a college entrance exam, has been less successful in predicting first-year college grades. The correlation, less than positive 0.5. Has been, however, a bit higher when adjusting for high scorers electing tougher courses. Berry and Sackett, 2009, Willingham et al., 1990. By the time we get to the GRE, the correlation with graduate school performance is an even more modest but still significant positive 0.4. Kunsel and Hezlet, 2007. Why does the predictive power of aptitude scores diminish as students move up the educational ladder? Consider a parallel situation. Among all US and Canadian football linemen, body weight correlates with success. A 300-pound player tends to overwhelm a 200-pound opponent. But within the narrow 280 to 320-pound range typically found at the professional level, the correlation between weight and success becomes negligible. Figure 30.3. The narrower the range of weights, the lower the predictive power of body weight becomes. If an elite university takes only those students who have very high aptitude scores, and then gives them a restricted range of high grades, those scores cannot possibly predict much. This will be true even if the test has excellent predictive validity with a more diverse sample of students. Likewise, modern grade inflation has produced less diverse high school grades. With their diminished range, high school grades now predict college grades no better than have SAT scores, Sackett et al., 2012. So, when we validate a measure using a wide range of scores but then use it with a restricted range of scores, it loses much of its predictive validity. A photo and a scatter plot show how a lineman's body weight is related to his performance on the field. Figure 30.3. Diminishing predictive power. Let's imagine a correlation between football linemen's body weight and their success on the field. Note how insignificant the relationship becomes when we narrow the range of weight to 280 to 320 pounds. As the range of data under consideration narrows, its predictive power diminishes. Follow link for extended description of Figure 30.3 Diminishing predictive power. Retrieval practice. Answers in Appendix E. Extremes of intelligence. LOQ 30-4. What are the traits of those at the low and high intelligence extremes? One way to glimpse the validity and significance of any test is to compare people who score at the two extremes of the normal curve. The two groups should differ noticeably, and on intelligence tests, they do. The low extreme. Intellectual developmental disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that is apparent before age 18, sometimes with a known physical cause. To be diagnosed with an intellectual developmental disorder, a person must, among other criteria, see the psychological disorders modules, have a test score of 70 or below. For some, intelligence test scores can mean life or death. In the United States, one of the only industrialized countries with the death penalty, the Flynn effect means fewer people are now eligible for execution. Why? Because in 2002, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that the execution of people with an intellectual developmental disorder is cruel and unusual punishment. For Teresa Lewis, that test score cutoff was 70. Lewis, a dependent personality with limited intellect, a reported intelligence test score of 72, allegedly agreed to a plot in which two men killed her husband and stepson in exchange for a split of a life insurance payout. Ekholm, 2010. The state of Virginia executed Lewis in 2010. If only she had scored 69. In 2014, the U.S. Supreme Court recognized the imprecision and arbitrariness of a fixed cutoff score of 70, and required states with death row inmates who have scored just above 70 to consider other evidence. Thus, Ted Herring, who had scored 72 and 74 on intelligence tests but didn't know that summer follows spring or how to transfer between buses, was taken off Florida's death row. Alvarez and Schwartz, 2014. A photo shows a child with different intellectual abilities sitting at a table and writing. Other children are also seated at the table. Integrated intelligence. Many U.S. classrooms combine children with differing intellectual abilities, providing additional support services as needed. The high extreme. Children whose intelligence test scores indicate extraordinary academic gifts mostly thrive. In one famous project begun in 1921, Louis Terman studied more than 1,500 California school children with IQ scores over 135. These high-scoring children, later called the termites, were, like those in later studies, healthy, well-adjusted, and unusually successful academically. Friedman and Martin, 2012, Lubinsky, 2016. Their success continued over the next 7 decades. Most had attained high levels of education, and many were doctors, lawyers, professors, scientists, and writers. Austin et al., 2002, Holohan and Sears, 1995. A cartoon shows a cheery mother standing with her young son opposite to a glum mother standing with her young daughter on the side of a street. The cheery woman says, "Zach is in the gifted and talented and you're not class." Other studies have followed the lives of precocious youths who had aced the math SAT at age 13 by scoring in the top 1% of their age group. By their 50s, these math whizzes had secured 681 patents and many had achieved eminence, often in STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math fields. Bernstein et al., 2019, Lubinsky et al., 2014. About 1% of Americans earn doctorates. But for the 12 and 13-year-olds who scored in the top 1 in 10,000 among those of their age taking the SAT, about 40% had done so. Kell et al., 2013, Michael et al., 2016. Among U.S. high-scoring whiz kids were Google co-founder Sergey Brin and musician Stefani Germanotta, Lady Gaga, Kleins, 2016. Schooling and intelligence. Gifted child programs tend to segregate high-scoring children in special classes, often giving them academic enrichment not available to their peers. Remedial programs generally mainstream children, but give them access to resources that help them overcome challenges. Critics note that grouping, tracking, students by aptitude sometimes creates a self-fulfilling prophecy, implicitly labeling some children as ungifted and denying them enrichment opportunities can widen the achievement gap between ability groups. Batruch et al., 2019. Because minority and low-income youth are more often placed in lower academic groups, tracking can also promote segregation and prejudice. Hardly, note critics, a healthy preparation for working and living in a modern world. Critics and proponents of gifted education do, however, agree on this: children have differing gifts, whether at math, verbal reasoning, art, or social leadership. Educating children as if all were alike is as naive as assuming that giftedness is something, like curly hair, that you either have or do not have. One need not stick labels on children to affirm their special talents or their challenges, and to reach them all at the frontiers of their own ability and understanding. By providing appropriate placement suited to each child's talents, as when allowing a math whiz to study math at a higher level, or providing extra resources to children struggling to read, we can promote both equity and excellence for all. Subotnik et al., 2011. Intelligence across the lifespan. What happens to our intellectual muscles as we age? Do they gradually decline, as does our body strength? Or do they remain constant? To see how psychologists have studied intelligence across the lifespan and for an illustration of psychology's self-correcting process, see thinking critically about cross-sectional and longitudinal studies. LOQ 30-5. What are cross-sectional studies and longitudinal studies, and why is it important to know which method was used? An infographic titled, Thinking Critically About Cross-Sectional and Longitudinal Studies, explains the two types of studies done by researchers. Follow link for extended description of cross-sectional and longitudinal studies. Stability or change. LOQ 30-6. How stable are intelligence test scores over the lifespan? What can we predict from a child's early life intelligence scores? Will a precocious 2-year-old mature into a talented college student and a brilliant senior citizen? Maybe or maybe not. For most children, intelligence assessments before age 3 only modestly predict future aptitudes. Humphreys and Davis, 1988, Taspasazan et al., 2003, U et al., 2018. Some precocious preschoolers become brilliant adults, but even Albert Einstein was once thought slow as he was in learning to talk. Quasha, 1980. A photo shows Jeopardy winner James Holzhauer, with a label that reads, 21 day, $1,608,627. The stability of intelligence at age 4, James Holzhauer was featured in a Chicago Tribune article about his math ability. By age 7, he was in the 5th grade, Jacobs, 2019. At age 34, he won 32 consecutive appearances on the quiz show Jeopardy! By age 4, however, children's performance on intelligence tests begins to predict their adolescent and adult scores. The consistency of scores over time increases with the age of the child. Tucker Drop and Briley, 2014. By age 11, the stability becomes impressive, as Ian Deary and his colleagues, 2004, 2009, 2013, discovered when they retested the same cohort, the same group of people over many years. Their amazing longitudinal studies have been enabled by their country, Scotland, doing something no nation has done before or since. On June 1, 1932, essentially every child in the country born in 1921, 87,498 children around age 11 took an intelligence test. The aim was to identify working-class children who would benefit from further education. 65 years later to the day, Deary's colleague Lawrence Whalley and Whalley's wife Patricia scoured the dusty storeroom shelves at the Scottish Council for Research in Education, not far from Deary's Edinburgh University office. At the last possible moment, Patricia uncovered the test results tucked away in a brown paper sack. Carpenter, 2001. "This will change our lives," Deary replied when Whalley told him the news. And so it has, with dozens of studies of the stability and the predictive capacity of these early test results. One of Deary's studies, for example, retested 542 survivors from the 1932 test group now at age 80. The correlation between the two sets of scores after nearly 70 years of varied life experiences was striking. Figure 30.4. Ditto when 106 survivors were retested at age 90, Deary et al., 2013. Another study that followed Scots born in 1936 from ages 11 to 70 confirmed the remarkable stability of intelligence, independent of life circumstance. Johnson et al., 2010. A scatter plot shows the IQ scores at age 80 versus at age 11. Figure 30.4. Intelligence endures when Ian Deary and his colleagues retested 80-year-old Scots, using an intelligence test they had taken as 11-year-olds, their scores across 7 decades correlated. Positive 0.66. As shown here. Data from Deary et al., 2004. When 106 survivors were again retested at age 90, the correlation with their age 11 scores was positive 0.54. Deary et al., 2013. Follow link for extended description of Figure 30.4. Intelligence endures. Children and adults who are more intelligent tend to live healthier and longer lives. Kadar et al., 2020, Geary, 2019. High-scoring adolescents, 50 years later, even feel younger than their age. Stefan et al., 2018. Why might this intelligence-health link exist? Deary, 2008, has proposed 4 possible explanations. Intelligence facilitates more education, better jobs, and a healthier environment. Intelligence encourages healthy living, less smoking, better diet, and more exercise. Prenatal events or early childhood illnesses can influence both intelligence and health. A well-wired body, as evidenced by fast reaction speeds, perhaps fosters both intelligence and longevity. Whether you live to collect your old age pension depends in part on your IQ at age 11. Ian Deary, Intelligence, Health, and Death, 2005. Aging and Intelligence. LOQ 30-7. How does aging affect crystallized intelligence, GC, and fluid intelligence, GF? It matters what questions psychological scientists ask, but as we've seen, sometimes it matters even more how they ask them, the research methods they use. Cross-sectional studies had shown that older adults gave fewer correct answers on intelligence tests than did younger adults. These findings caused WACE creator David Wexler, 1972, to conclude that the decline of mental ability with age is part of the general aging process of the organism as a whole. For a long time, this rather dismal view went unchallenged. Many corporations established mandatory retirement policies, assuming the companies would benefit by replacing aging workers with younger, more capable employees. This thinking persists today, with some countries requiring professors to retire by age 60, Hong Kong, or 65, the Netherlands. As everyone knows, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. But after colleges in the 1920s began giving intelligence tests to entering students, psychologists using longitudinal studies, retesting the same cohorts over a period of years, discovered that intelligence remained stable. On some tests, scores even increased, due partly to experience with the tests. Salthouse, 2014, Figure 30.5. Methods matter. A graph plots the reasoning ability score against age in years. Figure 30.5 cross-sectional versus longitudinal testing of intelligence at various ages. In this test of one type of verbal intelligence, inductive reasoning, the cross-sectional method showed declining scores with age. The longitudinal method, in which the same people were retested over a period of years, showed a slight rise in scores well into adulthood. Data from PSY, 1994. Follow link for extended description of Figure 30.5 cross-sectional versus longitudinal testing of intelligence at various ages. The more optimistic results from longitudinal studies challenged the presumption that intelligence sharply declines with age. Famed painter Anna Mary Robertson Moses, Grandma Moses, took up painting in her 70s, and at age 88 a popular magazine named her Young Woman of the Year. At age 89, architect Frank Lloyd Wright designed New York City's Guggenheim Museum. At age 101, neuropsychologist Brenda Milner was still conducting research and supervising students. As everyone knows, given good health, you're never too old to learn. For most people, aging leads to losses and gains. We simultaneously lose recall, memory and processing speed but gain vocabulary and knowledge. Ackerman, 2014, Tucker Draub et al., 2019, Figure 30.6. Crystallized intelligence, GC, our accumulated knowledge as reflected in vocabulary and analogies tests increases up to old age. Fluid intelligence, GF, our ability to reason speedily and abstractly, as when solving novel logic problems may decline, but older adults' social reasoning skills increase, as shown by an ability to take multiple perspectives, to appreciate knowledge limits, and to offer helpful wisdom in times of social conflict. Grossman et al., 2010. Decisions also become less distorted by negative emotions, such as anxiety, depression, and anger. Blanchard Fields, 2007, Carstensen and Michaels, 2005. A photo shows President Joe Biden, and a line graph plots the relative performance above or below average against people of different ages. Figure 30.6. With age, we lose and we win. When Joe Biden assumed the U.S. presidency at age 78, many wondered, would he have the mental agility to be entrusted with the cognitive demands of national and world leadership? With age comes diminishing physical capabilities and a lessening ability to think speedily, fluid intelligence. But later life also offers an accumulation of applicable knowledge, crystallized intelligence, along with an enhanced wisdom that enables older adults to navigate conflicts, to respond with emotional composure, and to appreciate the limits of their knowledge. In youth we learn, in age we understand, observed the 19th century novelist Marie von Ebner-Eschenbach. Follow link for extended description of Figure 30.6. With age, we lose and we win. These lifespan differences in mental abilities help explain why older adults are less likely to embrace new technologies and have more difficulty detecting lies. Brashear and Shatter, 2020, Charnas and Boot, 2009, Pew, 2017. These cognitive differences also help explain why mathematicians and scientists produce much of their most creative work, and chess players' performance peaks, during their late 20s or early 30s, when GF is at its highest point. Jones et al., 2014, Stridmatter et al., 2020. In contrast, authors, historians, and philosophers tend to produce their best work in their 40s, 50s, and beyond after building their GC, or accumulated knowledge. Simonton, 1988, 1990. A cartoon shows a woman interviewing a man for a job. She holds a paper and says, "We're looking for someone with the wisdom of a 50-year-old, the experience of a 40-year-old, the drive of a 30-year-old, and the pay scale of a 20-year-old. Knowledge is knowing a tomato is a fruit, wisdom is not putting it in a fruit salad." Anonymous. Retrieval practice. Answers in Appendix E. Review. Module 30, Intelligence Assessment and Dynamics. Learning Objectives. Test yourself. Answer these repeated learning objective questions on your own, before showing the answers here, or checking the answers in Appendix D, to improve your retention of the concepts. McDaniel et al., 2009, 2015. Terms and concepts to remember. Test yourself. Write down the definition in your own words, then check your answer. Intelligence test. Achievement test. Aptitude test. Mental age. Stanford Binet. Intelligence quotient, IQ. Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale, WAIS. Standardization. Normal curve. Reliability. Validity. Predictive validity. Cross-sectional study. Longitudinal study. Cohort. Module test. Test yourself. Answer the following questions on your own first, then show the answers here, or check your answers in Appendix E. Module 31, Genetic and Environmental Influences on Intelligence. Intelligence runs in families. But why? Are our intellectual abilities mostly inherited? Or are they molded by our environment? Heredity and intelligence. LOQ 31-1. What is heritability, and what do twin and adoption studies tell us about the nature and nurture of intelligence? Heritability is the portion of variation among individuals in a group that we can attribute to genes. Estimates of the heritability of intelligence. The extent to which intelligence tests score variation within a group can be attributed to genetic variation range from 50% to 80%, Madison et al., 2016, Plomin et al., 2016, Plomin and von Stumm, 2018. Does this mean that we can assume that 50% to 80% of your intelligence is due to your genes, and the rest to your environment? No. Heritability never applies to an individual, only to why people in a group differ from one another. Identical twins share the same genes. Do they also share mental abilities? As you can see from Figure 31.1, which summarizes many studies, the answer is clearly yes. Even when adopted by two different families, their intelligence test scores are very similar. When raised together, their scores are nearly as similar as those of the same person taking the same test twice. Hayworth et al., 2009, Leakin, 2006, Plomin et al., 2016. Identical twins also exhibit substantial similarity and heritability in specific talents, such as music, math, and sports. A photo shows a mother getting a set of twins and a set of triplets out of the bathtub after a bath, and a bar graph plots the similarity of intelligence scores by type of twin. Figure 31.1 Intelligence, Nature and Nurture. The most genetically similar people have the most similar intelligence scores. Remember, 1.00 indicates a perfect positive correlation, 0 indicates no correlation at all. Data from McHugh et al., 1993. Follow link for extended description of Figure 31.1 Intelligence, Nature and Nurture. Are there known genes for genius? When 100 researchers pooled their data on 269,867 people, all of the gene variations analyzed accounted for only about 5% of the differences in educational achievement, Savage et al., 2018. Another analysis of genes from 1.1 million people accounted for about 12% of their educational attainment differences, J. Lee et al., 2018. Like height, which is predicted by nearly 10,000 known DNA sequences, intelligence is polygenic, involving many genes, Kaiser, 2020. What matters for intelligence, as for height, personality, sexual orientation, or just about any human trait, as well as for disorders such as schizophrenia, is the combination of many genes. Environment and intelligence. Fraternal twins are genetically no more alike than other biological siblings, but they usually share an environment and are often treated similarly. Their intelligence test scores are also more alike than are the scores of non-twin siblings, see figure 31.1. So, environment does have some effect. Adoption studies help us assess the influence of environment. Seeking to untangle genes and environment, researchers have also compared the intelligence test scores of adopted children with those of a. their biological parents, who provided their genes, b. adoptive parents, who provided their home environment, and c. adoptive siblings, who shared that home environment. Several studies suggest that a shared environment exerts a modest influence on intelligence test scores. Adoption from poverty into financially secure homes enhances children's intelligence test scores, Nisbet et al., 2012. One large Swedish study looked at this effect among children adopted into wealthier families with more educated parents. The adopted children's IQ scores were higher, by an average of 4.4 points, than those of their non-adopted biological siblings, Kendler et al., 2015. Adoption of mistreated or neglected children enhances their intelligence scores, Almas et al., 2017. The intelligence scores of virtual twins same age, unrelated children adopted as infants and raised together as siblings correlate positively. Positive 0.28. Siegel et al., 2012. During childhood, adoptive siblings' test scores correlate modestly. Over time, adopted children accumulate experience in their differing adoptive families. So, would you expect the shared environment effect to grow with age and the genetic legacy effect to shrink? If you would, behavior geneticists have a stunning surprise for you. Adopted children's intelligence scores resemble those of their biological parents much more than those of their adoptive parents, Leyland, 2016. And over time, adopted children's verbal ability scores become more like those of their biological parents, figure 31.2. Mental ability similarities between adopted children and their adoptive families wane with age, McHugh et al., 1993. Who would have guessed? A bar graph plots the child-parent correlation in verbal ability scores against the age of the child for 3 different adoptive families. Figure 31.2 in verbal ability, whom do adopted children resemble? As the years went by in their adoptive families, children's verbal ability scores became more like their biological parents' scores. Data from Plomin and DeFries, 1998, Plomin et al., 2016. Follow link for extended description of figure 31.2 in verbal ability, who do adopted children resemble. A cartoon shows a man and a dog, both dressed in business suits, sitting at a conference table talking. The dog in the suit says, "Selective breeding has given me an aptitude for the law, but I still love fetching a dead duck out of freezing water." Genetic influences become more apparent as we accumulate life experience. Identical twin similarities, for example, continue or increase into their 80s. In one massive study of 11,000 twin pairs in 4 countries, the heritability of general intelligence, G, increased from 41% in middle childhood to 55% in adolescence to 66% in young adulthood, Hayworth et al., 2010. Thus, report Ian Deary and his colleagues, 2009-2012, the heritability of general intelligence increases from about 30% in early childhood to well over 50% in adulthood. For a helpful tutorial animation, watch this video, Twin Studies. Retrieval Practice. Answers in Appendix E. Gene, Environment Interactions. LOQ 31-2. How can environmental influences affect cognitive development? Genes and experience together weave the fabric of intelligence. Epigenetics studies part of the dynamic biology of this nature-nurture meeting place. With all our abilities, whether mental or physical, our genes shape the experiences that shape us. If you have a natural aptitude for dance, you will probably perform more often than others, getting more practice, instruction, and experience. Or, if you have a natural aptitude for academics, you will more likely stay in school, read books, and ask questions, all of which will increase your brain power. The same would be true for your identical twin, who might, not just for genetic reasons, also become a star performer. In these gene-environment interactions, small genetic advantages can trigger social experiences that multiply our original skills. Cheeseman et al., 2020, Sauce and Motzel, 2018. Sometimes, however, environmental conditions work in reverse, depressing physical or cognitive development. Severe deprivation leaves footprints on the human brain. Nowhere is the intertwining of biology and experience more apparent than in the most hopeless human environments, such as J. McVicker Hunt, 1982, observed in a destitute Iranian orphanage. The typical child Hunt observed there could not sit up unassisted at age 2 or walk at age 4. The minimal care infants received was not in response to their crying, cooing, or other behaviors, so the children developed little sense of personal control over their environment. Extreme deprivation had crushed their native intelligence, a finding confirmed by other studies of children raised in poorly run orphanages in Romania and elsewhere. Nelson et al., 2009, 2013, Van I. J. Zendorn et al., 2008. A photo from an orphanage shows 3 children sitting on a bed and covered with a blanket. Another bed is pushed against the first. Devastating neglect. Some Romanian orphans, such as these children in the Liganul pentru Copii orphanage in 1990, had minimal interaction with caregivers and suffered delayed development. Aware of both the dramatic effects of early experiences and the impact of early intervention, Hunt began a training program for the Iranian caregivers, teaching them to play language fostering games with 11 infants. They imitated the babies' babbling, engaged them in vocal follow the leader, and, finally, they taught the infants sounds from the Persian language. The results were dramatic. By 22 months of age, the infants could name more than 50 objects and body parts, and so charmed visitors that most were adopted, an unprecedented success for the orphanage. Hunt's findings are an extreme case of a more general finding: the poor environmental conditions that accompany poverty can depress cognitive development. Heberle and Carter, 2015, Turk, 2005. The environment's influence was strikingly apparent after psychologist Harold Skeels in 1934 did an IQ assessment of 2 toddler girls at an Iowa orphanage, where they were scarcely touched, never held, rarely spoken to. Brookwood, 2021. With IQ scores below 50, both toddlers were deemed ineligible for adoption, and placed in an institution for the feeble-minded to be cared for by adult women with mental ages of only 5 to 9 years. The women lavished their new foster children with affection. When Skeels returned 9 months later, he was amazed to find the girls alert, attractive, and playful. After nearly 2 years with their new caregivers, their IQs had risen to 95 and 93. By their late 20s, both were married and with children in loving households. Nurture matters. People's worries and distractions can also consume cognitive bandwidth and diminish thinking capacity. On tests of cognitive functioning, sugarcane farmers in India scored better after being paid for their harvest when their money worries dropped. Mani et al., 2013. If extreme conditions, sensory deprivation, social isolation, poverty can slow brain development, could the reverse also be true? Could an enriched environment amplify development and give very young children a superior intellect? Most experts doubt it. Deloach et al., 2010, Reichert et al., 2010, Vance, 2018. There is no environmental recipe for fast-forwarding a normal infant into a genius. All babies should have normal exposure to sights, sounds, and speech. Beyond that, Sandra Scars, 1984, verdict still is widely shared. Parents who are very concerned about providing special educational lessons for their babies are wasting their time. More encouraging results have come from intensive, post-babyhood enrichment programs. Dodge et al., 2017, Sasser et al., 2017, Tucker Drob, 2012. This is particularly true of preschool programs for children living in poverty. Gormley et al., 2013, Heckman and Karapakula, 2019, Magnuson et al., 2007. Intelligence scores also rise with nutritional supplements for pregnant people and newborns, 3.5 points, with quality preschool experiences, 4 points, and with interactive reading programs, 6 points. Protzko et al., 2013. Growth mindset. Schooling and intelligence interact, and both enhance later income. Ceci and Williams, 1997, 2009. But what we accomplish with our intelligence depends also on our own beliefs and motivation. One analysis of 72,431 undergraduates found that study motivation and study skills rivaled aptitude and previous grades as predictors of academic achievement. Creed and Kunsel, 2008. Even intelligence test performance can be affected by motivation. 4 dozen studies show that, when promised money for doing well, adolescents score higher on such tests. Duckworth et al., 2011. These observations would not surprise psychologist Carol Dweck, 2018, Dweck and Yeager, 2019. She reports that believing intelligence is changeable fosters a growth mindset, a focus on learning and growing. Conversely, believing that intelligence is innately fixed fosters less optimism about people's capacity for change and growth. Tao et al., 2021. Teachers who adopt a growth mindset tend to view their schools as more likely to improve. Rechsteiner et al., 2021. Researcher Gregory Walton, 2020, teaches a growth mindset to his young children when they tire while biking home. It's when you're tired and you keep going that your muscles get stronger. Dweck likewise teaches young teens that the brain is like a muscle, growing stronger with use as neuron connections grow. Learning how to do a new kind of problem grows your math brain. Receiving praise for effort and for tackling challenges, rather than for being smart or accomplished, helps teens understand the link between hard work and success. Gunderson et al., 2013. A growth mindset doesn't alter inborn intelligence, so its benefits should not be overstated or lead children to blame themselves for their struggles. But it can make children and youth more resilient when confronted with difficult learning material or frustrating people. Peng and Tullis, 2020, Walton and Wilson, 2018. One national experiment with 6,320 lower-achieving U.S. high school students showed that viewing 2 25-minute videos fostering a growth mindset modestly improved grades. Yeager et al., 2019. Mindset is only part of the story, but it does matter. A photo shows psychologist Carol Dweck. It pays to view intelligence as expandable. Psychologist Carol Dweck has shown several benefits of adopting a growth mindset, believing that intelligence grows through motivated effort. Companies with mission statements that endorse a growth mindset, for example, have more trusting and committed employees. Canning et al., 2020. More than 300 studies confirm that ability plus opportunity plus motivation equals success in fields from sports to science to music. Erickson et al., 2007. Extremely high intelligence test scoring 12-year-olds are much more likely than the average person to earn doctorates and hold patents if their ability is coupled with commitment. Magel et al., 2016. High school students' math proficiency and college students' grades reflect their aptitude but also their self-discipline, their belief in the power of effort, and a curious, hungry mind. Murayama et al., 2013, Richardson et al., 2012, von Stum et al., 2011. Consider Zyla Avant-Garde, who in 2021 became the first African American winner of the U.S. National Spelling Bee contest. For 2 years, she studied tens of thousands of words with her father and participated in 18 spelling competitions. Not only is she America's best speller, Avant-Garde also holds 3 world records for basketball dribbling. Kramer and Uhas, 2021. Zyla Avant-Garde shows us how to realize our potential, believe in your ability to learn, and apply yourself with sustained effort. A photo shows Zyla Avant-Garde holding her Spelling Bee championship trophy over her head and looking very happy. U.S. National Spelling Bee champion Zyla Avant-Garde. When you fail, embrace it, learn from it. Don't think that's going to hinder you from becoming whoever you want to become. I wake up every day telling the world, come on baby, let's ride. What you got for me? Recording artist Pitbull, 2019. These repeated findings that a growth mindset and disciplined effort enhance achievement have generated attention. Applying growth mindset findings in large-scale interventions with at-risk students can have a downside: the social cost of blaming struggling individuals for their circumstances. Kaiser and Blanton, 2016. And researchers and educators sometimes overstate the modest growth mindset benefit. Burgoyne et al., 2020. Overemphasizing growth mindset power can, as with the motivational concept of grit, leave some students feeling that their disappointments reflect a moral flaw. Sometimes people need more than the power of positive thinking to overcome their harsh conditions. Ask yourself, are you working to the potential reflected in your standardized aptitude test scores? What, other than your aptitude, is affecting your school performance? Group differences in intelligence test scores. If there were no group differences in intelligence test scores, psychologists would have less debate over hereditary and environmental influences. But there are group differences. What are they? And what shall we make of them? Gender similarities and differences. LOQ 31-3. How and why do the genders differ in mental ability scores? In science, as in everyday life, it is differences not similarities that excite interest. Men's self-estimated intelligence is often higher than women's self-estimated intelligence, which may fuel a false perception that men are smarter than women. Fernham, 2016. In truth, men's and women's intelligence differences are minor. For example, in that 1932 testing of all Scottish 11-year-olds, boys' intelligence scores averaged 100.5 and girls' 100.6, Deary et al., 2003. As far as G is concerned, the genders are the same. Yet most people find differences more newsworthy. In cultures where both girls and boys are educated, girls tend to outpace boys in spelling, verbal fluency, and reading skills that may affect their career choices, some researchers suspect. Breda and Knapp, 2019, Riley et al., 2019. They are better emotion detectors and are more sensitive to touch, taste, and color, Halpern et al., 2007. Testosterone therapy for those transitioning from female to male results in brain language processing areas that become more male-like, as well as some gray matter loss, Han et al., 2016. In math computation and overall math performance, girls and boys hardly differ, Elsquest et al., 2010, Hyde and Mertz, 2009, Lindbergh et al., 2010. On complex math problems, men outperform women. But the most reliable male edge appears in spatial ability tests like the one shown in Figure 31.3, Lauer et al., 2019. The solution requires speedy mental rotation of three-dimensional objects. Male mental ability scores, and brains, also vary more, Warenga et al., 2022. Worldwide, boys and men outnumber girls and women at both the low and high extremes, Ball et al., 2017, Bay and Mansour, 2016. Boys, for example, are more likely than girls to need remedial math classes. But they are also more likely to earn the highest math scores. An illustration shows an example of a spatial abilities test. Figure 31.3, a mental rotation test. These kinds of items are often found on spatial abilities tests. See answer in footnote 1. Follow link for extended description of Figure 31.3, a mental rotation test. Psychologist Steven Pinker, 2005, has argued for the evolutionary perspective that biology affects gender differences in life priorities, women's somewhat greater interest in people versus men's in money and things, in risk-taking, with men more reckless, and in math reasoning and spatial abilities. Such differences are, he noted, observed across cultures, stable over time, influenced by prenatal hormones, and observed in boys raised as girls. But social expectations and opportunities also construct gender by shaping interests and abilities, Zhang et al., 2020. Stephen Sessi and Wendy Williams, 2010-2011, reported that culturally influenced preferences help explain why U.S. women, more than men, avoid math-intensive vocations. In Asia and Russia, teen girls have outperformed boys in an international science exam. In North America and Britain, boys have scored higher, Fairfield, 2012. A cartoon shows 5 male officials and a female official sitting at a conference table. One of the men says, "That's an excellent suggestion, Miss Triggs. Perhaps one of the men would like to suggest it?" More gender-equal cultures, such as Sweden and Iceland, exhibit little of the gender math gap found in gender-unequal cultures, such as Turkey and Korea, Gaiso et al., 2008, Kane and Mertz, 2012. Since the 1970s, as gender equity has increased in the United States, the boy-to-girl ratio among 12 to 14-year-olds with very high SAT math scores, above 700, has declined from 13 to 1 to 3 to 1, Magel et al., 2016, Nisbet et al., 2012. And in psychology, there's been a dramatic change in the ratio of women to men earning doctorates from 17% women in 1958 to 71% in 2018, Virelli, 2008, NSF, 2019. As we have seen in so many areas of life, cultural expectations and opportunities matter. 3 photos show, A. Mariam Mirzakhani, B. Donna Strickland, and C. Frances C. Arnold. Shrinking the STEM gap. In 2014, Iranian math professor Mariam Mirzakhani, 1977 to 2017, became the first woman to win Math's Most Admired Award, the Fields Medal, A. In 2018, physicist Donna Strickland, B., and chemist Frances E. Arnold, C., were each awarded a Nobel Prize in scientific fields where women have rarely won. In her acceptance speech, Strickland said, "Not everyone thinks physics is fun, but I do." Racial and ethnic similarities and differences. LOQ 31-4. How and why do racial and ethnic groups differ in mental ability scores? Fueling the group differences debate are two other disturbing but scientifically agreed upon facts. Racial and ethnic groups differ in their average intelligence test scores. High-scoring people, and groups, are more likely to attain high levels of education and income. There are many group differences in average intelligence test scores. New Zealanders of European descent outscore native Maori New Zealanders. Israeli Jews outscore Israeli Arabs. Most Japanese outscore most Burakumin, a stigmatized Japanese minority. And white Americans have outscored black Americans, although this difference has diminished, especially among children. Dickens and Flynn, 2006, Nisbet et al., 2012. Such group differences provide little basis for judging individuals. Worldwide, women outlive men by 5 years, but knowing only an individual's gender won't tell us how long that person will live. We have seen that heredity contributes to individual differences in intelligence. But group differences in a heritable trait may be entirely environmental. Consider one of nature's experiments: allow some children to grow up hearing their culture's dominant language, while others, born deaf, do not. Then give both groups an intelligence test rooted in the dominant language. The result? No surprise, those with expertise in the dominant language will score higher than those who were born deaf. Braden, 1994, Steele, 1990, Zeidner, 1990. Might the racial and ethnic gap be similarly environmental? Consider. Genetics research reveals that under the skin, we humans are remarkably alike. Despite some racial variation, such as in health risks, the average genetic difference between two Icelandic villagers or between two Kenyans greatly exceeds the average group difference between Icelanders and Kenyans. Cavalli Sforza et al., 1994, Rosenberg et al., 2002. Moreover, looks can deceive. Light-skinned Europeans and dark-skinned Africans are genetically closer than are dark-skinned Africans and dark-skinned Aboriginal Australians. A photo shows 6 babies sitting next to each other. Each baby has different skin and hair color. Race is not a neatly defined biological category. Race is primarily a social construction without well-defined physical boundaries. Each race blends seamlessly into the race of its geographical neighbors. Helms et al., 2005, Smedley and Smedley, 2005. In one genetic analysis of more than 160,000 people living in the United States, most with less than 28% African ancestry said they were white. Those with more than 28% mostly said they were African American. Byrc et al., 2015. Moreover, with increasingly mixed ancestries, more and more people defy neat racial categorization and self-identify as multiracial. Parker et al., 2009. Within the same populations, there are generation-to-generation differences in test scores. Test scores of today's better-fed, better-educated, and more test-prepared populations exceed those of 1930s populations by a greater margin than the score difference between today's average-scoring Black Americans and average-scoring White Americans. Flynn, 2012, Piachnig and Voracek, 2015, Trahan et al., 2014. The average intelligence test performance of today's sub-Saharan Africans is the same as that of British adults in 1948, Wichards et al., 2010. No one credits genetics for such generation-to-generation differences. Schools and culture matter. Countries whose economies create a large wealth gap between rich and poor tend also to have a large rich versus poor intelligence test score gap, Nisbet, 2009. In the United States, rising income inequality has meant less equal access to a college education, Jackson and Halsman, 2020. And fewer educational opportunities can result in lower intelligence test scores. One analysis of 600,000 students showed that each additional year of school predicted 1 to 5 additional IQ points, Ritchie and Tucker Drob, 2018. Starting and staying in school secures superior smarts. Math achievement, aptitude test differences, and especially grades may reflect conscientiousness more than competence, Poropet, 2014. Women in college and university outperform equally able men, thanks partly to their greater conscientiousness, Kaiser et al., 2016. Students in Asia, who have largely outperformed North American students on such tests, have also spent more time in school and much more time studying in and out of school, CMEC, 2018, Larson and Varma, 1999, NCEE, 2018. These differences persist within the United States, where Asian American students devote the most time to studying and earn the highest grades, HSIN and SIA, 2014. In different eras, different ethnic groups have experienced golden ages periods of remarkable achievement. 2,500 years ago, it was the Greeks and the Egyptians, then the Romans. In the 8th and 9th centuries, genius seemed to reside in the Arab world, leading one Muslim scholar of the era to say of the English and the Dutch, they lack keenness of understanding and clarity of intelligence and are overcome by ignorance and apathy, lack of discernment, and stupidity, Henrik, 2020. 500 years ago, the Aztec Indians and the peoples of Northern Europe were the superachievers. While the gene pool remained relatively stable, cultures rose and fell. A photo shows 5 Afghan women working on a robotics project. They all wear headscarves. Intelligence allowed to flourish. The famed all-women Afghan robotics team stood as a symbol of progress for women in Afghanistan. With the Taliban's return to power in 2021 and the team's welfare and educational opportunities endangered, humanitarian groups helped the team escape the country. Do not obtain your slaves from Britain, because they are so stupid and so utterly incapable of being taught. Cicero, 106-43 BCE. Consider cultural effects on test scores in this video. Can cultural proficiency among teachers help close the student achievement gap? Retrieval practice. Answers in Appendix E. The question of bias. LOQ 31-5. Are intelligence tests biased or unfair? What is stereotype threat, and how does it affect test takers' performance? Knowing there are group differences in intelligence test scores leads to the question of whether those differences are built into the tests. Are intelligence tests biased? The answer depends on how we define bias. The scientific meaning of bias hinges solely on whether a test predicts future behavior for all groups of test takers, not just for some. For example, if the SAT accurately predicted the college achievement of women but not that of men, then the test would be biased. In this scientific meaning of the term, the near consensus among psychologists, as summarized by the U.S. National Research Council's Committee on Ability Testing and the American Psychological Association's Task Force on Intelligence, has been that the major U.S. aptitude tests are not biased. Berry and Zhao, 2015, Neisser et al., 1996, Wigner and Garner, 1982. The test's predictive validity is roughly the same, regardless of gender, race, ethnicity, or socioeconomic level. If an intelligence test score of 95 predicts slightly below average grades, that rough prediction usually applies equally to all. But in everyday language, we sometimes use the word bias to describe things that are unfair. For example, if scores will be influenced by the test taker's cultural or life experiences, then intelligence tests may be considered unfair, even if scientifically unbiased. Why? Because they measure the test taker's developed abilities, which reflect, in part, their education and experiences. Being able to answer "Who wrote Hamlet" relies more on educational exposure than on innate intellectual ability. Zoreff and Williams, 1980. Some researchers, therefore, recommend culture-neutral questions such as those that assess people's ability to learn novel words, sayings, and analogies to enable culture-fair aptitude tests. Fagan and Holland, 2007, 2009. Today's standardized tests are rigorously reviewed to attempt to eliminate cultural bias. Testing proponents caution us against blaming tests for exposing unequal experiences and opportunities. If, because of malnutrition, people were to suffer stunted growth, should we blame the measuring stick that reveals it? If unequal past experiences predict unequal future achievements, a valid aptitude test will detect such inequalities. Retrieval practice. Answers in Appendix E. Test takers' expectations. Throughout this text, you have seen that expectations and attitudes can influence our perceptions and behaviors. For test makers, expectations can introduce bias. For test takers, they can become self-fulfilling prophecies. In one study, equally capable men and women took a difficult math test. The women did not do as well as the men except when they were led to expect that women usually do as well as men on the test. Spencer et al., 1999. Otherwise, something affected their performance, leading the women to confirm societal expectations that they would not perform as well as the men. There was a threat in the air. Spencer et al., 2016. This self-fulfilling stereotype threat appeared again when black students who were reminded of their race just before taking verbal aptitude tests performed worse than those who hadn't been reminded. Steele et al., 2002. Such studies suggest that negative stereotypes may undermine people's academic and professional potential. Grand, 2016, Nguyen and Ryan, 2008, Walton and Spencer, 2009. If you worry that your group or type often doesn't do well on a certain kind of test or task, your self-doubts and self-monitoring may hijack your working memory and impair attention, performance, and learning. Hutchison et al., 2013, Inslicht and Kong, 2010, Rydell et al., 2010. Critics argue that stereotype threat effects are weaker than originally thought. Floor and Wichards, 2015, Floor et al., 2019. Math class is tough. Teen Talk Talking Barbie Doll, introduced July 1992, recalled 3 months later. Stereotype threat, like growth mindset and grit, is a modest phenomenon that often gets overstated. Floor et al., 2019. Yet it helps explain why Black Americans have scored higher when test administrators were Black than when test administrators were white. Danso and Esses, 2001. It gives us insight into why women have scored higher on math tests when there are no test takers who are men present. Doyle and Voyer, 2016. Avoiding the presence of others who are expected to perform better can give you the confidence to do your best. From such studies, some researchers have concluded that making students believe they probably won't succeed, an unintended effect of some remedial programs, can function as a stereotype and weaken performance. Steele, 1995, 2010. Other research teams have demonstrated the benefits of self-affirmation exercises that engage students in writing about their most important values. Borman et al., 2019, Ferrer and Cohen, 2018, Logel et al., 2019. When challenged to believe in their potential, think positively about their diverse life experiences, or increase their sense of belonging. Disadvantaged university students have earned higher grades and have had lower dropout rates. Benning et al., 2020, Broda et al., 2018, Townsend et al., 2019. Einstein showed that genius equals brains plus tenacity squared. Walter Isaacson, Einstein's Final Quest, 2009. Perhaps, then, our goals for tests of mental abilities should be threefold. First, we should realize the benefits that intelligence testing pioneer Alfred Binet foresaw to enable schools to recognize who might profit most from early intervention. Second, we must remain alert to Binet's wish that intelligence test scores not be misinterpreted as literal measures of a person's worth and potential. Third, we must remember that the competence that general intelligence tests sample is important. It helps enable success in some life paths. But these tests reflect only one important aspect of personal competence. Stanovich et al., 2016. Our rationality, practical intelligence, and emotional intelligence matter, too, as do other forms of creativity, talent, and character. Almost all the joyful things of life are outside the measure of IQ tests. Madeline L. Engel, A Circle of Quiet, 1972. The point to remember, there are many ways of being successful. Our differences are variations of human adaptability. Life's great achievements result not only from can-do abilities and fair opportunity but also from will-do motivation. Competence plus opportunity plus diligence equals accomplishment. Retrieval practice. Answers in Appendix E. Review. Module 31, Genetic and Environmental Influences on Intelligence. Learning objectives. Test yourself. Answer these repeated learning objective questions on your own, before showing the answers here, or checking the answers in Appendix D, to improve your retention of the concepts. McDaniel et al., 2009, 2015. Terms and concepts to remember. Test yourself. Write down the definition in your own words, then check your answer. Heritability. Growth mindset. Stereotype threat. Module test. Test yourself. Answer the following questions on your own first, then show the answers here, or check your answers in Appendix E. Chapter 11, What Drives Us, Hunger, Sex, Belongingness, and Achievement, Modules 32 to 35. A photo shows a couple crossing a road and looking at each other affectionately. Tall buildings are in the background. Module 32, Basic Motivational Concepts. Instincts and Evolutionary Theory. Drives and Incentives. Arousal Theory. A Hierarchy of Needs. Module 33, Hunger. The Physiology of Hunger. The Psychology of Hunger. Thinking critically about the challenges of obesity and weight control. Module 34, Sexual Motivation. The Physiology of Sex. The Psychology of Sex. Sexual Orientation. Sex and Human Relationships. Module 35 Affiliation and Achievement. The need to belong. Achievement motivation. How well I remember asking my first discussion question in a new introductory psychology class. Several hands rose, along with one left foot. The foot belonged to Chris Klein, who was the unlikeliest person to have made it to that class. At birth, Chris suffered oxygen deprivation that required 40 minutes of CPR. One doctor wanted to let him go, recalled his mother. A photo shows Chris Klein sitting on a stool with wheels and typing on a keyboard placed on the floor using his left foot. A motivated man, Chris Klein. To see and hear Chris presenting his story, visit https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=3h3e2mxv6iy. The result was severe cerebral palsy. With damage to the brain area that controls muscle movement, Chris can't contain his constantly moving hands. He cannot feed, dress, or care for himself. And he cannot speak. But Chris can control his keen mind and his left foot. With that blessed foot, he operates the joystick on his motorized wheelchair. Using his left big toe, he can type sentences, which his communication system can store, send, or speak. And Chris is motivated, very motivated. When Chris was a high school student in suburban Chicago, 3 teachers doubted he could leave home for college. Yet he persisted, and, with much support, attended my college called Hope. 5 years later, as his left foot drove him across the stage to receive his diploma, Chris's admiring classmates honored his achievement with a spontaneous standing ovation. Today, Chris is an inspirational speaker for schools, churches, universities, and community events, giving a voice to those that have none, and a helping hand to those with disabilities. He maintains a website, lessonsfromthebigtoe.com. And he has found love and married. Few of us face Chris Klein's challenges. But we all seek to direct our energy in ways that will produce satisfaction and success. We are pushed by biological motives, such as hunger and sex. Modules 33, 34, and social ones, such as the needs to belong and to achieve, Module 35. Chris Klein's fierce will to live, learn, and love highlights the essence of our own motivations, which energize and direct our lives. Let's begin by looking at how psychologists have approached the study of motivation, Module 32. Module 32, Basic Motivational Concepts. Learning Objective Question LOQ 32-1. How do psychologists define motivation? What are 4 key motivation theories? Our motivations arise from the interplay between nature, the bodily push, and nurture, the pulls from our personal experiences, thoughts, and culture. Our motives drive our behavior. That is usually, but not always, for the better. If our motivations get hijacked, our lives go awry. Those with substance use disorder, for example, may find their cravings for an addictive substance override their longings for sustenance, safety, and social support. In their attempts to understand motivated behavior, psychologists have viewed it from 4 perspectives. Instinct theory, now replaced by the evolutionary perspective, focuses on genetically predisposed behaviors. Drive reduction theory focuses on how we respond to inner pushes and external pulls. Arousal theory focuses on finding the right level of stimulation. Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs focuses on the priority of some needs over others. Instincts and evolutionary theory. To qualify as an instinct, a complex behavior must have a fixed pattern throughout a species and be unlearned. Tinbergen, 1951. Such unlearned behaviors include imprinting in birds and the return of salmon to their birthplace. A few human behaviors, such as infants' innate reflexes to root for a nipple and suck, also exhibit unlearned fixed patterns. Instinct theory, popular in the early 20th century, viewed our instincts as the source of our motivations. But many more behaviors are directed by both physiological needs and psychological wants. A photo on the left shows a woman nailing something to the outside of a house wall as a man helps her. A photo on the right shows a bird hanging from a nest. Same motive, different wiring. The more complex the nervous system, the more adaptable the organism. Both humans and weaver birds satisfy their need for shelter in ways that reflect their inherited capacities. Human behavior is flexible, we can learn whatever skills we need to build a house. The bird's behavior pattern is fixed, it can build only this kind of nest. Although instincts cannot explain most human motives, the underlying assumption endures in evolutionary psychology: genes do predispose some species' typical behavior. Psychologists might apply this perspective, for example, to explain our human similarities, animals' biological predispositions, and the influence of evolution on our fears, helping behaviors, and romantic attractions. Drives and incentives. In addition to our predispositions, we have drives. Physiological needs, such as for food or water, create an aroused, motivated state. A drive, such as hunger or thirst, that pushes us to reduce the need. Drive reduction theory explains that, with few exceptions, when a physiological need increases, so does our psychological drive to reduce it. Drive reduction is one way our bodies strive for homeostasis, literally staying the same, the maintenance of a steady internal state. For example, our body regulates its temperature in a way similar to a room's thermostat. Both systems operate through feedback loops. Sensors feed room temperature to a control device. If the room's temperature cools, the control device switches on the furnace. Likewise, if our body's temperature cools, our blood vessels constrict to conserve warmth, and we feel driven to put on more clothes or seek a warmer environment. Figure 32.1. A flowchart shows that a need, food, water, leads to a drive, hunger, thirst, which leads to drive-reducing behaviors, eating, drinking. Figure 32.1. Drive reduction theory. Drive reduction motivation arises from homeostasis, our body's natural tendency to maintain a steady internal state. Thus, if we are water deprived, our thirst drives us to drink to restore the body's normal state. Not only are we pushed by our need to reduce drives, we are also motivated, or pulled, by incentives, positive or negative environmental stimuli that lure or repel us. Such stimuli, when positive, increase our dopamine levels, causing our underlying drives, such as for food or sex, to become active impulses. Hamid et al., 2016. And the more these impulses are satisfied and reinforced, the stronger the drive the next time it arises may become, as Roy Baumeister, 2015, noted, getting begets wanting. If you are hungry, the aroma of good food will motivate you. Whether that aroma comes from roasted peanuts or toasted tarantula will depend on your culture and experience. Incentives can also be negative. If teasing others on social media causes others to unfollow or unfriend us, we may feel motivated to treat others better. Nature often equips life's essentials: sex, eating, nursing with built-in gratification. Frans de Waal, Morals Without God, 2010. When there is both a need and an incentive, we feel strongly driven. The food-deprived person who smells pizza baking may feel an intense hunger drive, and the baking pizza may become a compelling incentive. For each motive, we can ask, how is it pushed by our inborn physiological needs and pulled by learned incentives in the environment? Arousal theory. We are much more than calm homeostatic systems, however. Some motivated behaviors actually increase rather than decrease arousal. Well-fed animals will leave their shelter to explore and gain information, seemingly in the absence of any need-based drive. Curiosity drives monkeys to monkey around trying to figure out how to unlock a latch that opens nothing or how to open a window that allows them to see outside their room. Butler, 1954. It drives newly mobile human infants to investigate every accessible corner of the house. It drives the scientists whose work this text discusses. And it drives explorers and adventurers such as mountaineer George Mallory. Asked why he wanted to climb Mount Everest, Mallory famously answered, "Because it's there." Sometimes uncertainty brings excitement, which amplifies motivation. Shen et al., 2015. Those who, like Mallory, enjoy high arousal are most likely to seek out intense music, novel foods, and risky behaviors and careers. Roberti et al., 2004, Zuckerman, 1979, 2009. Although they have been called sensation seekers, risk takers may also be motivated to gain control over their emotions and actions. Barlow et al., 2013. So, human motivation aims not to eliminate arousal but to seek optimum levels of arousal. Having all our biological needs satisfied, we feel driven to experience stimulation. Lacking stimulation, we feel bored and look for a way to increase arousal. Most people, worldwide, prefer to do something even, when given no other option while waiting in a lab, to self-administer mild electric shocks. But Rick et al., 2019, Wilson et al., 2014. Why might people seek to increase their arousal? Moderate arousal and even anxiety can be motivating, leading to higher levels of math achievement. For example, Z. Wang et al., 2015. Yet too much stimulation or stress motivates us to decrease arousal. In experiments, people have felt less stress when they limited email checking and phone notifications to 3 times a day rather than being continually accessible. Fitz et al., 2019, Kushlov and Dunn, 2015. A black and white photo on the left shows 3 baby monkeys exploring a metal object attached to a wall. A photo on the right shows a little girl holding a feather in her right hand. She has her left hand on her forehead. Driven by curiosity, young monkeys and children are fascinated by the unfamiliar. Their drive to explore maintains an optimum level of arousal. It is one of several motives that do not fill any immediate physiological need. 2 early 20th century psychologists studied the relationship of arousal to performance and identified the Yerkes-Dodson law. Moderate arousal leads to optimal performance. Yerkes and Dodson, 1908. When taking an exam, it pays to be moderately aroused, alert but not trembling with nervousness. If you're already nervous, it's better to avoid becoming further aroused with caffeine. Between bored low arousal and anxious hyperarousal lies a flourishing life. Even people visiting a haunted house attraction enjoy it most when aroused, with an elevated heart rate, but not terrified. Anderson et al., 2020. As with Goldilocks porridge, what's best is not too cold and not too hot. Optimal arousal levels depend on the task, with more difficult tasks requiring lower arousal for best performance. Hembry, 1988. Ask yourself: does boredom ever motivate you to do things just to figure out something new? When was the last time that happened, and what did you find? Retrieval practice. Answers in Appendix E. A hierarchy of needs. Some needs take priority. At this moment, with your needs for air and water hopefully satisfied, other motives such as your desire to learn and achieve are energizing and directing your behavior. Let your need for water go unsatisfied, however, and your thirst will preoccupy you. Deprived of air, your thirst will disappear. Abraham Maslow, 1970, described these priorities as a hierarchy of needs, which others later portrayed as a pyramid. Bridgman et al., 2019, Figure 32.2. Our physiological needs, such as for food and water, form the pyramid's base. As these needs become met, our focus shifts to our need for safety, and then to satisfying our needs to give and receive love and to enjoy self-esteem. Beyond this, said Maslow, 1971, lies the need to actualize one's full potential. A chart depicts Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and a photo shows a Muslim family of 7 seated around a table for the end of a fast meal during Ramadan. Figure 32.2 Maslow's hierarchy of needs during the month of Ramadan. Many Muslims refrain from eating and drinking from dawn to sunset. They end their daily fast by satisfying their lower-level needs for food and drink and engaging their middle-level needs for belongingness and love, often having a large communal meal, called iftar, meaning breakfast. Follow link for extended description of Figure 32.2 Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Near the end of his life, Maslow proposed that some people also reach a level of self-transcendence. At the self-actualization level, people seek to realize their own potential. At the self-transcendence level, people strive for meaning, purpose, and communion in a way that is transpersonal beyond the self. Kaufman, 2020. Maslow's contemporary, psychiatrist Viktor Frankl, 1962, a Nazi concentration camp survivor, concurred that the search for meaning is an important human motive. Life is never made unbearable by circumstances, but only by lack of meaning and purpose. Do you feel your life has an important purpose or meaning? When Gallup asked this of people in 132 countries, 91% answered yes. Oishi and Diener, 2014. People sense meaning when they experience their life as having purpose, goals, significance, value, and coherence. Sense, sentiments that may be nourished by strong social connections, a religious faith, an orderly world, and social status. King et al., 2016, Martela and Steger, 2016. People's sense of life's meaning predicts their psychological and physical well-being, and their capacity to delay gratification. Heine et al., 2006, Van Tongeren et al., 2018. Meaning matters. The order of Maslow's hierarchy is not universally fixed. U.S. suffragist Alice Paul starved herself to make a political statement, enduring force-feeding by her jailers. Culture also influences our priorities. Self-esteem matters most in modern individualist nations, where people prioritize personal achievements more than family and community identity, PSY-FULL, 1999. And, while agreeing with Maslow's basic levels of need, today's psychologists note that gaining and retaining mates, parenting offspring, and desiring social status are also basic human motives. Anderson et al., 2015, Kenrick et al., 2010. Nevertheless, the simple idea that some motives are more compelling than others provides a framework for thinking about motivation. Worldwide life satisfaction surveys support this basic idea. PSY et al., 1999, Tay and Diener, 2011. In lower-income nations that lack easy access to money and the food and shelter it buys, financial satisfaction more strongly predicts feelings of well-being. In wealthy countries, where most can meet their basic needs, social connections better predict well-being. Hunger is the most urgent form of poverty. Alliance to End Hunger, 2002. With these classic motivation theories in mind, Table 32.1, the remaining What Drives Us modules consider 4 representative motives, beginning at the physiological level with hunger and working up through sexual motivation to the higher level needs to belong and to achieve. At each level, we can see how experience interacts with biology. Table 32.1 Classic Motivation Theories. Theory. Its big idea. Instincts and evolutionary theory. There is a genetic basis for unlearned, species-typical behavior, such as birds building nests or infants rooting for a nipple. Drive reduction theory. Physiological needs, such as hunger and thirst, create an aroused state that drives us to reduce the need, for example, by eating or drinking. Arousal theory. Our need to maintain an optimal level of arousal motivates behaviors that meet no physiological need, such as our yearning for stimulation and our hunger for information. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. We prioritize survival-based needs and then social needs more than the needs for esteem and meaning. Ask yourself. Consider your own experiences in terms of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Do you remember experiencing hunger or thirst that displaced your concern for other, higher-level needs? Do you usually feel safe, loved, confident? How often can you address what Maslow called self-actualization needs? What about self-transcendence needs? Retrieval practice. Answers in Appendix E. Review. Module 32, Basic Motivational Concepts. Learning Objectives. Test yourself. Answer these repeated learning objective questions on your own, before showing the answers here, or checking the answers in Appendix D, to improve your retention of the concepts. McDaniel et al., 2009, 2015. Terms and concepts to remember. Test yourself. Write down the definition in your own words, then check your answer. Motivation. Instinct. Physiological need. Drive reduction theory. Homeostasis. Incentive. Yerkes-Dodson law. Hierarchy of needs. Module test. Test yourself. Answer the following questions on your own first, then show the answers here, or check your answers in Appendix E. Module 33, Hunger. Physiological needs are powerful. In a vivid demonstration, Ansel Keys and his research team, 1950, studied semi-starvation among wartime volunteers, who participated as an alternative to military service. After feeding 200 men normally for 3 months, researchers have the food intake for 36 of them. These semi-starved men became listless and apathetic as their bodies conserved energy. Eventually, their body weight stabilized about 25% below their starting weights. A black and white photo shows an emaciated man lying upright on an examination table. Around him are 3 men wearing lab coats. They are using various equipment and machines to study the man on the table. Studying starvation in conscientious objectors, researchers carefully recorded and analyzed the physiological and psychological effects of 6 months of starvation, and various methods for rehabilitation. They hope to support the recovery of World War II famine survivors. More dramatic were the psychological effects. Consistent with Abraham Maslow's idea of a needs hierarchy, the men became food-obsessed. They talked food. They daydreamed food. They collected recipes, read cookbooks, and feasted their eyes on delectable forbidden foods. Preoccupied with their unfulfilled basic need, they lost interest in sex and social activities. As one participant reported, "If we see a show, the most interesting part of it is contained in scenes where people are eating. I couldn't laugh at the funniest picture in the world, and love scenes are completely dull." The men's preoccupations illustrate how powerful motives can hijack our consciousness. Hunger, real hunger, provokes desperation and leads to choices that might otherwise be unfathomable. Mickey Kendall, Hood Feminism, 2020. The full person does not understand the needs of the hungry. Irish proverb. The physiology of hunger. LOQ 33-1. What physiological factors produce hunger? Keys semi-starved volunteers felt their hunger because of a homeostatic system that maintains one's normal body weight and an adequate nutrient supply. But what precisely triggers hunger? Is it the pangs of an empty stomach? So it seemed to A. L. Washburn. Working with Walter Cannon, Washburn agreed to swallow a balloon attached to a recording device. Cannon and Washburn, 1912, figure 33.1. When inflated to fill his stomach, the balloon transmitted his stomach contractions. Washburn supplied information about his feelings of hunger by pressing a key each time he felt a hunger pang. The discovery: whenever Washburn felt hungry, he was indeed having stomach contractions. An illustration represents the monitoring of stomach contractions. Figure 33.1 Monitoring stomach contractions, information from Canon, 1929. Follow link for extended description of Figure 33.1 Monitoring stomach contractions. Can hunger exist without stomach pangs? To answer that question, researchers removed some rat stomachs, creating a direct path to their small intestines. Sung, 1938. Did the rats continue to eat? Indeed they did. Some hunger similarly persists in humans whose stomachs have been removed due to ulcers or cancer. If the pangs of an empty stomach are not the only source of hunger, what else matters? Body chemistry and the brain. People and other animals automatically regulate their caloric intake to prevent energy deficits and maintain a stable body weight. This suggests that your body is keeping tabs on its available resources. The blood sugar glucose is one such resource. Increases in the hormone insulin, secreted by the pancreas, diminish blood glucose, partly by converting it to stored fat. If your blood glucose level drops, you won't consciously feel the lower blood sugar. But your brain, which is automatically monitoring your blood chemistry and your body's internal state, will trigger hunger. Signals from your stomach, intestines, and liver, indicating whether glucose is being deposited or withdrawn, all signal your brain to motivate eating or not. A cartoon shows a large woolly mammoth lying flat on the ground and two cavemen pulling at its tail together. One of the men says, "Never hunt when you're hungry." How does the brain integrate these messages and sound the alarm? Several neural areas, some housed deep in the hippocampus and within the hypothalamus, a neural traffic intersection, do the work. Stevenson and Francis, 2017, Figure 33.2. For example, one neural network in the hypothalamus, called the arcuate nucleus, has a center that secretes appetite-stimulating hormones. When stimulated electrically, well-fed animals begin to eat. If the area is destroyed, even starving animals have no interest in food. Another neural center secretes appetite-suppressing hormones. When electrically stimulated, animals will stop eating. Destroy this area and animals can't stop eating and will become obese. See Figure 33.2b, Duggan and Booth, 1986, Hobel and Teitelbaum, 1966. A head scan in Part A shows the side view of a woman's face with the brain highlighted with the hypothalamus and an arrow pointing to an enlarged view of the hypothalamus, and a photo in Part B shows the top view of two mice, one appreciably larger than the other. Figure 33.2 The hypothalamus. A. The hypothalamus performs various body maintenance functions, including control of hunger. Blood vessels supply the hypothalamus, enabling it to respond to our current blood chemistry as well as to incoming neural information about the body's state. B. The overweight mouse on the left has non-functioning receptors in the appetite-suppressing part of the hypothalamus. Blood vessels connect the hypothalamus to the rest of the body, so it can respond to our current blood chemistry and other incoming information. One of its tasks is monitoring levels of appetite hormones, such as ghrelin, a hunger-arousing hormone secreted by an empty stomach. During bypass surgery for severe obesity, surgeons seal off or remove part of the stomach. The remaining stomach then produces much less ghrelin, reducing the person's appetite and making food less enticing. MRI, 2013, Limonik, 2002, Schultz et al., 2013. The result, foremost, is profound improvements in psychosocial functioning, Sarwer and Henberg, 2020. Other appetite hormones include orexin, leptin, and PYY. Figure 33.3 describes how these hormones influence our feelings of hunger. An illustration represents the appetite hormones. Figure 33.3 The appetite hormones. Increases appetite. Ghrelin, hormone secreted by empty stomach, sends I'm hungry signals to the brain. Orexin, hunger-triggering hormone secreted by hypothalamus. Decreases appetite. Leptin, protein hormone secreted by fat cells, when abundant, causes brain to increase metabolism and decrease hunger. PYY, digestive tract hormone, sends I'm not hungry signals to the brain. Follow link for extended description of figure 33.3 The appetite hormones. A cartoon shows a woman talking to a stomach, brain, and lips, each depicted with eyes, arms, and legs and seated in chairs. The woman says, "Thanks for coming, everyone. I called you here to decide whether or not we're actually hungry. If you lose some extra weight and later find it creeping back, you can also blame your brain for your weight regain." Cornier, 2011. The complex interaction of appetite hormones and brain activity helps explain the body's predisposition to maintain a particular weight. When semi-starved rats fall below their normal weight, their weight thermostat signals the body to restore the lost weight. It's as though fat cells cry out "feed me," and grab glucose from the bloodstream. Ludwig and Friedman, 2014. Hunger increases and energy expenditure decreases. This stable weight toward which semi-starved rats return is their set point. Kesey and Corbett, 1984, Yeo and O'Rahilly, 2021. In rats and humans, heredity influences body type and approximate set point. Our bodies regulate weight through the control of food intake, energy output, and basal metabolic rate, the resting rate of energy expenditure for maintaining basic body functions. By the end of their 6 months of semi-starvation, the men who participated in Key's experiment had stabilized at 3/4 of their normal weight, even though they took in only half their previous calories. How did they achieve this Dieter's nightmare? They reduced their energy expenditure, partly through inactivity but partly because of a 29% drop in their basal metabolic rate. Some researchers, however, doubt that our bodies have a preset tendency to maintain a given weight. Asen and et al., 1998. They point out that slow, sustained changes in body weight can alter one's set point, and that psychological factors also sometimes drive our feelings of hunger. Given unlimited access to a wide variety of tasty foods, people and other animals tend to overeat and gain weight. Rayner and Epstein, 2001. Thus, many researchers prefer the term settling point to indicate the level at which a person's weight settles in response to caloric intake and expenditure, which are influenced by environment as well as biology. Retrieval practice. Answers in Appendix E. The Psychology of Hunger. LOQ 33-2. What cultural and situational factors influence hunger? Our internal hunger is pushed by our physiology, our body chemistry, and hypothalamic activity. Yet there is more to hunger than meets the stomach. This was strikingly apparent when Paul Razin and his colleagues, 1998, tested 2 patients with amnesia who had no memory for events occurring more than a minute ago. If, 20 minutes after eating a normal lunch, the patients were offered another, both readily consumed it, and usually a third meal offered 20 minutes after the second was finished. This suggests that part of knowing when to eat is our memory of our last meal. As time passes since we last ate, we anticipate eating again and start feeling hungry. Taste preferences, biology and culture. Body cues and environmental factors together influence not only the when of hunger, but also the what our taste preferences. When feeling tense or depressed, do you tend to take solace in high-calorie foods, as ardent football fans have done after a big loss? Cornell and Shandon, 2013. Carbohydrates boost the neurotransmitter serotonin, which has calming effects. When dieting and stressed, both rats and many humans find it extra rewarding to gobble up Oreos. Bajano et al., 2005, Sproesser et al., 2014. And people living stressed lives tend to put on more weight. Melig et al., 2020. A cartoon shows two men with tattoos on their arms. Follow link for extended description of psychology of hunger. Our preferences for sweet and salty tastes are genetic and universal. Other taste preferences are conditioned, as when people given highly salted foods develop a liking for excess salt, Beecham, 1987, or when people who have been sickened by a food develop an aversion to it. The frequency of children's illnesses provides many chances for them to learn to avoid certain foods. Culture affects taste, too. Many people in Southeast Asian countries enjoy durian, a fruit that a detractor has described as smelling like turpentine and onions, garnished with a gym sock. Sterling, 2003. People from East Asia may be similarly repulsed by what many Westerners love, the rotted bodily fluid of an ungulate, aka cheese, some varieties of which have the same bacteria and odor as stinky feet. Hers, 2012. Rats tend to avoid unfamiliar foods. Sclafani, 1995. So do we, especially animal-based foods. Such neophobia, dislike of unfamiliar things, surely was adaptive for our ancestors, protecting them from potentially toxic substances. We can overcome harmless food dislikes by repeatedly trying small samples of an unfamiliar food or drink. In experiments, this tends to increase people's appreciation for the new taste. Pliner, 1982, Pliner et al., 1993. A photo in part A shows a woman holding a child who is eating whale blubber, and a photo in part B shows a woman sitting at a table and eating guinea pig and rice. An acquired taste. People everywhere learn to enjoy the fatty, bitter, or spicy foods common in their culture. A. For these Alaska natives, but not for most other North Americans, whale blubber is a tasty treat. B. For Peruvians, roasted guinea pig is similarly delicious. Other taste preferences also are adaptive. For example, the spices most commonly used in hot climate recipes where food, especially meat, is at risk of spoiling more quickly inhibit bacteria growth. Figure 33.4. Pregnancy-related nausea and food aversions peak about the 10th week, when the developing embryo is most vulnerable to toxins. Thus, many pregnant women naturally avoid potentially harmful foods and other substances, such as alcoholic and caffeinated beverages. Forbes et al., 2018, Gaskins et al., 2018. A scatter plot shows the amount of spices used in different temperatures. Figure 33.4. Hot climates and hot spices. Countries with hot climates, in which food historically spoiled more quickly, feature recipes with more bacteria-inhibiting spices. Sherman and Flaxman, 2001. India averages nearly 10 spices per meat recipe, Finland, 2 spices. Follow link for extended description of Figure 33.4. Hot climates and hot spices. Situational influences on eating. To a surprising extent, situations also control our eating, a phenomenon psychologists have called the ecology of eating. Here are 4 situational influences you may have noticed but underestimated. Friends and food. Do you eat more when eating with friends? Most of us do. Cummings and Tomiyama, 2019. But when we're trying to impress an attractive date, we often eat less. M. Baker et al., 2019. Serving size. Researchers studied the effects of portion size by offering people varieties of free snacks. Geyer et al., 2006. For example, in an apartment building's lobby, they laid out full or half pretzels, big or little Tootsie Rolls, or a small or large serving scoop by a bowl of M&Ms. Their consistent result: offered a supersized portion, people put away more calories. Larger portions induce bigger bites, which may increase intake by decreasing oral exposure time. Herman et al., 2015. Children also eat more when using adult-sized, rather than child-sized, dishware. DeSantis et al., 2013. Portion size matters. Stimulating selections. Food variety also stimulates eating. Offered a dessert buffet, people eat more than they do when choosing a portion from one favorite dessert. For our early ancestors, variety was healthy. When foods were abundant and varied, eating more provided a wide range of vitamins and minerals and produced protective fat for winter cold or famine. When a bounty of varied foods was unavailable, eating less extended the food supply until winter or famine ended. Pahlavi et al., 2008, Remick et al., 2009. Nudging nutrition. When carrots appeared early, rather than late, in a lunch line, school children took 4 times more carrots. Redden et al., 2015. In other ways, to nutrition labeling, healthy food defaults, taxing what's unhealthy. We can structure an environment that promotes healthier eating. Roberto, 2020. Such nudges show how psychological science can improve our everyday life. Ask yourself: do you usually eat only when your body sends hunger signals? How much does the sight or smell of delicious food tempt you even when you're full? Retrieval practice. Answers in Appendix E. To consider how hunger and other factors affect our risk for obesity, see Thinking Critically About the Challenges of Obesity and Weight Control. And for tips on healthy eating and weight management, see Table 33.1. LOQ 33-3. How does obesity affect physical and psychological health? What factors are involved in weight management? An infographic titled, Thinking Critically About the Challenges of Obesity and Weight Control, shows the health effects and factors influencing obesity. Follow link for extended description of challenges of obesity. Table 33.1 Tips for Healthy Eating. For those seeking healthier eating habits that can boost energy and longevity, here are some evidence-based guidelines. Moss et al., 2022, Solesmith, 2020. Healthy eating requires a healthy attitude. Absent a lifestyle change, there's a slim chance of permanent weight loss. Rothblum, 2018. Yet those most likely to successfully monitor and manage a healthier weight are those who believe their weight is changeable. Erlinger et al., 2017. Exercise and get enough sleep. Especially when supported by 7 to 8 hours of sleep a night, exercise empties fat cells, builds muscle, speeds up metabolism, helps lower your settling point, and reduces stress and stress-induced craving for carbohydrate-rich comfort foods. Bennett, 1995, Ruotsalainen et al., 2015, Thompson et al., 1982. Among TV's biggest loser competitors, exercise predicted less weight regain. Kearns et al., 2017. During the more sedentary months of the COVID pandemic, most people gained some weight. Wolford et al., 2021. Minimize exposure to unhealthy food cues. Food shop on a full stomach. Stock healthy foods, such as fruits and vegetables. Keep unhealthy foods out of your home, and tuck away special occasion foods. You can't eat it if you can't reach it. Limit variety and eat healthy foods. Given more variety, people consume more. So, eat simple meals with protein, vegetables, fruits, and whole grains. Healthy fats, such as those found in olive oil and fish, help regulate appetite. Taubes, 2001, 2002. Water and vitamin-rich veggies can fill the stomach with few calories. Better crispy greens than Krispy Kremes. Reduce portion sizes and relabel your portions. Offered less, people consume less. People also eat less when they think of a portion as a number of items, 10 chips, rather than as a general quantity, 1 serving of chips. Lewis and Earl, 2018. Time your intake. We tend to have a healthier weight, and better sleep, when we eat our last meal in the early evening and then hold off eating or drinking more until the next morning's breakfast. Wilkinson et al., 2020. Eating our heavier meals earlier in the day boosts metabolism, and eating a balanced breakfast helps us to feel more alert and less fatigued by late morning. Spring et al., 1992. Monitor your moods. Drinking alcohol or feeling anxious or depressed can unleash the urge to eat unhealthfully. Herman and Pallavi, 1980, Melag et al., 2020. Eat unhurriedly. Eating slowly often means eating less. Hurst and Fukuda, 2018, Martin et al., 2007. Instead of wolfing down your meal, take time to savor each bite. Before eating with others, decide what and how much you want to eat. Eating with friends can distract us from monitoring our own eating. Ward and Mann, 2000. Allow for an occasional treat. In a healthy lifestyle, a lapse need not become a collapse. Chart and share your progress. Those who record and publicly disclose their progress toward a goal more often achieve it. Harkin et al., 2016. Connect to a support group. Join with others, either face-to-face or online, to share goals and progress updates. Friedman, 2011. Ask yourself, how would you rate your eating habits? What would you like to improve, and which healthy eating strategies would help you the most? Refresh your understanding of hunger in this video, hunger and eating. Learn about recent changes in thinking about obesity in this video. Obesity guidelines move away from focus on weight loss. Retrieval practice. Answers in Appendix E. Review. Module 33, Hunger. Learning objectives. Test yourself. Answer these repeated learning objective questions on your own, before showing the answers here, or checking the answers in Appendix D, to improve your retention of the concepts. McDaniel et al., 2009, 2015. Terms and concepts to remember. Test yourself. Write down the definition in your own words, then check your answer. Glucose. Set point. Basal metabolic rate. Obesity. Module test. Test yourself. Answer the following questions on your own first, then show the answers here, or check your answers in Appendix E. Module 34, Sexual Motivation. Sex is a part of life. For all but the 1% of us who are asexual, Bogart, 2004, 2015, dating and mating often become a high priority from puberty on. Pioneering sex researcher Alfred Kinsey, 1894 to 1956, stumbled into studying sex. Raised in a religious home where money was tight, he was fascinated by nature. PBS, 2019. He spent the first 20 years of his career as a biologist collecting and categorizing insects, but he became concerned that people knew more about insects than about the then taboo topic of sex. Kinsey's experience teaching a marriage and family course motivated him to spend the rest of his career collecting and categorizing people's sex histories. Kinsey and his colleagues' findings ignited debate and controversy, but they also paved the way for future research on the sexual behavior of men and women. Our sexuality consists of feelings and behaviors that reflect both physiological and psychological influences. The physiology of sex. Unlike hunger or sleep, sex is not an actual need. Without sex, we may feel like dying, but we will not. Yet sex motivates behavior. Had this not been so for your biological ancestors, you would not be alive and reading these words. Sexual motivation is nature's clever way of making people procreate, thus enabling our species' survival. Life is sexually transmitted. Hormones and sexual behavior. LOQ 34-1. How do hormones influence human sexual motivation? Among the forces driving sexual behavior are the sex hormones. The main male sex hormone is testosterone, and the main female sex hormones are the estrogens, such as estradiol. Sex hormones influence us at several points in the lifespan. During the prenatal period, they direct our sexual development. During puberty, a sex hormone surge ushers us into adolescence. In adolescent males, higher testosterone levels predict more male-typical traits and disorders, Vesperi et al., 2021. After puberty and well into the late adult years, sex hormones facilitate sexual behavior. In most mammals, nature neatly synchronizes sex with fertility. Females become sexually receptive when their estrogens peak at ovulation, and researchers can cause female animals to become receptive by injecting them with estrogens. Male hormone levels are more constant, and hormone injection does not so easily affect the sexual behavior of male animals. Nevertheless, male hamsters that have had their testosterone-making testes surgically removed will gradually lose interest in receptive females. They slowly regain it if injected with testosterone, Piekarsky et al., 2009. Hormones do influence human sexual behavior, but more loosely. Researchers have explored whether women's mating preferences change across the menstrual cycle, especially at ovulation, when both estrogens and testosterone rise, Arslan et al., 2021, Boodsol et al., 2019. Worldwide, women's sexual behavior decreases during menstruation when estrogen and testosterone levels are low, Pearson et al., 2021. Women have much less testosterone than men do. But more than other mammalian females, women are responsive to their own testosterone level, Davison and Davis, 2011, Adelstein, 2022. If a woman's natural testosterone drops, as happens with the removal of the ovaries or adrenal glands, her sexual interest may wane. And as experiments with surgically or naturally menopausal women have demonstrated, testosterone replacement therapy sometimes helps restore diminished arousal, desire, and sexual activity, Bronstein et al., 2005, Buster et al., 2005, Peterson and Hyde, 2011. In human males with abnormally low testosterone levels, testosterone replacement therapy often increases sexual desire and also energy and vitality, Kra et al., 2011. but typical fluctuations in testosterone levels, from man to man and hour to hour, have little effect on men's sex drive. Byrne, 1982. Indeed, male hormones sometimes vary in response to sexual stimulation. Escasa et al., 2011. In one study, Australian skateboarders' testosterone surged in the presence of an attractive female, contributing to riskier moves and more crash landings. Ronay and von Hippel, 2010. Thus, sexual arousal can be a cause and a consequence of increased testosterone levels. Large hormonal surges or declines affect sexual desire at two predictable points in the lifespan, and sometimes at an unpredictable third point. The pubertal surge in sex hormones triggers the development of sex characteristics and sexual interest. If puberty's hormonal surge is precluded, as it was during the 1600s and 1700s for prepubertal boys who were castrated to preserve their soprano voices for Italian opera, sex characteristics and sexual desire do not develop normally. Peskel and Peskel, 1987. In later life, sex hormone levels fall. Women experience menopause as their estrogen levels decrease, men experience a more gradual change. Sex remains a part of life, but as hormone levels decline, sexual fantasies and intercourse also decline. Frankenbach et al., 2022. For some, surgery or drugs may cause hormonal shifts. When adult men were castrated, their sex drive typically fell as testosterone levels declined sharply. Hucker and Bain, 1990. Likewise, when male sex offenders took a drug that reduced their testosterone level to that of a prepubertal boy, they also lost much of their sexual desire. Bylevsky, 2009, Money et al., 1983. Similar effects occur in women. For example, if a woman's testosterone level drops, as happens with the removal of the ovaries or adrenal glands, her sexual interest may wane. Davison and Davis, 2011, Lindau et al., 2007. To summarize, we might compare human sex hormones, especially testosterone, to the fuel in a car. Without fuel, a vehicle will not run. But if the fuel level is minimally adequate, adding more won't change how the vehicle runs. The analogy is imperfect because hormones and sexual motivation interact. However, it correctly suggests that biology is a necessary but incomplete explanation of human sexual behavior. The hormonal fuel is essential, but so are the psychological stimuli that turn on the engine, keep it running, and shift it into high gear. Retrieval practice. Answers in Appendix E. The sexual response cycle. LOQ 34-2. What is the human sexual response cycle, and how do sexual dysfunctions and paraphilias differ? The scientific process often begins with careful observations of complex behaviors. When William Masters and Virginia Johnson, 1966, applied this process to human sexual intercourse in the 1960s, they made headlines. They recorded the physiological responses of volunteers who came to their lab to masturbate or have intercourse. The volunteers, 382 women and 312 men, were a somewhat atypical sample, consisting only of people able and willing to display arousal and orgasm while scientists observed. Masters and Johnson reported observing more than 10,000 sexual cycles. Their description of the sexual response cycle identified 4 stages. Excitement: the genital areas become engorged with blood, causing a woman's clitoris and a man's penis to swell. A woman's vagina expands and secretes lubricant, her breasts and nipples may enlarge. Plateau: excitement peaks as breathing, pulse, and blood pressure rates continue to increase. A man's penis becomes fully engorged to an average length of 5.6 inches, in a study of 1,661 men, Herbenek et al., 2014. Some fluid frequently containing enough live sperm to enable conception may appear at its tip. A woman's vaginal secretion continues to increase, and her clitoris retracts. Orgasm feels imminent. Orgasm: muscle contractions appear all over the body and are accompanied by increased breathing, pulse, and blood pressure rates. The pleasurable feeling of sexual release is much the same for men and women. One panel of experts could not reliably distinguish between descriptions of orgasm written by men and those written by women, Vance and Wagner, 1976. In both female and male animals, sexual climax is directed by spinal cord neurons linked with the brain's thalamus region, McKenna, 2022. Resolution: the body gradually returns to its unaroused state as the genital blood vessels release their accumulated blood. For men, this happens relatively quickly if an orgasm has occurred, relatively slowly otherwise. It's like the nasal tickle that goes away rapidly if you have sneezed, slowly otherwise. Men then enter a refractory period that lasts from a few minutes to a day or more, during which they are incapable of another orgasm. A woman's much shorter refractory period may enable her, if restimulated during or soon after the resolution, to have more orgasms. Pros, 2011. People vary in how often they repeat this sexual response cycle. In a U.S. sample of 1,029 adults, participants reported an average of 10 orgasms each month, through both masturbation and partnered activity, Peters et al., 2022. 1 in 6 men and 1 in 10 women experienced 7 or more orgasms each week, Kingston and Bradford, 2013. Sexual dysfunctions and paraphilias. Masters and Johnson sought not only to describe the human sexual response cycle but also to understand and treat the inability to complete it. Sexual dysfunctions are problems that consistently impair sexual arousal or functioning at any point in the cycle. Some involve sexual motivation, especially lack of sexual energy and arousability. About 1 in 5 men have erectile disorder, inability to have or maintain an erection, Selvin et al., 2007. Another problem is premature ejaculation, reaching a sexual climax before the man or his partner wishes. For women, the problem may be pain or female orgasmic disorder, distress over weak orgasmic feelings or infrequently or never experiencing orgasm. In separate surveys of some 3,000 Boston women and 32,000 other U.S. women, about 4 in 10 reported a sexual problem, such as orgasmic disorder or low desire. Among more than 20,000 Australians surveyed, 52% of women and 28% of men reported a lack of interest in having sex, Richter's et al., 2022. Most women who experience sexual distress related to their emotional relationship with their partner during sex, Bancroft et al., 2003. Psychological and medical therapies can help men and women with sexual dysfunctions, Fruhauf et al., 2013. In behaviorally oriented therapy, for example, men learn ways to control their urge to ejaculate, and women are trained to bring themselves to orgasm. Starting with the introduction of Viagra in 1998, erectile disorder has been routinely treated by taking a pill. Researchers have struggled to develop reliable drug treatments for female sexual interest/arousal disorder, Chivers and Brotto, 2017. Sexual dysfunction involves problems with arousal or sexual functioning. People with paraphilias, primarily men, experience sexual desire, but they direct it in unusual ways that may cause harm, Bauer et al., 2016. The American Psychiatric Association, 2013, only classifies such behavior as disordered if a person experiences distress from an unusual sexual interest or it entails harm or risk of harm to oneself or to others. The serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer had necrophilia, a sexual attraction to corpses. Those with exhibitionism derive pleasure from exposing themselves sexually to others without consent. People with the paraphilic disorder pedophilia experience sexual arousal toward children who haven't entered puberty. Retrieval practice. Answers in Appendix E. Sexually transmitted infections. LOQ 34-3. How can sexually transmitted infections be prevented? Every day, more than 1 million people worldwide acquire a sexually transmitted infection, STI, also called STD, for sexually transmitted disease. Common STIs include chlamydia, gonorrhea, herpes simplex virus, HSV, and human papillomavirus, HPV, infection. In 2019, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention reported that compared with older adults, sexually active adolescents, aged 15 to 19 years, and early adults, aged 20 to 24 years, are at higher risk. Teenage girls, for example, are at heightened risk given their not yet fully mature anatomy and lower levels of protective antibodies. Dini and Riedner, 2005, Guttmacher Institute, 1994. Condoms offer only limited protection against certain skin-to-skin STIs, such as herpes, but when used correctly, they do reduce other risks. NIH, 2001. The effects were clear when Thailand promoted condom use by sex workers. Over 4 years, as condom use soared from 14 to 94%, the annual number of bacterial STIs plummeted by 93%. WHO, 2000. When used by people with an infected partner, condoms have also been 80% effective in preventing the transmission of HIV, human immunodeficiency virus, the virus that causes AIDS. Weller and Davis Beatty, 2002, WHO, 2003. Although HIV can be transmitted by other means, such as needle sharing during drug use, its sexual transmission is most common. Half of all those with HIV, and 1 in 5 Americans recently diagnosed with HIV, are women. CDC, 2020. Because the virus is spread more easily from men to women than from women to men, women's proportion of the worldwide AIDS population is growing. Having sex with one person means also partnering with that person's past partners, any one of whom might have unknowingly transmitted an STI. So, the first step in preventing STIs is knowing one's status, and telling one's sexual partner. The psychology of sex. LOQ 34-4. How do external and imagined stimuli contribute to sexual arousal? Biological factors powerfully influence our sexual motivation and behavior. Yet the wide variations over time, across place, and among individuals also document the great influence of psychological factors. Figure 34.1. What motivates people to have sex? The 281 reasons offered by people in one study ranged widely from "it feels good to get closer to God" to "I was drunk." Buss, 2008, Meston and Buss, 2007. A flowchart lists the biopsychosocial influences that lead to sexual motivation. A photo on the right shows a man being hugged by a woman from behind. Figure 34.1. Biopsychosocial influences on sexual motivation. Compared with our motivation for eating, our sexual motivation is less influenced by biological factors. Psychological and social cultural factors play a bigger role. Follow link for extended description of Figure 34.1. Biopsychosocial influences on sexual motivation. External stimuli. Men and women become aroused when they see, hear, or read erotic material. Hyman, 1975, Stockton and Mernon, 1992. In men more than in women, feelings of sexual arousal closely mirror their, more obvious, physical genital responses. Chivers et al., 2010. People may find sexual arousal either pleasing or disturbing. Those who wish to control their arousal often limit their exposure to arousing materials, just as those wishing to avoid overeating limit their exposure to tempting food cues. With repeated exposure to any stimulus, including an erotic stimulus, the emotional response lessens, or habituates. During the 1920s, when Western women's hemlines rose to the knee, an exposed leg made hearts flutter. Today, many would barely notice. Can exposure to sexually explicit material have other effects? Research indicates that it can, in 4 ways. Accelerating sexual activity when followed over time. Teens with high exposure to pornography later engaged in sexual activity earlier and more often. Pironi et al., 2022. Believing rape is acceptable. Although some modern pornography portrays women in powerful roles, mostly it presents women as subservient sexual objects. Fritz and Paul, 2018, Jones, 2018. 4 in 10 pornographic scenes from 2 major online sites involve physical aggression, such as choking, slapping, and gagging. Fritz et al., 2020. Across 166 studies with 125,000 participants, exposure to violent sexual media increased participants' aggressive thoughts, feelings, and actions. Benoit et al., 2022. Depictions of violence toward women feed the false belief that women want to be sexually overpowered, increasing their risk of sexual victimization. Reducing satisfaction with a partner's appearance or with a relationship. After viewing erotic films of sexually attractive women and men, people have judged their own relationship as less satisfying. Perry, 2020. Perhaps reading or watching erotica's unlikely scenarios creates expectations that few people can fulfill. Desensitization. Extensive online pornography viewing can warp expectations and desensitize people to normal sexuality. Repeated exposure to this distorted sexual world may contribute to greater risk of psychological distress, lowered sexual desire and satisfaction, diminished brain activation in response to sexual images, and, for men, erectile problems. Menig et al., 2022. Wright et al., 2018. Porn is messing with your manhood, argued Philip Zimbardo and colleagues, 2016. Imagine stimuli. The brain, it has been said, is our most significant sex organ. The stimuli inside our head, our imagination, can influence sexual arousal and desire. Lacking genital sensation because of a spinal cord injury, people can still feel sexual desire. Wilmuth, 1987. All genders report having sexual fantasies and watching pornography, and have similar brain responses to sexual imagery. Mitrikova et al., 2019, Solano et al., 2018, Wright and Vangel, 2019. While men and most women need genital stimulation to produce orgasm, sexual fantasies alone can cause some women to experience orgasms, Komisaruk and Whipple, 2011. Men, regardless of sexual orientation, tend to have more frequent, more physical, and more aggressive sexual fantasies, Apostolou and Khalil, 2019, Kainavet et al., 2022. They also prefer less personal and faster-paced sexual content in books and videos, Lightenberg and Henning, 1995. Fantasizing about sex does not indicate a sexual problem or dissatisfaction. If anything, sexually active people have more sexual fantasies. A sketch shows Rodin's sculpture, The Thinker. The sketch shows a man sitting and thinking about another statue showing a passionate, naked embrace between two people. Text below reads, Rodin's Thinker and the Kiss statues. For a discussion of women's sexuality, view this video. TED Talk. Peggy Orenstein, What Young Women Believe About Their Own Sexual Pleasure. Retrieval practice. Answers in Appendix E. Teen sexual risk-taking. LOQ 34-5. What factors influence teenagers' sexual behaviors and use of contraceptives? Sexual attitudes and behaviors vary dramatically across cultures and eras. Sex between unmarried adults is morally unacceptable, agreed 97% of Indonesians and 6% of Germans, Pew, 2014. Thanks mostly to decreased sexual activity from 54% of high school students in 1991 reporting ever having had intercourse to 38% in 2019. U.S. teen pregnancy rates have halved since 2008, CDC, 2020, Livingston and Thomas, 2019. What environmental factors contribute to some teens' sexual risk-taking? Communication about birth control, sexual health, and disease prevention. Many teenagers are uncomfortable discussing sex and contraception with parents, partners, and peers. But teens who spent at least 10 hours talking freely and openly with their parents about sex were more likely to use contraceptives, Widman et al., 2019. Impulsivity. When reflecting on their sexual history, young women, more often than men, regret the timing of their sexual debut, Sprecher et al., 2022. If passion overwhelms intentions to use contraceptives or to delay having sex, unplanned sexual activity may result in unsafe sex and pregnancy, Aurelie and Lowenstein, 2006, McDonald and Hinney, 2008. Condoms should be used on every conceivable occasion. Anonymous. Alcohol use. Among older teens and young adults, most sexual hook-ups, Casual encounters outside of a relationship occur after alcohol use, often without affirmative consent. Fielder et al., 2013, Garcia et al., 2013, Johnson and Chen, 2015. Those who use alcohol prior to sexual activity are less likely to use condoms. Kochik et al., 2001. By depressing the brain centers that control judgment, inhibition, and self-awareness, alcohol disarms normal restraints, a phenomenon well known to sexually coercive people. Mass media. Popular media influence teens by providing social scripts for sexual behavior. Media also affect peer perceptions. The more sexual content adolescents and young adults view or read, even when controlling for other predictors of early sexual activity, the more likely they are to perceive their peers as sexually active, to develop sexually permissive attitudes, to experience early intercourse, and to use condoms inconsistently. Escobar Chavez et al., 2005, O'Hara et al., 2012, Parks et al., 2013, Ward et al., 2018. Perceived peer norms influence teens' sexual behavior. Lyons, 2015, Vanda Bongard et al., 2015. A screenshot from the video game series Tomb Raider shows the character Lara Croft wearing figure-fitting clothes. She is holding guns in her hands. Distorted social scripts. An analysis of the 60 top-selling video games found 489 characters, 86% of whom were male, like most of the game players. The female characters were much more likely than the male characters to be hypersexualized, partially nude or revealingly clothed, with large breasts and tiny waists. Downs and Smith, 2010. Such depictions can lead to unrealistic expectations about sexuality and body ideals, and contribute to the early sexualization of girls. Carsey et al., 2018. Sexual restraint. What are the characteristics of teens who delay having sex? High intelligence teens with high rather than average intelligence test scores more often delay sex, partly because they consider possible negative consequences and delay gratification. Harden and Mendel, 2011. Religious engagement. Actively religious teens more often reserve sexual activity for adulthood or long-term relationships. Hull et al., 2011, Schmidt and Fuller, 2015, Stillhofer et al., 2011. Father presence. In studies that followed hundreds of New Zealand and US girls from age 5 to 18, having dad in the household reduced the risk of teen pregnancy and of sexual activity before age 16, Ellis et al., 2003. These associations held even after adjusting for other influences, such as poverty. Close family attachments. As in families that spend time together and where parents know their teens' activities and friends also predict later sexual initiation. Coley et al., 2008. Comprehensive sex education. Irish teens who received comprehensive sex education at school, including discussion of feelings, relationships, safe sex, and sexual orientation, compared with those who did not, were more likely to delay having sex until they were older. Bork et al., 2014. Service learning participation. U.S. teens who volunteered as tutors or teachers' aides, or participated in community projects, had lower pregnancy rates than did comparable teens randomly assigned to control conditions. Kirby, 2002, O'Donnell et al., 2002. Researchers are unsure why. Does service learning promote a sense of personal competence, control, and responsibility? Does it encourage more future-oriented thinking? Or does it simply reduce opportunities for unprotected sex? After-school activities and later school start times also reduced unplanned pregnancies. Bryan et al., 2016, Steinberg, 2015. A photo shows a father and a young daughter shopping in a supermarket. The father pushes the cart, and the daughter adds items to it. Father presence. Ask yourself, what strategies could your community use to reduce teen pregnancy? Retrieval practice. Answers in Appendix E. Sexual orientation. LOQ 34-6. What do we know about sexual orientation? To motivate is to energize and direct behavior. So far, we have considered the energizing of sexual motivation but not its direction, which is R. Sexual orientation. Sexual attraction that may be female-male, heterosexual orientation, to our own sex, same-sex orientation, to males and females, bisexual orientation, or to no one at all, asexual orientation. We experience such attractions in our interests and fantasies. Who appears in your imagination? Note that sexual orientation is distinct from gender identity, including transgender identity. In one British survey of 18,876 people, and in other surveys since, about 1% identified themselves as asexual, having never felt sexually attracted to anyone at all. Bogart, 2004, 2015. People with an asexual orientation are, however, nearly as likely as others to report masturbating, noting that it feels good, reduces anxiety, or cleans out the plumbing. Those who are asexual may enjoy non-sexual aspects of relationships, emotional closeness, companionship. 1 in 3 reports being in a romantic relationship. Carvalho and Rodriguez, 2022. Cultures vary in their attitudes toward same-sex attractions. Should society accept such attractions? Yes, say 94% of Swedes and 7% of Nigerians. Acceptance, however, is increasing worldwide, with women and younger, educated adults being more accepting, Pauster and Kant, 2020. Yet whether a culture condemns or accepts same-sex unions, heterosexuality is most common and same-sex attraction and other variations exist. In the African countries in which same-sex relationships are illegal, the ratio of gay and bisexual people is no different from other countries in the rest of the world, reports the Academy of Science of South Africa, 2015. And in cultures in which same-sex behavior is expected of boys before marriage, most men nevertheless grow up to be heterosexual or straight adults, Hamak, 2005, Money, 1987. So, same-sex activity spans human history, and sexual behaviors need not indicate orientation. How many people have exclusively same-sex attractions? According to more than a dozen national surveys in Europe and the United States, about 3 or 4% of men and 2% of women, Chandra et al., 2011, Copen et al., 2016, Savin Williams et al., 2012. But the percentages vary somewhat over time, with the percentage who feel comfortable self-reporting as gay or bisexual gradually increasing with increased social acceptance. In 2021, 5.2% of Americans reported being gay or bisexual, Jones, 2021. Percentages are also slightly higher when reporting is anonymous, Copen et al., 2016. A larger number of Americans, 17% of women and 6% of men, say they have had some same-sex sexual contact during their lives, Copen et al., 2016. Psychologists have only recently begun to research the experiences of those who are bisexual, Borgana et al., 2018, Greaves et al., 2019, House et al., 2022, Torres, 2019. In less tolerant places, people are more likely to hide their sexual orientation. About 3% of California men express same-sex attraction on Facebook, for example, as do only about 1% in Mississippi. Yet about 5% of Google pornography searches in both states are for gay porn. And online ads for men seeking casual encounters with other men tend to be at least as common in less tolerant states, where there are also more Google searches for gay sex and "Is my husband gay?" McInnes and Hodson, 2015, Stevens Davidovitz, 2013. What would it be like to be straight in a majority gay culture? If you are straight, imagine that you have found the one, your perfect other sex partner. How would you feel if you weren't sure who you could trust with knowing you had these feelings? How would you react if you overheard people telling crude jokes about straight people, or if most movies, TV shows, and advertisements showed only same-sex relationships? How would you like hearing that many people wouldn't vote for a political candidate who favors other sex marriage? And how would you feel if children's organizations and adoption agencies thought you might not be safe or trustworthy because you are attracted to people of another sex? Facing such reactions, some people with same-sex attractions may at first try to ignore or deny their desires, hoping they will go away. But they don't. And these people may, particularly if they live in a region or a country that condemns same-sex attractions, conceal their orientation, which can harm their mental health. Pachankis et al., 2020. Especially during adolescence or when feeling rejected by their parents or peers, people may struggle against same-sex attractions. Some may wish to change their orientation, but the feelings are typically as enduring as those of straight people who are similarly unable to change who they are. Haldeman, 1994, 2002, Myers and Scanzoni, 2005. In surveys of U.S. high schoolers, gay youth have been twice as likely as straight youth to report being bullied, feeling unsafe, and experiencing violence. They have also been 3.6 times more likely to report persistent feelings of sadness or hopelessness in the past 12 months, and 4.5 times more likely to have seriously considered attempting suicide. CDC, 2020. When including a wider range of sexual orientations, gay, lesbian, bisexual, queer, questioning, asexual, the risk for attempted suicide is even greater, with 20% of these teens having attempted suicide over the past year. Trevor Project, 2022. Today's psychologists view sexual orientation as neither willfully chosen nor willfully changed. In 1973, the American Psychiatric Association dropped homosexuality from its list of mental illnesses. In 2009, the American Psychological Association declared that efforts to change sexual orientation are unlikely to be successful and involve some risk of harm. A consensus of British mental health organizations agreed that such attempts are unethical and potentially harmful. Gale et al., 2017. Recognizing this, some countries and U.S. states and cities have banned conversion therapy, which aims to change people's sexual orientation with minors. There is no sound scientific evidence that sexual orientation can be changed. UK Royal College of Psychiatrists, 2014. Sexual orientation in some ways is like handedness, most people are one way, some the other. A smaller group experiences some form of ambidexterity. Regardless, the way we are endures, especially in men. Dixon et al., 2013, Norris et al., 2015. Women's sexual orientation tends to be less strongly felt than men's and, for some women, is more fluid and changing. For example, 1 in 10 straight U.S. women report having had at least one same-sex sexual partner, which is 5 times greater than the rate among straight men. Silva, 2022. Straight women may experience genital arousal to either male or female sexual stimuli, Chivers, 2017. Transgender men, assigned a female sex at birth but identifying as male, similarly seem to experience genital arousal to both male and female sexual stimuli, Rains et al., 2021. But transgender men tend to show much stronger sexual arousal toward whatever gender they are attracted to, as is the case for cisgender men. In general, men are sexually simpler. Across time, cultures, situations, differing levels of education, religious observance, and peer influence, men's sexual drive and interests have been less flexible and varying than have women's. Women, for example, more often prefer to alternate periods of high sexual activity with periods of almost none, Mosier et al., 2005. Roy Baumeister, 2000, calls this flexibility erotic plasticity. A self-described queer and trans couple describes their courtship and marriage in this video, TED Toktik Milan and Kim Katrin Milan, a queer vision of love and marriage. Origins of sexual orientation. So, if we do not choose our sexual orientation and, especially for men, cannot change it, where do these feelings come from? In an early search for possible environmental influences on sexual orientation, Kinsey Institute investigators in the 1980s interviewed nearly 1,000 lesbian/gay and 500 heterosexual people. They assessed nearly every imaginable psychological cause of same-sex attraction: parental relationships, childhood sexual experiences, peer relationships, and dating experiences, Bell et al., 1981, Hammersmith, 1982. Their findings: gay people were no more likely than straight people to have been smothered by maternal love or neglected by their father. And consider this: if distant fathers were more likely to produce gay sons, then shouldn't boys growing up in father-absent homes more often be gay? They are not. And shouldn't the rising number of such homes have led to a noticeable increase in the gay population? It did not. Most children raised by gay or lesbian parents display gender-typical behavior and are heterosexual, Farr et al., 2018, Gartrell and Boss, 2010. And they grow up with health and emotional well-being similar to children with straight parents, Boss et al., 2016, Farr, 2017. So, what else might influence sexual orientation? One theory has proposed that people develop same-sex erotic attachments if segregated by sex at the time their sex drive matures, Storms, 1981. Indeed, gay men tend to recall going through puberty somewhat earlier, when peers are more likely to be all male, Bogert et al., 2002. Moreover, though peers' attitudes predict teens' sexual attitudes and behavior, they do not predict same-sex attraction. Peer influence has little or no effect on sexual orientation, Brakefield et al., 2014. Environment likely contributes to sexual orientation. Nature and nurture work together, but the inability to pin down specific environmental influences has led researchers to explore several lines of biological evidence. These include same-sex attraction in other species, brain differences, and genetic and prenatal influences. Same-sex attraction in other species. In Boston's public gardens, caretakers solved the mystery of why a much-loved swan couple's eggs never hatched. Both swans were female. In New York City's Central Park Zoo, penguins Silo and Roy spent several years as devoted same-sex partners. Same-sex sexual behaviors have been observed in several hundred other species, including grizzlies, gorillas, giraffes, monkeys, flamingos, and owls. Bajemil, 1999. Among rams, for example, some 7 to 10% display same-sex attraction by shunning ewes and seeking to mount other males. Perkins and Fitzgerald, 1997. Same-sex sexual behavior seems a natural part of the animal world. A photo shows two penguins, one is nesting with their chicks. Dad and Dad at Sydney's Sea Life Aquarium, Sven and Magic, a bonded same-sex penguin pair, successfully raised a foster chick, appropriately named Svenjak. Watch this video, naturalistic observation for a helpful tutorial animation. Brain differences. Might the structure and function of gay and straight brains differ? Neuroscientist Simon Levy, 1991, studied sections of the hypothalamus taken from deceased gay and straight people. His discovery, a cell cluster that was indeed reliably larger in straight men than in straight women and gay men. It should not surprise us that brains differ with sexual orientation. Remember, everything psychological is simultaneously biological. But when did the brain difference begin? At conception? During childhood or adolescence? Did experience produce the difference? Or was it genes or prenatal hormones, or genes activating prenatal hormones? Levy does not view the hypothalamus cell network as a sexual orientation center. Rather, he sees it as an important part of the neural pathway linked to sexual behavior. He acknowledges that sexual behavior patterns may influence the brain's anatomy. In fish, birds, rats, and humans, brain structures vary with experience, including sexual experience. Breedlove, 1997. But Levy believes it is more likely that brain anatomy influences sexual orientation. His hunch seems confirmed by the discovery of a similar hypothalamic difference between male sheep that do and don't display same-sex attraction. Larkin et al., 2002, Rosselli et al., 2002, 2004. Moreover, such differences seem to develop soon after birth, and perhaps even before birth. Rahman and Wilson, 2003. Since Levy's brain structure discovery, other researchers have reported differences in how gay and straight brains function. One is in an area of the hypothalamus that governs sexual arousal, Savic et al., 2005. This brain area became active when straight women were given a whiff of a scent derived from men's sweat. Gay men's brains responded similarly to the men's scent. But straight men's brains showed the arousal response only to a female hormone derivative. In a similar study, gay women's responses differed from those of straight women, Krantz and Ishai, 2006, Martins et al., 2005. Researcher Kazuraman, 2015, sums it up: compared with straight men and women, gay men appear, on average, more female-typical in brain pattern responses, and gay women are somewhat more male-typical. On several traits, the average gay man and gay woman fall midway between the average straight man and straight woman. Consider the gay-straight difference in spatial abilities. On mental rotation tasks such as the one in figure 34.2, straight men tend to outscore straight women, and gay men fall in between, Su et al., 2020. But straight women and gay men have both outperformed straight men at remembering objects' spatial locations in memory game tasks, Hassan and Rahman, 2007. A bar graph shows the sexual orientation of people against the Z-score. A puzzle on the left is based on spatial abilities and sexual orientation. Figure 34.2 Spatial abilities and sexual orientation. Which of the three figures can be rotated to match the original figure? One straight men tend to find this type of mental rotation task easier than do straight women, with gay men and gay women falling in between. See graph, Rahman et al., 2004. Follow link for extended description of figure 34.2 Spatial abilities and sexual orientation. Genetic influences. Studies indicate that about a third of variation in sexual orientation is attributable to genetic influences, Bailey et al., 2016. A same-sex orientation does tend to run in families. And identical twins are somewhat more likely than fraternal twins to share a same-sex orientation, Alanko et al., 2010, Langstrom et al., 2010. But because sexual orientations differ in many identical twin pairs, especially female twins, we know that other factors besides genes are also at work, including, it appears, epigenetic marks that help distinguish gay and straight twins, Balter, 2015, Gavrilets et al., 2018. Watch this video, Twin Studies, for a helpful tutorial animation. By altering a single gene in fruit flies, experimenters have changed the fly's sexual orientation and behavior. Dixon, 2005. In search of genes that influence human sexual orientation, researchers have analyzed the genomes of 409 pairs of gay brothers, and of 1,231 straight men and 1,077 gay men. They found links between sexual orientation and two genes on chromosomes 13 and 14. The first of those chromosome regions influences a brain area that varies in size with sexual orientation. The second influences thyroid function, which has also been associated with sexual orientation. Sanders et al., 2015, 2017. But we should also recall a familiar lesson: human traits are polygenic, influenced by many genes having small effects. Indeed, a giant study of nearly 500,000 people's genes confirmed that same-sex behavior is influenced by not one or a few genes but many. Gunna et al., 2019. Researchers have speculated about possible reasons why same-sex attraction persists, given that it involves a reproductive cost, because same-sex couples cannot naturally reproduce. Apostolou, 2022. One possible answer is kin selection. Evolutionary psychologists remind us that many of our genes also reside in our biological relatives. Perhaps, then, gay people's genes live on by supporting their relatives' survival and reproduction. Another possible answer comes from a study that analyzed the entire genome of 360,000 participants, who also reported their same-sex and other-sex sexual behavior. Zayetsky et al., 2021. The results were striking. The same genetic patterns that predispose some people to be gay are also found in some straight people who tend to have more sexual partners, thus leading to more offspring. A fertile female's theory suggests that maternal genetics may also be at work. Bachland et al., 2006. Around the world, gay men tend to have more gay relatives on their mother's side than on their father's. Camporyocini et al., 2004, 2009, 2012, Vanderlaan et al., 2012, Vanderlaan and Vassi, 2011. And the relatives on the mother's side also produce more offspring than do the maternal relatives of straight men. Perhaps the genes that dispose some women to conceive more children with men also dispose some men to be attracted to men. Levy, 2011. Thus, the decreased reproduction by gay men appears to be offset by the increased reproduction by their maternal extended family. Prenatal influences. Recall that in the womb, sex hormones direct our male and female development. In animals and some humans, prenatal hormone conditions have altered a fetus' sexual orientation, most clearly so for females. Breedlove, 2017. When pregnant sheep were injected with testosterone during a critical period of fetal development, their female offspring later showed same-sex sexual behavior. Money, 1987. A critical period in the human brain's neural hormonal control system may exist during the second trimester. Ellis and Ames, 1987, Garcia-Falgares and Swab, 2010, Meyer-Ballberg, 1995. Exposure to the hormone levels typically experienced by female fetuses during this period may predispose females later to become attracted to males. Tassis, 2022. And female fetuses most exposed to testosterone appear most likely later to exhibit gender atypical traits and to experience same-sex desires. Prenatal sex hormones control the sexual differentiation of brain centers involved in sexual behaviors, noted Simon Levy, 2011, p. 216. Modern scientific research indicates that sexual orientation is, partly determined by genetics, but more specifically by hormonal activity in the womb. Glenn Wilson and Kazu Raman, Born Gay, The Psychobiology of Sex Orientation, 2005. The mother's immune system may also play a role in determining the sexual orientation of the fetus. In a curious but amazingly reliable finding from 35 of 36 samples studied, men with older brothers have been somewhat more likely to be gay, reports Ray Blanchard, 2004, 2018, 2019, about one-third more likely for each additional older brother. See also Bogart, 2003. A similar, though weaker, effect is found among men with older sisters, Blanchard and Skrska, 2022. The odds of same-sex attraction are roughly 2% among first sons, and they rise to about 2.6% among second sons, 3.5% for third sons, and so on for each additional older brother. Bailey et al., 2016. This is called the older brother effect, also called the fraternal birth order effect, see figure 34.3. A line graph shows the number of older brothers against the probability of same-sex attraction. Figure 34.3. The older brother effect. These approximate curves depict a man's likelihood of same-sex attraction as a function of the number of biological, not adopted, older brothers he has. Blanchard, 2008, Bogart, 2006. This correlation has been found in several studies, but only among right-handed men, as about 9 in 10 men are. A similar, though weaker, effect occurs among men with older sisters. Follow link for extended description of figure 34.3. The older brother effect. A recent study of more than 9 million Dutch people born between 1940 and 1990 60,000 plus of whom had same-sex marriages strongly confirmed the older brother effect, Ablaza et al., 2022. The more older brothers, the more likely a same-sex marriage. Although the older brother effect is but one of several biological contributions to sexual orientation, it is no longer a mere hypothesis, it is an established fact. Curiously, in this study, women with older brothers were also more likely to enter a same-sex marriage. The researchers believe their Dutch data add evidence that sexual orientation is an innate trait and a reflection of individuals' true selves, rather than the product of lifestyle choices. The reason for this older brother effect is unclear. Blanchard and his colleagues, 2021, offer a maternal immune hypothesis. Male fetuses may stimulate the maternal immune system to produce antibodies. With each pregnancy with a male fetus, the maternal antibodies accumulate and divert brain development from the male typical pattern, Bogert et al., 2018. Consistent with this biological explanation, in men, the effect occurs only with older brothers born to the same mother, whether raised together or not. Sexual orientation is unaffected by adoptive brothers, Bogert, 2006. A cartoon shows a man and a woman sitting on adjacent tables at a coffee shop and talking to each other. The woman says, "Thanks, but I'm in the midst of a lesbian phase that started the day I was born." The point to remember, taken together, the brain, genetic, and prenatal findings offer strong support for a biological explanation of sexual orientation, especially for men, Levy, 2011, Rahman and Coerting, 2008. Women's greater sexual fluidity suggests there are psychosocial influences as well, Diamond et al., 2017. Still, some people wonder, should the cause of sexual orientation matter? Perhaps it shouldn't, but people's assumptions matter. Those who believe sexual orientation is a lifestyle choice often oppose equal rights for gay people. For example, in signing a 2014 bill that made some same-sex sexual acts punishable by life in prison, Uganda's president denied that same-sex attraction is inborn, declaring it a matter of choice. Balter, 2014, Landau et al., 2014. Those who instead understand sexual orientation as inborn as shaped by biological and prenatal influences more often favor equal rights for gay, lesbian, and bisexual people, Bailey et al., 2016. Note that the scientific question is not what causes same-sex orientation, or what causes heterosexual orientation, but what causes differing sexual orientations. In pursuit of answers, psychological science compares the backgrounds and physiology of people whose sexual orientations differ. Ask yourself, How has learning more about what contributes to sexual orientation influenced your views? How might your learning from this module influence your interactions with people whose sexual orientation differs from yours? Retrieval practice. Answers in Appendix E. Sex and human relationships. LOQ 34-7. What role do social factors play in our sexuality? Scientific research on sexual motivation does not aim to define the personal meaning of sex in our own lives. You could know every available fact about sex, that the initial spasms of male and female orgasm come at 0.8-second intervals, that female nipples can expand 10 millimeters at the peak of sexual arousal, that systolic blood pressure can rise some 60 points and respiration rate can reach 40 breaths per minute, but fail to understand the human significance of sexual intimacy. Sexual desire motivates people to form intimate, committed relationships, which in turn enable satisfying sex. Birnbaum, 2018. Relationship satisfaction and sexual satisfaction often go hand in hand. A loving relationship enhances sex. And good sex, with a lingering afterglow, enhances a loving relationship. Maxwell and McNulty, 2019. Surely one meaning of such intimacy is its expression of our profoundly social nature. In one study that followed U.S. participants to age 30, later first sex predicted greater satisfaction with one's marriage or partnership. Harden, 2012. Another study asked 20-35 married people when they started having sex, while controlling for education, religious engagement, and relationship length. Those whose relationship first developed to a deep commitment reported greater relationship satisfaction and stability, and also better sex. Busby et al., 2010, Galinsky and Sonnenstein, 2013. For men and women, but especially for women, sex is more satisfying, with more orgasms and less regret, when in a committed relationship, rather than a brief sexual hookup. Armstrong et al., 2012, Benedictson et al., 2017, Dubé et al., 2017. Partners who share regular meals are more likely than one-time dinner companions to understand what seasoning touches suit each other's food tastes. So, too, with the touches of loyal partners who share a bed. A photo shows a woman seated in the lap of her boyfriend, who is in a wheelchair. They have their arms around each other, and she hugs his head as he nuzzles her face. Life uniting and love renewing. Being in a committed relationship before having sex leads to better relationships, and better sex. Increased sex is not equal to more happiness. Among married couples, more frequent sex correlates with happiness. Muse et al., 2016. So, would systematically increasing sexual frequency cause people to be happier? Alas, Heterosexual married couples randomly assigned to double their intercourse frequency over 3 months became slightly less happy. Lowenstein et al., 2015. Sex is more than an itch that begs to be scratched. It is a socially significant act. Men and women can achieve orgasm alone, yet most people find greater satisfaction and experience a much greater surge in prolactin, the hormone associated with sexual satisfaction and satiety after intercourse and orgasm with their loved one. Brody and Tillman, 2006. Among newlyweds in one study, the sexual afterglow lasted 48 hours and increased marital satisfaction. Meltzer et al., 2017. Thanks to their overlapping brain reward areas, sexual desire and love feed each other. Cacioppo et al., 2012. Sex at its human best is life uniting and love renewing. We realize that sexuality research may create discomfort and invite disagreement. Some may find it awkward to speak frankly about sex and sexuality. Others may feel that acceptance of diverse sexual orientations challenges their personal beliefs. Wilkins et al., 2022. Yet we believe that learning about our sexual motivation can predict positive outcomes, such as greater appreciation of our bodies and brains and greater respect for ourselves and others. We hope you have found the material enriching. Review. Module 34, Sexual Motivation. Learning Objectives. Test yourself. Answer these repeated learning objective questions on your own, before showing the answers here, or checking the answers in Appendix D, to improve your retention of the concepts. McDaniel et al., 2009, 2015. Terms and concepts to remember. Test yourself. Write down the definition in your own words, then check your answer. Asexual. Sexuality. Sexual response cycle. Refractory period. Sexual dysfunction. Erectile disorder. Female orgasmic disorder. Paraphilias. AIDS, acquired immune deficiency syndrome. Sexual orientation. Module test. Test yourself. Answer the following questions on your own first, then show the answers here, or check your answers in Appendix E. Module 35, Affiliation and Achievement. Affiliation and achievement are among the strongest human motivations. Let's investigate how people fulfill these motivations and what happens when people's affiliation and achievement needs are not met. The need to belong. LOQ 35-1. What evidence points to our human affiliation need, our need to belong? Separated from friends or family at a new school, alone in prison or a foreign land, or isolating to prevent the spread of COVID-19, most people keenly feel their loss of social connection. We are what the ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle called the social animal. Without friends, he wrote in Nicomachean Ethics, no one would choose to live, though he had all other goods. This deep need to belong, our affiliation need is a key human motivation, Baumeister and Leary, 1995. Even a chat with a stranger, though we may fear it will be awkward, often gives us an emotional boost, Cardus et al., 2022. It is common and healthy to seek privacy and solitude, Nguyen et al., 2019. But most of us also seek to affiliate, to become strongly attached to certain others in enduring, close relationships. Across 27 countries, people were most strongly motivated to maintain their romantic relationships and to care for family members, Koet al., 2020. The benefits of belonging. Social bonds boosted our early ancestors' survival chances. Adults who formed attachments were more likely to survive, reproduce, and co-nurture their offspring to maturity. Attachment bonds motivated caregivers to keep children close, calming and protecting them from threats, Esposito et al., 2013. Indeed, to be wretched literally means, in its Middle English origin, rucht, to be without kin nearby. Cooperating with friends and acquaintances also enhanced survival. As hunters, our ancestors learned that 6 hands were better than 2. As food gatherers, they gained protection from 2-footed and 4-footed enemies by traveling in groups. Those who cooperated survived and reproduced most successfully, and their cooperative genes now predominate, Rand and Nowak, 2013. Our innate need to belong drives us to befriend people who cooperate and to avoid those who exploit, Feinberg et al., 2014, Kashima et al., 2019. People in every society on earth belong to groups and prefer and favor us over them. Having a social identity, feeling part of a group, boosts people's health and well-being, Allen et al., 2015, Haslam et al., 2019. Do you have close friends, people to whom you freely disclose your ups and downs? Having someone who listens and rejoices with us over good news helps us feel better about both the news and the friendship, Isashakov et al., 2022. Such companionship creates connection and cooperation, Canavalo and Crocker, 2017. Warmth and social connection go hand in hand. Feeling physically warm makes us feel socially connected to close others, and close others make us feel physically warm, Inagaki et al., 2019, Inagaki and Ross, 2021. The need to belong runs deeper, it seems, than any need to be rich. Very happy university students are marked not by the amount of money they have but by their strong social relationships, Diener et al., 2018. The need to belong colors our thoughts and emotions. We spend a great deal of time thinking about actual and hoped for relationships. When new relationships form, we often feel joy. Falling in mutual love, people's cheeks may ache from their irrepressible grins. Asked, what is necessary for your happiness, or what is it that makes your life meaningful, most people mention before anything else close, satisfying relationships with family, friends, or romantic partners. Burscheid, 1985. Happiness hits close to home. Consider, what was your most satisfying moment this past week? Researchers asked that question of US and South Korean university students, then asked them to rate how much that moment had satisfied various needs. Sheldon et al., 2001. In both countries, the peak moment had satisfied self-esteem, relatedness, and belonging needs. Our drive to connect with others runs deep. According to self-determination theory, we strive to satisfy three needs: competence, autonomy, a sense of personal control, and relatedness. Deci and Ryan, 2012, Ryan and Deci, 2000. Fulfilling these motives reduces stress and boosts health and self-esteem. Gerdon et al., 2017, Bussell et al., 2020. One analysis of 200,000 people from nearly 500 studies concluded that self-determination is key to explaining human motivation. Howard et al., 2017, p. 1346. Self-determination theory can help leaders motivate people. Employees who feel empowered perform better. They also feel more autonomous, competent, and socially included. Slamp et al., 2018, Van den Broek et al., 2016. This also holds true for teachers motivating their students and military leaders motivating their soldiers. Bakadorova and Ralph Elder, 2018, Chamble et al., 2015, Hager and Chatzisarantais, 2016. An empowered mindset fuels motivation by giving people the perception that they have unlimited energy. Sieber et al., 2019. A photo shows a drive-by graduation, where a graduate wearing a gown and graduation hood is taking a picture next to someone who is sitting in a van. A tent with other photographers is to the left. Creative graduation ceremonies. As social animals with a need to belong, we thrive on our connections with others. During the COVID pandemic, social distancing slowed the spread of the virus, but it disrupted our everyday relationships and challenged us to come up with new ways to celebrate important events together. Small wonder, then, that our social behavior often aims to increase our feelings of belonging, and spending more time with friends and family increases happiness. Lee and Kanazawa, 2016, Rohrer et al., 2018. To gain acceptance, we generally conform to group standards. We wait in lines and obey laws. We monitor our behavior, hoping to make a good impression. We spend billions on clothes, cosmetics, and diet and fitness aids, all motivated, in part, by our search for love and acceptance. Thrown together in groups at school or at work, we form bonds. Parting, we feel distressed. We promise to stay in touch and return for reunions. By drawing a sharp circle around us, the need to belong feeds both deep attachments to those inside the circle, loving families, faithful friendships, team loyalty, and hostilities toward those outside, as happens with rival gangs, ethnic conflicts, and fanatic nationalism. See the social psychology modules. Feeling close with our relationship partner, we expand our self-concept to overlap with theirs. Aaron et al., 1991, Figure 35.1. Feelings of love activate brain reward and safety systems. In one experiment, deeply in love university students exposed to heat felt less pain when looking at their beloved's picture. Younger et al., 2010. Pictures of our loved ones activate a brain region, the prefrontal cortex, that dampens feelings of physical pain. Eisenberger et al., 2011. Love is a natural painkiller. An illustration explains the IOS scale. Figure 35.1. Inclusion of other in self, IOS, scale. Psychologist Arthur Aaron developed the IOS scale to measure people's feelings of closeness with others. The more a person's self-concept overlaps with a romantic partner, friend, or acquaintance, the closer they feel and the more they like that other person. Think of a relationship partner and choose the pair of overlapping circles that best describes your relationship. Information from Aaron et al., 1992 and Gokter et al., 2015. Follow link for extended description of Figure 35.1. Inclusion of other in self, IOS, scale. When my brothers try to draw a circle to exclude me, I shall draw a larger circle to include them. Lawyer and civil rights activist Pauli Murray, An American Credo, 1945. When relationships end, people may suffer. In one 16-nation survey, and in repeated U.S. surveys, separated and divorced people have been half as likely as married people to say they are very happy. Engelhardt, 1990, NORC, 2022. Is that simply because happy people more often marry and stay married? A national study following British lives through time revealed that, even after controlling for premarital life satisfaction, the married are still more satisfied, suggesting a causal effect of marriage. Grover and Helliwell, 2014. Divorce also predicts earlier mortality. Data from more than 600 million people in 24 countries reveal that, compared with married people, separated and divorced people are at greater risk for early death. Shore et al., 2012. This massive study's finding was no fluke. An independent study of 7.8 million people replicated the association between being separated or divorced and the risk of early death. Wang et al., 2020. A happy marriage is, as one data scientist noted, perhaps as important as not smoking, which is to say, huge. Ungar, 2014. Children who endure a series of foster homes or repeated family relocations experience frequent disruptions of budding relationships. They may then have difficulty forming deep connections with others. Oishi and Skamak, 2010. The evidence is clearest at the extremes. Children who grow up in institutions without a sense of belonging to anyone, or who are locked away at home and severely neglected, tend to become withdrawn, frightened, even speechless. No matter how secure our early years were, We all, when something threatens or dissolves our social ties, experience anxiety, loneliness, jealousy, or guilt. Much as life's best moments occur when close relationships begin, making a new friend, falling in love, having a baby, life's worst moments happen when close relationships end. Beam et 2016. Bereaved, we may feel life is empty or pointless, and we may overeat to fill that emptiness. Yang et 2016. Even the first months of living on campus can be distressing, when new social ties have not yet formed. English et 2017. Gregory Walton and Timothy Wilson, 2018, note that a lonely new college student may wonder, can people like me belong here? Entering Black American students who experienced a 1-hour session explaining the commonness of that worry, with reassuring stories from older peers, achieved higher grades over the next 3 years and greater life and career satisfaction after college. Boosting a sense of belonging had big benefits. Social isolation can put our mental and physical health at risk. Cacioppo et al., 2015, Cheek et al., 2019. Lonely older adults, for example, make more doctor visits and are at greater risk for dementia. Gerst Emerson and Jayawardhana, 2015, Hollowierda et al., 2014. In separate U.S. surveys during the early months of the COVID pandemic. 48% of 18 to 29-year-olds reported repeatedly feeling lonely or isolated. Cox and Bowman, 2020. %70 of all adults reported experiencing moderate or severe distress, triple the 22% in a prior survey. Tweng and Joyner, 2020, and 36% of all adults showed signs of clinical depression or anxiety, again, triple the level of a year earlier. NCHS, 2020. UK, Asian, European, and New Zealand researchers also reported that mental distress surged during the COVID pandemic restrictions. Prati and Mancini, 2021. The benefits of belonging make it worth the effort to nurture our relationships with family and friends. The pleasure of micro-friendships. We are made for relationships not just with our nearest and dearest, but also in our fleeting connections. That's the consistent lesson of experiments on micro-friendships. Connecting while commuting. Nicholas Epley and Juliana Schroeder, 2014, offered Chicago commuters a $5 gift card to complete a randomly assigned task, to a. do as they would usually do on their train or bus, b. sit in solitude, or c. strike up a conversation with a stranger. Although most expected the attempted conversation would be awkward, it typically was not. Moreover, upon finishing the ride, the talkers were in a happier mood. Bantering with the barista. Gillian Sandstrom and Elizabeth Dunn, 2014, similarly offered Starbucks patrons a $5 gift card to participate in an experiment. They asked half of the patrons, when interacting with the barista, to act respectful but efficient, have your money ready, and avoid unnecessary conversation. They assigned the others to act social, smile, make eye contact to establish a connection, and have a brief conversation. When later exiting the store, those tasked with being social reported feeling happier and more satisfied. Complimenting a stranger in 5 experiments, Erica Boothby and Vanessa Bones, 2021, observed the unexpected power of compliments. For example, they instructed compliment givers to approach strangers, observe something about them that you like, often their hair or clothing, and compliment them. Inevitably, the little act of kindness was warmly received, leaving the compliment giver feeling better afterward. The bottom line, micro-friendships can brighten others' days, and our own. Easy enough for extroverts, you say? Perhaps, but intentional micro-friendly acts have been found to create an equally happy experience for both extroverts and introverts. A suggestion, try it. Greet a service worker with a smile. Chat up the rideshare driver. Ask the checkout clerk how their day is going. Can you replicate the happy science of micro-friendships in your daily encounters? The pain of being shut out. Recall a time when you felt excluded, ignored, or shunned. Perhaps your texts went unanswered, or you were unfriended or ghosted online. Perhaps others gave you the silent treatment, avoided you, looked away, mocked you, or excluded you in some other way. Or perhaps you have felt excluded among people speaking an unfamiliar language, Dotenilias et 2009. We feel the sting even from small-scale exclusions like being phubbed, an Australian coin term meaning phone snubbed, when our conversation partner seems more interested in gazing at their phone than interacting with us, Roberts and David, 2016. Frequent phubbing distracts attention and predicts a less satisfying relationship, as well as lower self-esteem and greater suicidal thinking among those feeling ignored, Sabara et al., 2019, Wang and Chiao, 2022. These situations are forms of ostracism, or social exclusion, Williams, 2007, 2009. Worldwide, humans use many forms of ostracism: shunning, exile, imprisonment, solitary confinement to punish, and therefore control, social behavior. For children, even a brief time out in isolation can be punishing. In experiments with adults, simply being excluded from ball tosses during a video game increased suicidal thinking, Chen et al., 2021. Loneliness is less a matter of being alone than of feeling ignored, dismissed, or not cared about. A still image from the TV series Survivor shows the host snuffing a lit torch. A woman looks on holding a bag and a pair of shoes. Social acceptance and rejection. Successful participants on the reality TV show Survivor form alliances and gain acceptance among their peers. The rest receive the ultimate social punishment by being voted off the island. Being ostracized threatens one's basic need to belong, Van Halst et al., 2015. It's the meanest thing you can do to someone, especially if you know they can't fight back. I never should have been born, said Lee, a lifelong victim of the silent treatment by her mother and grandmother, Worth et al., 2010. Like Lee, people often respond to ostracism with initial efforts to restore social acceptance, followed by depressed mood and, finally, withdrawal into solitude, Ren et al., 2021. To many, social exclusion is an inhumane sentence. After more than a quarter century in solitary confinement, Dennis Hope petitioned the U.S. Supreme Court to consider whether such isolation is cruel and unusual punishment. Having watched men commit suicide, mutilate themselves, try to overdose on pills and slowly lose their minds, he stated, I said to myself that I was going to try to make a positive change in the way we are housed and treated if it was the last thing I did. Liptuk, 2022. If we truly want to be healthy, happy, and fulfilled as a society, we have to restructure our lives around people. We have this powerful force for enhancing health and well-being, in their relationships. U.S. Surgeon General Vivek Murthy, Leland, 2022. To experience ostracism is to experience real pain, as social psychologist Kipling Williams and his colleagues were surprised to discover in their studies of exclusion on social media, Gonsakoral and Williams, 2006. Such ostracism elicits increased activity in brain areas, such as the anterior cingulate cortex, that also respond to physical pain. Lieberman and Eisenberger, 2015, Roth et al., 2015. A black and white portrait shows West Point graduate Henry Flipper in his military uniform. Enduring the pain of ostracism, white cadets at the U.S. Military Academy at West Point ostracized Henry Flipper for years, hoping he would drop out. Somehow, he withstood their cruelty, and in 1877, he became the first African American West Point graduate. When people view pictures of romantic partners who broke their heart, their brain and body begin to ache. Cross et al., 2011. This result helps explain some other surprising findings. The pain reliever acetaminophen, as in Tylenol, lessens social and physical pain. DeWall et al., 2010. Ditto for marijuana, Deckman et al., 2014. Across cultures, people use the same words, for example, hurt or crushed, for social pain and physical pain. MacDonald and Leary, 2005. Psychologically, we seem to experience social pain with the same unpleasantness that marks physical pain. Compared with collectivist cultures, rejection tends to hurt more in individualist cultures where people have weaker social support networks. Hugh et al., 2019, Uskal and Over, 2017. Ostracism can make people disagreeable, uncooperative, and hostile, leading to further ostracism. Rudert et al., 2019, Walesak et al., 2019. In one series of experiments, researchers told some students that people they had met earlier didn't want them in a group that was forming. Gärtner et al., 2008, Twen et al., 2001. Point 2 Others heard good news, everyone chose you as someone they'd like to work with. Those who were excluded became much more likely to engage in self-defeating behaviors, and to disparage or act aggressively toward those who had excluded them, blasting them with noise, for example. If no one turned around when we entered, answered when we spoke, or minded what we did, but if every person we met cut us dead, and acted as if we were non-existing things, a kind of rage and impotent despair would ere long well up in us. William James, Principles of Psychology, 1890-1950, pages 293 to 294. Ask yourself. Have there been times when you felt lonely or ostracized? What are some strategies that might help you to cope the next time you feel this way? On the other hand, can you think of a time when you ostracized or ignored someone? How do you think this made them feel? For insight on coping with the challenges of loneliness, watch this video, Conquering Loneliness in a Lonely World. Retrieval practice. Answers in Appendix E. Connecting and social networking. LOQ 35-2. How does social networking influence us? As social creatures, we live for connection. Researcher George Valiant, 2013, was asked what he had learned from studying 238 Harvard University men from the 1930s to the end of their lives. His reply: happiness is love. A South African Zulu saying captures the idea, umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu. A person is a person through other persons. Mobile networks and social media. Look around and see humans connecting, talking, tweeting, texting, posting, gaming, emailing. Today, have you observed more students engaging with each other face-to-face or silently checking their phones? As one research team's phone app counted students doing 56 times per day, Elias et al., 2016? The changes in how we connect have been fast and vast. Mobile phones. By 2021's end, 95% of the world's 7.96 billion people lived in an area covered by a mobile cellular network, and most humans, 6.61 billion, had broadband mobile subscriptions, ITU, 2021. Texting and instant messaging. In 2020, people in the United States alone sent 2.2 trillion texts and instant messages, up from 1.5 trillion in 2017, Statista, 2022. Social networking. More than half of entering U.S. college students report using social media at least 6 hours per week, Stalzenberg et al., 2020. With our friends online, it's hard to avoid social networks, check in or miss out. Increased online time displaces other activities. Compared to teens before 2010, today's teens spend fewer hours dating, driving, talking face-to-face, reading books, and working. Livingston et al., 2019, Tweng, 2019. Technology has radically changed the teen experience. A cartoon shows a woman talking on the phone with a laptop computer and a cup of tea on the table in front of her. She says, "A bunch of friends are coming over to stare at their phones." The net result: social effects of social networking. By connecting like-minded people, the internet serves as a social amplifier. In times of social crisis or personal stress, it provides information and supportive connections. The internet can also help you find a romantic partner, as I can attest. I met my wife online. Keep in mind, although dating websites aren't adept at matchmaking, they do expand the pool of potential romantic matches. Joel et al., 2017. but social media also leads people to compare their lives with others. When others sharing their best and most perfect-looking moments seem happier, more popular, or more successful, this can trigger envy and depressed feelings. Verdun et al., 2022, Wylans et al., 2017. In study after study, most people perceive that others' social lives are more active than their own. Dury et al., 2017. Perhaps you have noticed. Do others seem to party more, dine out more, and have more friends and fun? Take comfort, most of your friends are thinking the same. A cartoon shows two men chained to a wall in a dungeon with their arms over their heads. One says to the other, "Well, if it's any consolation, your social media makes it look like you're absolutely thriving." Smartphones have become pervasive. Their number tripled between 2011 and 2018 in the United States and rose similarly elsewhere. Worldwide, one meta-analysis suggested that 1 in 4 people now have smartphone addiction. Men et al., 2022. Simultaneously and merely coincidentally, teen depression, anxiety, self-harm, and suicide rates have mushroomed. Figure 35.2. From the first decade of the 21st century to the second, the number of adolescents worldwide with depression symptoms increased from 24% to 37%, Shori et al., 2022. From 2012 to 2018, loneliness at school also increased globally among 15 and 16-year-old students, Twen et al., 2022. Rates of depression, anxiety, self-injury, and suicidal thinking have similarly increased for college students, Duffy et al., 2019. A line graph plots percent experiencing major depression against years for ages 12 to 50 plus. Figure 35.2. Depression has risen sharply among teens and young adults, coinciding with the rise of smartphones, SAMHSA, 2021. Follow link for extended description of Figure 35.2. Rise in depression coincides with rise of smartphones. A cartoon shows a mother reading a bedtime story to her daughter from the book, Modern Girl. Text below reads, ellipsis for what felt like the millionth time, she opened her phone for the diminishing dopamine hit that never satisfied. So, is there a causal connection between these concurrent increases in screen time and mental health problems? Under the leadership of Jonathan Haidt and Jean Twenge, 2021, researchers are accumulating and debating findings. They have tentative conclusions from 3 types of explorations. Correlational studies ask, is social media use associated with teen mental health problems? To an extent, yes. Studies vary, but overall, a small positive correlation exists between adolescents' social media time and their risk of depression, anxiety, and self-harm. The screen time disorder association is stronger for social media use than for other kinds of screen time, including TV and gaming time, Twenge et al., 2022. The link is greater for teen girls, especially during early puberty, or Ben et al., 2022. And it increases only with daily screen time of 3 hours or more, leading some mental health experts to ask social media companies to enforce time limits for teen use, Twenge, 2021. Any platform that encourages children to upload photos of themselves, to be rated and commented on by strangers, is likely to harm many kids, surmises Haidt, 2021a. See Figure 35.3. Longitudinal studies ask, does teen social media use predict teens' future mental health? The answer is maybe. Of 34 studies, 20 confirmed that excessive teen social media use, defined as more than 3 hours per day, predicted worse future mental health. Experiments ask, do volunteers randomly assigned to restricted social media use fare better than those not assigned on outcomes such as loneliness and depression? On balance, probably. Of 15 experiments, 11 have indicated a causal effect of social media use on diminished mental health. One experiment, which randomly assigned nearly 3,000 paid volunteers to either deactivate their Facebook account or not, found that 4 weeks without Facebook improves subjective well-being, Alcott et al., 2020. A photo on the left shows Jonathan Haidt giving a lecture and a graph on the right compares the percent of UK teens showing symptoms of depression against hours spent on social media for boys and girls. Figure 35.3 Depression and Teen Screens in 2022, psychologist Jonathan Haidt testified before the U.S. Congress. The United States is experiencing a catastrophic wave of mood disorders, anxiety and depression, and related behaviors, self-harm and suicide. The crisis emerged in the exact years when American teens were getting smartphones and becoming daily users of social media platforms such as Instagram. Correlational, experimental, and eyewitness testimony points to social media as a major cause of the crisis. I do not believe that social media is the only cause of the crisis, but there is no alternative hypothesis that can explain the suddenness, enormity, and international similarity. Haidt, 2022. Follow link for extended description of Figure 35.3 Depression and Teen Screens. Is solitary screen time the primary culprit because of its opportunity cost the other healthy activities it displaces, including face-to-face connection, sleep, exercise, reading, and spending time outdoors? Or is social media emotionally toxic, triggering envy when comparing one's own humdrum life with the lives of cooler-seeming others? If increased screen time, especially social media time, isn't responsible for the surging teen mental health crisis, what is? What other social forces common to Canada, the UK, Australia, New Zealand, and the United States would you suppose might be at work? Haidt, 2021b. And what can be done to protect and improve youth and young adult well-being? Stay tuned, this important story is still being written. Online networking is double-edged. Nature has designed us for face-to-face relationships, and people who spend hours online and texting daily are less likely to know and draw help from their real-world neighbors. They are also more likely to experience online bullying, which can increase anxiety, depression, and suicidal thinking. Guy Ameti et al., 2022, Nisi et al., 2021. But social media and mobile phones do help us connect with friends, stay in touch with family, and find support when facing challenges. Clark et al., 2018, Jensen et al., 2021. When used in moderation, social networking supports our face-to-face relationships and therefore predicts longer life, especially among middle-aged and older adults. Hobbs et al., 2016, Waits and Gray, 2018, Wang et al., 2022. Does electronic communication stimulate healthy self-disclosure? Self-disclosure is sharing ourselves, our joys, worries, and weaknesses with others. Confiding can be a healthy way of coping with day-to-day challenges. When communicating electronically rather than face-to-face, we often focus less on others' reactions. We are less self-conscious, and thus less inhibited. Sometimes, disinhibitions become toxic. Political extremists post inflammatory messages, online bullies hound their targets, hate groups promote bigotry, and people send selfies they later regret. Freimer et al., 2019. But more often, the increased self-disclosure strengthens friendships. Valkenburg and Peter, 2009. A cartoon shows a man in royal clothing sitting at a table with a laptop on it. A butler is standing beside him holding a drink on a tray. The man in royal clothing says, "The women on these dating sites don't seem to believe I'm a prince." Does social networking promote narcissism? Narcissism is self-esteem gone wild. Narcissistic people are self-important, self-focused, and self-promoting. To measure your narcissistic tendencies, you might rate your agreement with personality test items such as "I like to be the center of attention." People who agree with such statements tend to have high narcissism scores, and they are especially active on social networking sites. Casale and Banchi, 2020. They collect more superficial friends. They offer more staged, glamorous photos. They retaliate more against negative comments. And, not surprisingly, they seem more narcissistic to strangers. Buffardi and Campbell, 2008, Weiser, 2015. A photo shows three young women posing with smiles for a selfie. Self-esteem or narcissism. Social networking can help people share self-relevant information and stay connected with family and friends. But it can also feed narcissistic tendencies and enable self-glamorization. For narcissists, social networking sites are more than a gathering place, they are a feeding trough. In one study, college students were randomly assigned either to edit and explain their online profiles for 15 minutes, or to use that time to study and explain a Google Maps routing. Freeman and Tweng, 2010. After completing their tasks, all were tested. Who then scored higher on a narcissism measure? Those who had spent the time focused on themselves. Watch this video, random assignment for a helpful tutorial animation. Maintaining balance and focus. It will come as no surprise that excessive online socializing and gaming have correlated with lower grades and with increased anxiety and depression. Brooks, 2015, Lep et al., 2014, Walsh et al., 2013. In one U.S. survey, 47% of the heaviest internet and other media users received mostly C grades or lower, as did just 23% of the lightest users. Kaiser Family Foundation, 2010. In another national survey, young adults who used 7 or more social media platforms were 3 times more likely to be depressed or anxious than those who used 2 or fewer. Primak et al., 2016. In today's world, it can be challenging to maintain a healthy balance between our real world and online time. Experts offer some practical suggestions. Monitor your time. Use a time tracking app to measure your time online. Then ask yourself, does my time use reflect my priorities? Am I spending more time online than I intended? Does it interfere with my school or work performance or my relationships? Monitor your feelings. Ask yourself, am I emotionally distracted by my online interests? Do my online activities cause negative emotions, jealousy or loneliness when comparing myself to others, anger when engaging with combative people? When I disconnect and move to another activity, how do I feel? Break the phone checking habit. Selective attention. The flashlight of your mind can be in only one place at a time. When we try to do two things at once, we don't do either very well. Willingham, 2010. If you want to study or work productively or just give a friend your full attention, resist the temptation always to be available. Disable sound alerts, vibrations, and pop-ups. Change your online status to unavailable when you don't want to be contacted. To reduce distraction, I am working on this module while using an app that blocks distracting websites. Refocus by taking a nature walk. People learn better after connecting with nature, which unlike a walk on a busy street refreshes our capacity for focused attention. Berman et al., 2008. Connecting with nature boosts our spirits and sharpens our mind. Pritchard et al., 2019, Zelonsky and Nisbet, 2014. As psychologist Steven Pinker, 2010, said, the solution is not to bemoan technology but to develop strategies of self-control, as we do with every other temptation in life. Ask yourself. Do your connections on social media increase your sense of belonging? Sometimes, do they make you feel lonely? Which of the strategies discussed will you find most useful to maintain balance and focus? To help find the right balance in social networking, watch this video, Screen Time: How Much is Too Much? For more on the importance of balancing social networking with life, watch this video, Dark Side of Social Media. For input from an expert studying this area, watch this video, Gene Tweng: Smartphones Are Raising a Mentally Fragile Generation. Retrieval practice. Answers in Appendix E. Achievement motivation. LOQ 35-3. What is achievement motivation, and what are some ways to encourage achievement? Some motives seem to have little obvious survival value. Billionaires may be motivated to make more money, internet celebrities to attract more social media followers, politicians to achieve more power. And motives vary across cultures. In individualist cultures, employees may work to receive an Employee of the Month award. In collectivist cultures, they may strive to join a company's hardest working team. The more we achieve, the more we may need to achieve. Psychologist Henry Murray, 1938, called this achievement motivation. Achievement motivation matters. One famous study followed the lives of 1,528 California children whose intelligence test scores were in the top 1%. 40 years later, researchers compared those who were most and least successful professionally. What did the researchers discover? A motivational difference. The most successful were more ambitious, energetic, and persistent. As children, they had more active hobbies. As adults, they participated in more groups and sports. Goldman, 1980. Gifted children are able learners. Accomplished adults are tenacious doers. Most of us are energetic doers when starting and when finishing a project. It's easiest, have you noticed, to get stuck in the middle. That's when high achievers keep going. Bonetzi et al., 2011. Once they get in a groove, their motivation keeps them engaged in goal striving. Folk et al., 2019, Miller et al., 2021. No wonder people with high achievement motivation tend to have greater financial success, healthy social relationships, and good physical and mental health. Steptoe and Wardle, 2017. In studies of both secondary school and university students, self-discipline has surpassed intelligence test scores in predicting school performance, attendance, and graduation honors. For school performance, discipline outdoes talent, concluded researchers Angela Duckworth and Martin Seligman, 2005-2017. Genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. Thomas Edison, 1847-1931. Discipline focuses and refines talent. By their early 20s, top violinists have fiddled away thousands of lifetime practice hours, in fact, double the practice time of other violin students aiming to be teachers. Erickson, 2001, 2006, 2007. A study of outstanding scholars, athletes, and artists found that all were highly motivated and self-disciplined, willing to dedicate hours every day to the pursuit of their goals. Bloom, 1985. But as young Mozart composing at age 8 illustrates, native talent matters, too. Hambrick and Mainz, 2011, Ruthsatz and Erbach, 2012. In sports, music, and chess, people's practice time differences, while significant, account for a third or less of their performance differences. Hambrick et al., 2014 AB, McNamara et al., 2014, 2016, Ullin et al., 2016. High achievers benefit from their passion and perseverance, but the superstars among them are also distinguished by their extraordinary natural talent. Cultures differ in their achievement motivation. Western, individualist cultures emphasize the need for people to follow their passion. To achieve success, individualists believe they need to experience enjoyment, interest, and confidence. Eastern, collectivist cultures focus less on personal passion and more on fulfilling one's duty and obligations to family and friends. Analyzing 1.2 million students' responses from 59 societies, passion was a greater predictor of high achievement scores in individualist cultures than in collectivist cultures. Lee et al., 2021. In collectivist cultures, parental emotional support was more important than passion in predicting students' success. It's just perseverance, isn't it, that leads to things. Agatha Christie's Miss Marple, in Nemesis. Duckworth, 2016, has a name for dedication to an ambitious, long-term goal. Grit. Other researchers see grit as similar to conscientiousness and less important than intelligence. Panak et al., 2021, Zisman and Gonzach, 2021. Researchers have begun to sleuth the neural and genetic markers of grit. Takahashi et al., 2021, Wang et al., 2018. Passion and perseverance fuel gritty goal striving, which can produce great achievements. Giacomo's et al., 2018, Muenks et al., 2018. Consider Eleanor Ostrom. After working her way through college, she was rejected from an economics PhD program. She obtained a PhD in political science instead, and in 2009, 4 decades later, became the first woman to receive the Nobel Prize in economics. Gritty students are most likely to avoid burnout and persist in school. Saunders Scott et al., 2018, Tang et al., 2021. As basketball star Damian Lillard, 2015, said, "If you want to look good in front of thousands, you have to outwork thousands in front of nobody." A photo shows Malcolm McLeod pushing a wheelbarrow along a narrow pathway amid mountains and grass. Callum's Road, what grit can accomplish. Having spent his life on the Scottish island of Raasay, farming a small patch of land, tending its lighthouse, and fishing, Callum McLeod, 1911 to 1988, felt anguished. His local government repeatedly refused to build a road enabling vehicles to reach his island's north end. With the once flourishing population there having dwindled to 2, McLeod and his wife, he responded with heroic determination. One spring morning in 1964, McLeod, then in his 50s, gathered a pickaxe, a shovel, and a wheelbarrow. By hand, he began to transform the existing footpath into a 1.75-mile road. Myers, 2009. With the road, a former neighbor explained, he hoped new generations of people would return to the north end of Raasay, restoring its culture. Hutchinson, 2006. Day after day he worked through rough hillsides, along hazardous cliff faces, and over peat bogs. Finally, 10 years later, he completed his supreme achievement. The road, which the government has since surfaced, remains a visible example of what vision plus determined grit can accomplish. It bids us each to ponder, what roads, what achievements might we, with sustained effort, build in the years to come? You may have to fight a battle more than once to win it. Former British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher. To learn more about grit from the researcher who named this concept, watch this video, TED Talk from Angela Lee Duckworth on grit, the power of passion and perseverance. Although intelligence is distributed like a bell curve, see the intelligence modules, achievements are not. This tells us that achievement involves much more than raw ability. Sometimes, our motivation stems from a natural curiosity and drive to accomplish a goal. At other times, we're driven to please others, receive awards, or make money. Promising people a reward for an enjoyable task can backfire. Excessive rewards can destroy intrinsic motivation. In experiments, children have been promised a payoff for playing with an interesting puzzle or toy. Later, they played with the toy less than did unpaid children. Deci et al., 1999, Tang and Hall, 1995. Likewise, rewarding children with toys or candy, or money or screen time, for reading diminishes the time they spend reading. Marinac and Gambrell, 2008. It is as if they think, if I have to be bribed into doing this, it must not be worth doing. To sense the difference between intrinsic motivation and extrinsic motivation, think about your experience in this course. Like most students, you probably want to earn a high grade. But what motivates your actions to achieve your goal? Do you feel pressured to finish this reading before a deadline? Are you worried about your grade? Eager for the credits that will count toward graduation? Hoping to do well to please your family? If yes, then you are extrinsically motivated, as, to some extent, all students must be. Do you also find the material interesting? Does learning it make you feel more competent? If there were no grade at stake, might you be curious enough to want to learn the material for its own sake? If yes, intrinsic motivation also fuels your efforts. People who focus on their work's meaning and significance do better work and ultimately earn more extrinsic rewards. Rudesniewski et al., 2014. Elementary school students with greater than average academic intrinsic motivation who love learning for its own sake go on to perform better in school, take more challenging classes, and earn more advanced degrees. Fan and Williams, 2018, Gottfried et al., 2006. Wanting to do something, rather than having to do something, seems to pay off. Converse et al., 2019. Extrinsic rewards work well when people perform tasks that don't naturally inspire complex, creative thinking. Hewitt and Conway, 2015. They're also effective when used to signal a job well done, rather than to bribe or control someone. Bajano et al., 1985. When administered wisely, rewards can improve performance and spark creativity. Eisenberger and Asselage, 2009. Henderlong and Lepper, 2002. Most improved player awards, for example, can boost feelings of competence and increase enjoyment of a sport. And the rewards that often follow academic achievement, such as scholarships and job opportunities, can have long-lasting benefits. Organizational psychologists seek ways to engage and motivate ordinary people doing ordinary jobs. See Appendix C, Psychology at Work. Goal setting. Do you have a specific goal you'd like to achieve? Each of us can adopt some research-based strategies for achieving our goals. Make that resolution. Challenging goals motivate achievement. Harkin et al., 2016. SMART goals are specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and timely. Such goals finish my psychology assignment by Tuesday, direct attention and motivate persistence. Announce the goal to friends or family. We're more likely to follow through after making a public commitment. Develop an implementation plan. Be specific about when, where, and how you'll progress toward your goal. Identify potential challenges and how you'll revisit and adjust your plan. People who flesh out goals with detailed plans become more focused and more likely to succeed. Duckworth et al., 2018, Gallwitzer and Ettingen, 2012. Better to concentrate on small steps, spending 5 to 10 minutes learning words from a foreign language each week than to fantasize about speaking that language fluently. Create short-term rewards that support long-term goals. Although delayed rewards motivate us to set goals, immediate rewards best predict our persistence toward those goals. Woolley and Fischbach, 2018. Monitor and record progress. For example, if you are striving for more exercise, use a fitness tracker or enter your activity in a free fitness app. It's even more motivating when progress is shared rather than hidden. Harkin et al., 2016. Create a supportive environment. When trying to eat healthily, keep junk food out of the cupboards. When focusing on a project, hole up in the library. When sleeping, shut off your phone. Have your gym bag ready the night before. Such situational self-control strategies prevent tempting impulses. Duckworth et al., 2016, Schiffer and Roberts, 2018. Transform the hard-to-do behavior into a must-do habit. Habits form when we repeat behaviors in a given context. Do something every day for about 2 months and see it become an ingrained habit. To achieve important life goals, we often know what to do. We know that a full night's sleep boosts our alertness, energy, and mood. We know that exercise lessens depression and anxiety, builds muscle, and strengthens our heart and mind. We know that what we put into our body, junk food or balanced nutrition, addictive substances, or clean air, affects our health and longevity. Alas, as T.S. Eliot foresaw, between the idea and the reality falls the shadow. Nevertheless, we can create a bridge between the idea and reality by taking these 7 steps: resolving, announcing, planning, rewarding, monitoring, controlling, and persistently acting. Ask yourself, what goal would you like to achieve? How might you use the 7 strategies offered in this section to meet that goal? Retrieval practice. Answers in Appendix E. Review. Module 35, Affiliation and Achievement. Learning objectives. Test yourself. Answer these repeated learning objective questions on your own, before showing the answers here, or checking the answers in Appendix D, to improve your retention of the concepts. McDaniel et al., 2009, 2015. Terms and concepts to remember. Test yourself. Write down the definition in your own words, then check your answer. Affiliation need. Self-determination theory. Ostracism. Narcissism. Achievement motivation. Grit. Intrinsic motivation. Extrinsic motivation. Module test. Test yourself. Answer the following questions on your own first, then show the answers here, or check your answers in Appendix E. Chapter 12, Emotions, Stress, and Health, Modules 36 to 40. A photo shows a woman outside with a wide smile, flying hair, and arms outstretched. Module 36, Introduction to Emotion. Emotion, arousal, behavior, and cognition. Embodied emotion. Thinking critically about, lie detection. Module 37, Expressing emotion. Detecting emotion in others. Gender, emotion, and nonverbal behavior. Culture and emotional expression. The effects of facial expressions. Module 38, Experiencing emotion. Anger. Happiness and well-being. Module 39, Stress and illness. Stress, some basic concepts. Stress and vulnerability to disease. Thinking critically about, stress and health. Module 40, Health and coping. Coping with stress. Reducing stress. No one needs to tell you that feelings add color to your life, or that in times of stress they can disrupt your life, or save it. Fear, anger, sadness, joy, and love are psychological states that also entail physical reactions. Nervous about an important encounter, we feel stomach butterflies. Anxious over public speaking, we frequent the bathroom. Smoldering over a family conflict, we get a splitting headache. You can surely recall a time when emotion overwhelmed you. I retain a flashbulb memory of the day I went to a huge store and brought along Peter, my toddler firstborn child. As I set Peter down on his feet for a moment to do some paperwork, a passerby warned, "You'd better be careful or you'll lose that boy." Not more than a few breaths later, I turned and found no Peter beside me. A black and white photo shows a smiling toddler sitting cross-legged. With mild anxiety, I looked around one end of the customer service counter. No Peter in sight. With slightly more anxiety, I peered around the other side. No Peter there, either. Now, with my heart accelerating, I circled the neighboring counters. Still no Peter anywhere. As anxiety turned to panic, I began racing up and down the store aisles. He was nowhere to be found. The alerted store manager used the intercom to ask customers to assist in looking for a missing child. Soon after, I passed the customer who had warned me. "I told you that you were going to lose him," he now scolded. With visions of kidnapping, strangers routinely adored that beautiful child. I braced for the unthinkable possibility that my negligence had caused me to lose what I loved above all else, and that I might have to return home and face my wife without our only child. But then, as I passed the customer service counter yet again, there he was, having been found and returned by some obliging customer. In an instant, the arousal of terror spilled into ecstasy. Clutching my son, with tears suddenly flowing, I found myself unable to speak my thanks and stumbled out of the store awash in grateful joy. Emotions are subjective. But they are real. As researcher Lisa Feldman Barrett, 2012-2013, noted, "My experience of anger is not an illusion. When I'm angry, I feel angry. That's real." Where do our emotions come from? Why do we have them? What are they made of? Emotions are an adaptive response, our body's way of ensuring we do what is best for us, noted primate researcher Frans de Waal, 2019. Anger can elicit a concession. Gratitude strengthens relationships. Pride motivates hard work, Weidman and Cross, 2021. When we face challenges, emotions focus our attention and energize our actions, Sidders and Smith, 2008. Our heart races. Our pace quickens. All our senses go on high alert. By integrating data from our environment, our body, and our experiences, we feel emotional stress, Francis, 2018. Emotions can also be positive. Receiving unexpected good news, we may find our eyes tearing up. We raise our hands triumphantly. We feel exuberance and a newfound confidence. Yet negative and prolonged emotions can harm our health. In modules 36, 37, and 38, we explore how psychologists think about and study our emotional expression and experiences. In modules 39 and 40, we take a close look at the challenges of stress and some ways of coping that help us meet those challenges. Module 36, Introduction to Emotion. Like most psychological phenomena, vision, sleep, memory, sex, emotion can be approached in three ways: physiologically, behaviorally, and cognitively. Researchers explore these manifestations of emotion and their interactions. Emotion, arousal, behavior, and cognition. Learning objective question LOQ 36-1. How do arousal, expressive behavior, and cognition interact in emotion? As my DM's panicked search for Peter illustrates, emotions are a mix of bodily arousal, heart pounding, expressive behaviors, quickened pace, and conscious experience, is this a kidnapping, and feelings, panic, fear, joy. The puzzle for psychologists is fitting these three pieces together. To do that, the first researchers of emotion considered two big questions. A chicken and egg debate: does your bodily arousal come before or after your emotional feelings? Did I first notice my racing heart and faster step, and then feel terror about losing Peter? Or did my sense of fear come first, stirring my heart and legs to respond? How do thinking, cognition, and feeling interact? Does cognition always come before emotion? Did I think about a kidnapping threat before I reacted emotionally? The psychological study of emotion began with the first question: how do bodily responses relate to emotions? Two of the earliest emotion theories offered different answers. James Lange theory: arousal comes before emotion. Common sense tells most of us that we cry because we are sad, lash out because we are angry, tremble because we are afraid. But to pioneering psychologist William James, this common sense view of emotion had things backward. Rather, we feel sorry because we cry, angry because we strike, afraid because we tremble. 1890, p. 1066. To James, emotions result from attention to our bodily activity. James' idea was also proposed by Danish physiologist Carl Lange, and so is called the James-Lange theory. James and Lange would have guessed that I noticed my racing heart and then, shaking with fright, felt the whoosh of emotion that my feeling of fear followed my body's response. A photo shows three basketball players, from the University of Tennessee women's team, ecstatic with joy. One is jumping, and the other two are hugging. Joy expressed according to the James-Lange theory: we don't just smile because we share our teammates' joy. We also share the joy because we are smiling with them. Cannon-Barth theory: arousal and emotion occur simultaneously. Physiologist Walter Cannon, 1871–1945, disagreed with the James-Lange theory. Does a racing heart signal fear or anger or love? The body's responses: heart rate, perspiration, and body temperature are too similar, and they change too slowly, to cause the different emotions, said Cannon. He, and later another physiologist, Philip Bard, concluded that our bodily responses and experienced emotions occur separately but simultaneously. So, according to the Cannon-Barth theory, my heart began pounding as I experienced fear. The emotion-triggering stimulus traveled to my sympathetic nervous system, causing my body's arousal. At the same time, it traveled to my brain's cortex, causing my awareness of my emotion. My pounding heart did not cause my feeling of fear, nor did my feeling of fear cause my pounding heart. But are they really independent of each other? Countering the Cannon-Barth theory are studies of people with severed spinal cords, including a survey of 25 World War II soldiers, Homan, 1966. Those with lower spine injuries, who had lost sensation only in their legs, reported little change in their emotions intensity. Those with high spinal cord injury, who could feel nothing below the neck, did report changes. Some of their reactions were much less intense than before the injuries. Anger, one man with this injury type revealed, just doesn't have the heat to it that it used to. It's a mental kind of anger. Other emotions, those expressed mostly in body areas above the neck, were felt more intensely. These men reported increases in weeping, lumps in the throat, and getting choked up when saying goodbye, worshipping, or watching a touching movie. Such evidence has led some researchers to view feelings as mostly shadows of our bodily responses and behaviors. Damasio, 2003. But our emotions also involve cognition. Averill, 1993, Feldman Barrett, 2006, 2017. Here we arrive at psychology's second big emotion question: how do thinking and feeling interact? Whether we fear the person behind us on a dark street depends entirely on whether or not we interpret them as threatening. Retrieval practice. Answers in Appendix E. Schachter-Singer two-factor theory: arousal plus label equals emotion. LOQ 36-2. To experience emotions, must we consciously interpret and label them? Stanley Schachter and Jerome Singer, 1962, demonstrated that how we appraise, interpret, our experiences also matters. Our physical reactions and our thoughts, perceptions, memories, and interpretations, together create emotion. In their two-factor theory, emotions have two ingredients: physical arousal and cognitive appraisal. An emotional experience, they argued, requires a conscious interpretation of arousal. Consider how arousal spills over from one event to the next. Imagine completing an intense session at the gym and then receiving a message that you got your dream job. With arousal lingering from the workout, would you feel more elated than if you heard this news after staying awake all night studying? To explore this spillover effect, Schachter and Singer injected college men with the hormone epinephrine, which triggers feelings of arousal. One group of men was told to expect feelings of arousal from the injection. Others were told by the trickster researchers that it would help test their eyesight. Picture yourself as a participant. After receiving the injection, you go to a waiting room, where you find yourself with another person, actually an accomplice of the experimenters, who is acting either euphoric or irritated. As you observe this person, you begin to feel your heart race, your skin flush, and your breathing become more rapid. What would you feel if you had been in the group told to expect these effects from the injection? In the experiment, these volunteers felt little emotion because they correctly attributed their arousal to the drug. But if you had been told the injection would help assess your eyesight, what would you feel? Perhaps you would react as this group of participants did. They caught the apparent emotion of the other person in the waiting room. They became happy if the accomplice was acting euphoric, and testy if the accomplice was acting irritated. A photo shows a crowd of soccer fans engaged in a riot after a match. The spillover effect: arousal from a soccer match can fuel anger, which can descend into rioting or other violent confrontations. This discovery that a stirred-up state can be experienced as one emotion or another, depending on how we interpret and label it, has been replicated in dozens of experiments and continues to influence modern emotion research. McCormick and Lindquist, 2016, Reisenzian, 1983, Sinclair et al., 1994. The point to remember: arousal fuels emotion, cognition channels it. Retrieval practice. Answers in Appendix E. Zajonc, Ledoux, and Lazarus, does cognition always precede emotion? But is the heart always subject to the mind? Must we always interpret our arousal before we can experience an emotion? Robert Zajonc Zients, 1923–2008, didn't think so. He contended that we actually have many emotional reactions apart from, or even before, our conscious interpretation of a situation. 1980, 1984. Perhaps you can recall liking, or disliking, something or someone immediately, without knowing why. Thanks to the mere exposure effect, see the social psychology modules, we come to like what is familiar. Even when people repeatedly view stimuli flashed too briefly for them to interpret, they come to prefer those stimuli. Kunst, Wilson and Zajonc, 1980. Unaware of having previously seen them, they nevertheless like them. We also have an acutely sensitive automatic radar for emotionally significant information. Even a subliminally flashed stimulus can prime us to feel better or worse about a follow-up stimulus. Murphy et al., 1995, Zeelenberg et al., 2006. Neuroscientists are charting the neural pathways of emotions. Oxner et al., 2009. Our emotional responses can follow two different brain pathways. Some emotions, especially more complex feelings like hatred and love, travel a high road. A stimulus following this path would travel, by way of the thalamus, to the brain's cortex, figure 36.1. There, it would be analyzed and labeled before the response command is sent out, via the amygdala, an emotion control center. An illustration shows two side profiles of a woman who looks frightened, with eyes and mouth wide open. Her brain structures are highlighted. Figure 36.1. The brain's pathways for emotions in the two-track brain. Sensory input may be routed, a. to the cortex, via the thalamus, for analysis and then transmission to the amygdala, or, b. directly to the amygdala, via the thalamus, for an instant emotional reaction. Follow link for extended description of figure 36.1. The brain's pathways for emotions. But sometimes our emotions, especially simple likes, dislikes, and fears, take what Joseph Ledoux, 2002-2015, has called the more direct low road, a neural shortcut that bypasses the cortex. Following the low road, a fear-provoking stimulus would travel from the eye or ear, again via the thalamus, directly to the amygdala, figure 36.1b. This shortcut enables our lightning-quick emotional response before our intellect intervenes. Like speedy reflexes, that also operate separately from the brain's thinking cortex, the amygdala's reactions are so fast that we may be unaware of what's transpired. Dimmerg et al., 2000. A conscious fear experience then occurs as we become aware that our brain has detected danger. Ledoux and Brown, 2017. The amygdala sends more neural projections up to the cortex than it receives back, which makes it easier for our feelings to hijack our thinking than for our thinking to rule our feelings. Ledoux and Armani, 1999. Thus, in the forest, we can jump at the sound of rustling bushes nearby, leaving it to our cortex to decide later whether the sound was made by a snake or by the wind. Such experiences support Zajank's and Ledoux's belief that some of our emotional reactions involve no deliberate thinking. Emotion researcher Richard Lazarus, 1991-1998, agreed that our brain processes vast amounts of information without our conscious awareness, and that some emotional responses do not require conscious thinking. Much of our emotional life operates via the automatic, speedy low road. But he further wondered, how would we know what we are reacting to if we did not in some way appraise the situation? The appraisal may be effortless and unconscious, but it is still a mental function. To know whether a stimulus is good or bad, the brain must have some idea of what it is. Storbeck et al., 2006. Thus, said Lazarus, emotions arise when we appraise an event as harmless or dangerous. We appraise the sound of the rustling bushes as the presence of a threat. Then we realize that it was just the wind. So, let's sum up. See also Table 36.1. As Zajanc and Ledoux have demonstrated, some simple emotional responses involve no conscious thinking. When I see a big spider trapped behind glass, I experience fear, even though I know the spider can't hurt me. Such responses are difficult to alter by changing our thinking. Within a fraction of a second, we may perceive one person as more likable or trustworthy than another. Willis and Todorov, 2006. This instant appeal can even influence our political decisions if we vote, as many people do, for the candidate we like over the candidate who expresses positions closer to our own. Weston, 2007. Table 36.1 Summary of emotion theories. Theory. Explanation of emotions. Example. James Lang. Emotions arise from our awareness of our specific bodily responses to emotion-arousing stimuli. We observe our heart racing after a threat and then feel afraid. Cannon Bard. Emotion-arousing stimuli trigger our bodily responses and simultaneous subjective experience. Our heart races at the same time that we feel afraid. Skakter Singer. Our experience of emotion depends on two factors, general arousal and a conscious cognitive label. We may interpret our arousal as fear or excitement, depending on the context. Zajanc, Ledoux. Some embodied responses happen instantly, without conscious appraisal. We automatically feel startled by a sound in the forest before labeling it as a threat. Lazarus. Cognitive appraisal, is it dangerous or not? Sometimes without our awareness defines emotion. We feel frightened when we believe the rustling in the bushes signals a wild animal, we feel relieved when we realize it's just the wind. But other emotions including depressive moods and complex feelings are greatly affected by our conscious and unconscious information processing, our memories, expectations, and interpretations. For these emotions, we have more conscious control. When we feel emotionally overwhelmed, we can change our interpretations. Gross, 2013. Such reappraisal often reduces distress and the corresponding amygdala response. Ford and Troy, 2019, Louis et al., 2019. Reappraisal not only reduces stress, it also helps students achieve better school performance. Borman et al., 2019. So don't stress about your stress. Embrace it, and approach your next exam with this mindset. Stress evolved to help maintain my focus and solve problems. Although the emotional low road functions automatically, the thinking high road allows us to retake some control over our emotional life. The bottom line, together, automatic emotion and conscious thinking weave the fabric of our emotional lives. Retrieval practice. Answers in Appendix E. Embodied emotion. Whether you are falling in love or grieving a death, you need little convincing that emotions involve the body. Feeling without a body is like breathing without lungs. Some physical responses are easy to notice. Other emotional responses we experience without awareness. Emotions and the autonomic nervous system. LOQ 36-3. What is the link between emotional arousal and the autonomic nervous system? In a crisis, the sympathetic division of your autonomic nervous system, ANS, mobilizes your body for action, figure 36.2. It directs your adrenal glands to release the stress hormones epinephrine, adrenaline, and norepinephrine, noradrenaline. To provide energy, your liver pours extra sugar, glucose, into your bloodstream. To help burn the sugar, your respiration increases to supply needed oxygen. Your heart rate and blood pressure increase. Your digestion slows, diverting blood from your internal organs to your muscles. With blood sugar driven into the large muscles, action becomes easier. Your pupils dilate, letting in more light. To cool your stirred-up body, you perspire. If wounded, your blood would clot more quickly. A table shows the changes in the autonomic nervous system under two types of physiological arousals. Figure 36.2 Emotional arousal. Like a crisis management center, the autonomic nervous system arouses the body in a crisis and calms it when danger passes. Follow link for extended description of Figure 36.2 Emotional arousal. When the crisis passes, the parasympathetic division of your ANS gradually calms your body, as stress hormones slowly leave your bloodstream. After your next crisis, think of this: without any conscious effort, your body's response to danger is wonderfully coordinated and adaptive, preparing you to fight or flee. So, do the different emotions have distinct arousal fingerprints? Fear lends wings to his feet. Virgil, Aeneid, 19 BCE. Ask yourself. Can you think of a time when you noticed your body's reactions to an emotionally charged situation, such as a tense social setting, or perhaps before an important test or performance? How would you describe your sympathetic nervous system's responses? The physiology of emotions. LOQ 36-4. How do emotions activate different physiological and brain pattern responses? Imagine conducting an experiment measuring the physiological responses of different emotions. In each room, participants watch one of four movies: a horror film, an anger-provoking film, a sexually arousing film, or an utterly boring film. From the control center, you monitor participants' perspiration, pupil size, breathing, and heart rate. Could you tell who is frightened? Who is angry? Who is sexually aroused? Who is bored? With training, you could probably pick out the bored viewer. But discerning physiological differences among fear, anger, and sexual arousal is much more difficult. Siegel et al., 2018. Different emotions can share common biological signatures. No one ever told me that grief felt so much like fear. I am not afraid, but the sensation is like being afraid. The same fluttering in the stomach, the same restlessness, the yawning. I keep on swallowing. C.S. Lewis, A Grief Observed, 1961. A single brain region can also serve as the seat of seemingly different emotions. Consider the broad emotional portfolio of the insula, a neural center deep inside the brain. The insula is activated when we experience various negative social emotions, such as lusting after another's partner, pridefulness, and disgust. In brain scans, it becomes active when people bite into some disgusting food, smell disgusting food, think about biting into a disgusting cockroach, or feel moral disgust over a sleazy businessperson exploiting a saintly widow. Sapolsky, 2010. Similar multitasking regions are found in other brain areas. Yet our varying emotions feel different to us, and they often look different to others. We may appear paralyzed with fear or ready to explode. Fear and joy prompt a similar increased heart rate, but they stimulate different facial muscles. When fearful, your brow muscles tense. When joyful, muscles in your cheeks and under your eyes pull into a smile. Whitbliet and Vrana, 1995. When guppies get ready to attack, their eye color changes from silver to black. Heathcote et al., 2018. A photo shows two women on a roller coaster. One has an excited expression, while the other has a look of terror on her face. Scary thrills, elated excitement, and panicky fear involve similar physiological arousal. This allows us to flip rapidly between the two emotions. Some of our emotions also have distinct brain circuits. Dixon et al., 2017, Panksepp, 2007. Observers watching fearful faces show more amygdala activity than do other observers who view angry faces. Whalen et al., 2001. Emotions also activate different areas of the brain's cortex. When you experience a negative emotion such as disgust, your right prefrontal cortex tends to be more active than the left. Depression-prone people, and those with generally negative perspectives, have also shown more right frontal lobe activity. Harmon Jones et al., 2002. Positive moods tend to trigger more left frontal lobe activity. People with positive personalities, from exuberant infants to alert, energized, and persistently goal-directed adults, have also shown more activity in the left frontal lobe than in the right. Davidson et al., 2000, Uri et al., 2004. Indeed, the more a person's baseline frontal lobe activity tilts left or is made to tilt left by perceptual activity, the more upbeat the person typically is. Drake and Myers, 2006. To sum up, we can't easily see differences in emotions from tracking heart rate, breathing, and perspiration. But facial expressions and brain activity can vary with the emotion. So, do we, like Pinocchio, give off telltale signs when we lie? For more on that question, see Thinking Critically About Lie Detection. LOQ 36-5. How effective are polygraphs in using body states to detect lies? An infographic titled, Thinking Critically About Lie Detection, shows the details related to polygraphs. Follow link for extended description of lie detection. Retrieval practice. Answers in Appendix E. Review. Module 36, Introduction to Emotion. Learning Objectives. Test yourself. Answer these repeated learning objective questions on your own, before showing the answers here, or checking the answers in Appendix D, to improve your retention of the concepts. McDaniel et al., 2009, 2015. Terms and concepts to remember. Test yourself. Write down the definition in your own words, then check your answer. Emotion. James Lange theory. Cannon-Bart theory. Two-factor theory. Polygraph. Module test. Test yourself. Answer the following questions on your own first, then show the answers here, or check your answers in Appendix E. Module 37, Expressing Emotion. Expressions imply emotions. Sloths, with serene smiles seemingly plastered on their faces, appear happy. Basset hounds, with their long faces and droopy eyes, seem sad. Are our own faces a window into our feelings? To decipher people's emotions, we study their faces. We listen to their vocal tones. We read their bodies. Does nonverbal language vary with culture, or is it universal? Are women more emotional and empathic than men, or are all people roughly equal? And do our outward emotional expressions influence our internally experienced emotions, or are our bodies and minds separate? Two photos show a sloth holding a flower and appearing to smile in part, A, and a basset hound in part, B. Detecting emotion in others. LOQ 37-1. How do we communicate emotions nonverbally? To people from Western cultures, a firm handshake conveys an outgoing, expressive personality. Chaplin et al., 2000. A gaze can communicate intimacy, while darting eyes may signal anxiety. Kleinck, 1986, Perkins et al., 2012. When two people are in love, they often gaze into each other's eyes, smile, and nod. Balmont et al., 2014, Cowan and Keltner, 2020, Gonzaga et al., 2001. Would such gazes stir loving feelings between strangers? To find out, researchers have placed unacquainted straight people in pairs and asked them to gaze intently for 2 minutes either at each other's hands, or into each other's eyes. After separating, the eye gazers reported feeling a tingle of attraction and affection. Kellerman et al., 1989. Our brain is an amazing detector of subtle expressions. We are adept at detecting a hint of a smile. Mar et al., 2014. Shown 10 seconds of video from the end of a speed dating interaction, people can often tell whether one person is attracted to another. Place et al., 2009. Observing thin slices of behavior, brief samples, revealed that the intensity of women's high school yearbook smiles predicted their well-being and marital satisfaction up to 30 years later. Harker and Keltner, 2001. More cheerful smiles in kindergartners' class photos reflected warmer family relationships. Ovius et al., 2009. Even brief smiles convey more than meets the eye. Signs of status are also easy to spot. When shown someone with arms raised, chest expanded, and a downward head tilt, people from diverse cultures including Fijian villagers, Canadian undergraduates, and indigenous peoples of Nicaragua perceive that person as experiencing pride and having dominant status. Tracy et al., 2013, Whitcower et al., 2022. Even a fleeting tenth of a second glimpse of a face has enabled viewers to judge people's trustworthiness, or to rate politicians' competence and predict their voter support. Willis and Todorov, 2006. First impressions occur with astonishing speed, noted Christopher Olivola and Alexander Todorov, 2010. A photo shows a woman performing Hindu classic dance. She is wearing traditional clothing, jewelry, and makeup that reflects that culture. A silent language of emotion. Hindu classic dance uses the face and body to effectively convey 10 different emotions. Hejmadai et al., 2000. We also excel at quickly detecting nonverbal threats. An angry face can pop out of a crowd. Oman et al., 2001, Stjpanovic and Labar, 2018. Even children as young as 2 years old attend to angry faces, suggesting that we instinctively detect threats. Burris et al., 2019. Experience sensitizes us to particular emotions, as shown by experiments using a series of faces, like those in Figure 37.1, that morph from anger to fear, or sadness. Shown a face that is 50% fear and 50% anger. Children who have been physically abused are more likely than other children to perceive anger. Pollock and Kistler, 2002, Pollock and Tolly Shell, 2003. Their perceptions become attuned to swiftly spotting glimmers of danger. A series of 11 photos shows a man's face, with the expression starting as angry on the far left and gradually shifting to afraid on the far right. An arrow points to the 6th photo from the left. Figure 37.1 experience influences how we perceive emotions. Viewing the morphed middle face, evenly mixing anger with fear, children who had been physically abused were more likely than other children to perceive the face as angry. Hard to control facial muscles can reveal signs of emotions you may be trying to conceal. Lifting just the inner part of your eyebrows, which few people do consciously, reveals distress or worry. Eyebrows raised and pulled together signal fear. Raised cheeks and activated muscles under the eyes suggest a natural smile, called a Duchenne smile, in honor of the French physician who described it. These authentic smiles reveal our honest positive emotions. Sheldon et al., 2021. While a fake smile such as one we make for a photographer is often frozen in place for several seconds, then suddenly switched off, Genuine happy smiles tend to be briefer but to fade less abruptly. Ekman et al., 1990, figure 37.2. True smiles cause others to perceive us as trustworthy, authentic, and attractive. Gunnery and Rubin, 2016. When smiling, we can fake it, but our facial muscles won't make it. Two side-by-side photos show the same woman smiling widely and slightly smiling. Figure 37.2. Which smile is natural, which is feigned? Smile, A, engages the facial muscles of a natural smile. Despite our brain's emotion-detecting skill, we find it difficult to discern deceit. Computer algorithms outperform humans when detecting deception, because liars and truth-tellers' behavioral differences are often too minute for the human eye. Hardwick and Bond, 2011, Monero et al., 2022. One digest of 206 studies found that people were just 54% accurate in discerning truth from lies, barely better than a coin toss. Bond and DePaulo, 2006. Virtually no one except perhaps police professionals in high-stakes situations beats chance by much, not even when detecting children's lies. Gongola et al., 2017, O'Sullivan et al., 2009, Ten Brinke et al., 2016. Gestures, facial expressions, and vocal tones, which are absent in written communication, convey important information. The difference was clear when study participants in one group heard 30-second recordings of people describing their marital separations. Participants in the other group read a transcript of the recording. Compared with those who had read it, participants who heard the description were better able to predict the people's current and future adjustment. Mason et al., 2010. Just hearing a stranger say hello is enough to give listeners some clue to the speaker's personality. Our texts, emails, and other online communications lack vocal and facial emotional nuances. Without the usual expressive cues, we run the risk of what developmental psychologist Jean Piaget called egocentrism, difficulty taking another's point of view. We may, for example, fail to perceive how others interpret our "just kidding" message. Kruger et al., 2005. So, to help people understand our personality and whether our online comment is serious, kidding, or sarcastic, we may insert emojis. K et al., 2017. Gender, emotion, and nonverbal behavior. LOQ 37-2. How do men and women differ in nonverbal communication? Do women have greater sensitivity than men to nonverbal cues? An analysis led by Judith Hall, 2016, of 176 thin slice studies indicated that women outperformed men at emotion detection. This advantage emerges early in infancy. McClure, 2000. Women's nonverbal sensitivity might explain their greater emotional literacy. When invited to describe how they would feel in certain situations, men tend to describe simpler emotional reactions. Barrett et al., 2000. You might like to try this yourself. Ask some people how they might feel when saying goodbye to friends after graduation. Research suggests men are more likely to say, simply, "I'll feel bad," and women to express more complex emotions, "It will be bittersweet, I'll feel both happy and sad." Women's skill at decoding others' emotions may also contribute to their greater emotional responsiveness and expressiveness, especially for positive emotions. Fisher and LaFrance, 2015, McDuff et al., 2017. In studies of 23,000 people from 26 cultures, women more than men reported themselves open to feelings, Costa et al., 2001. Girls tend to express stronger emotions than boys do, hence the extremely strong perception that emotionality is more true of women, a perception expressed by nearly 100% of US 18 to 29-year-olds, Chaplin and Aldeo, 2013, Newport, 2001. In conversation, young girls and their parents more than young boys and their parents tend to discuss emotions and use more emotion-related words, Fivish et al., 2000. One exception, quickly imagine an angry face. What gender is the person? If you're like 3 in 4 Arizona State University students, you imagined a man, Becker et al., 2007. The same researchers also manipulated a computer-generated, gender-neutral face to display different emotions. People were more likely to perceive the face as male when it wore an angry expression and as female when it wore a smile, Becker et al., 2007. Anger strikes most people as a more masculine emotion. Women who express male-typed anger pay a penalty in the workplace, such as being labeled out of control, Breskal and Ullman, 2008. The perception of women's emotionality also feeds and is fed by people's attributing women's emotionality to their disposition and men's to their circumstances. She's emotional versus he's having a bad day, Feldman Barrett and Bliss Morrow, 2009. Nevertheless, there are some gender differences in descriptions of emotional experiences. When surveyed, women are far more likely than men to describe themselves as empathic, Benenson et al., 2021. If you have empathy, you identify with others and imagine being in their skin. You appraise a situation as they do, rejoicing with those who rejoice and weeping with those who weep, Wondra and Ellsworth, 2015. Fiction readers, who immerse themselves in others' lives, report higher empathy levels, Marr et al., 2009. Empathy's most important role is to inspire kindness, our tendency to help each other, even at a cost to ourselves. Jamil Zaki, The War for Kindness, 2019. Women are also more likely to express empathy, to display more emotion when observing others' emotions, DePau et al., 2021. This gender difference was clear when college students watched film clips that were sad, children with a dying parent, happy, slapstick comedy, or frightening, a man nearly falling off the ledge of a tall building, Kring and Gordon, 1998, Vigil, 2009. You may wonder, are gender differences in empathy the result of nature or nurture? As we have seen repeatedly, nature and nurture often interact. Evolutionary biologists and neuroscientists note that similar female-male empathy differences occur in non-human animals, Christoph Moore et al., 2014. To these researchers, biology powerfully predicts empathy. But cultural learning also matters. People with high power and privilege are less motivated to empathize, Dietz and Knowles, 2021, Krauss et al., 2012. Those lower in power, as women historically have been, may feel a strong motivation to understand others' emotions, Dietz and Knowles, 2016. Retrieval practice. Answers in Appendix E. Culture and emotional expression. LOQ 37-3. How are gestures and facial expressions understood within and across cultures? Where you live, do people often smile when passing a stranger on an otherwise empty sidewalk? Where your authors live in the US Midwest DM, the Rocky Mountains JG, and the US South ND, that's the norm. Elsewhere, making eye contact and smiling at a stranger might seem strange, or even suspicious. Niedenthal, et al., 2019. Culture matters. The meaning of gestures also varies from culture to culture. In 1968, North Korea publicized photos of supposedly happy officers from a captured US Navy spy ship. In the photo, 3 men had raised their middle finger, telling their captors it was a Hawaiian good luck sign. Fleming and Scott, 1991. I have taught my young children the thumbs up gesture so they can let me know that something is good. But I will also teach them not to make that gesture if we travel to certain West African and Middle Eastern countries, where it can mean up yours. Kerner, 2003. Do facial expressions also have different meanings in different cultures? To find out, researchers have traveled the world, showing people photos of different posed faces and asking them to guess the emotion. Ekman and Friesen, 1975, Izzard, 1994, Mesquita, 2022. You can try one such task yourself by labeling the emotions in Figure 37.3. A series of photos labeled A through F shows the faces of 6 people with different expressions. Figure 37.3 Culture-specific or culturally universal expressions. Which face expresses disgust, anger, fear, happiness, sadness, surprise? 1. Follow link for extended description of Figure 37.3 Culture-specific or culturally universal expressions. You probably labeled the smiling face as happiness, and so would most people worldwide. One analysis of 6 million videos from 144 countries found reliable associations between facial expressions and social contexts. Cowan et al., 2021. Across humanity, expressions conveying amusement occurred in videos with practical jokes, pained expressions with weight training, and triumphant expressions with sports. But people also differ in some expressions, especially anger and fear, even when matching exaggerated poses to a limited set of emotion words. Crivelli et al., 2016a, Figure 37.4. We're also better at judging faces from our own culture. It's as if we learn a local emotional dialect. Crivelli et al., 2016b, Elfenbein and Ambady, 2002. Laka and Elfenbein, 2021. A bar graph plots cultural agreement against facial expression labels. On the right is a photo of a woman with a very surprised look on her face. Figure 37.4 Cultural consensus in question in global studies. Most people agree that a smiling face represents happiness. Other expressions, such as in the face shown here, have offered less cross-cultural consensus. Nelson et al., 2013. What emotion do you see in this face? Follow link for extended description of Figure 37.4 Cultural consensus in question. Some emotion categories are clear universals. A smile's a smile the world around. The same with laughter. People everywhere can discriminate real from fake laughs. Bryant et al., 2018. Even people blind from birth spontaneously exhibit the common facial expressions associated with such emotions as joy, sadness, fear, anger, and pride. Galati et al., 1997, Tracy and Matsumoto, 2008. Such results would not have surprised evolutionary theorist Charles Darwin, 1809 to 1882, who argued that before our prehistoric ancestors communicated in words, they communicated threats, greetings, and submission with facial expressions. These shared expressions helped them survive. Hess and Thibault, 2009. In confrontations, for example, a human sneer retains elements of an animal baring its teeth in a snarl, figure 37.5. Emotional expressions may enhance our survival in other ways, too. Surprise raises the eyebrows and widens the eyes, enabling us to take in more information. Disgust wrinkles the nose and sticks out the tongue, reducing intake of foul odors or foods. 4 illustrations show how facial expressions appear. Figure 37.5. Anger expressed. Cover up faces, C and D, and ask a friend if they would select image A, or image B, as the angry one. Even without the obvious facial cues, most people choose B. Franklin et al., 2019. Follow link for extended description of figure 37.5. Anger expressed. For news of the heart, ask the face. Guinean proverb. Yet facial expressions are not crystal balls to our emotions. We routinely control our faces to fit in with, influence, or deceive others. Euphoric Olympic gold medal winners typically don't smile when they are waiting alone for their award ceremony. But they wear broad grins when interacting with officials and when facing the crowd and cameras. Fernandez-Doles and Ruiz Belda, 1995. Depending on the situation, the same expression may also convey different messages. Feldman Barrett et al., 2019. When worn by a villain, a smile may be terrifying. A fearful face set in a painful situation looks pained. Carroll and Russell, 1996. Film directors harness this phenomenon by creating scenes and soundtracks that amplify our perceptions of particular emotions. A photo shows Lisa Feldman Barrett speaking and raising her right hand up. Emotion construction. Pioneering emotion researcher Lisa Feldman Barrett is exploring how people construct emotions based on their body, brain, and culture. Facial expressions are also cultural occurrences, with display rules guiding when to express an emotion, which emotion is appropriate, and how much of an emotion to express. Compared with job applicants in Hong Kong, where calmness is emphasized, European American applicants use excited smiles and words more frequently. Likewise, European American leaders showed broad smiles 6 times more frequently in their official photos. Bencharat et al., 2019, figure 37.6. 2 photos show U.S. President Joe Biden on the left and Chinese President Xi Jinping on the right. Both are smiling. Figure 37.6. Culture and smiling. U.S. President Joe Biden's broad smile and Chinese President Xi Jinping's more reserved one illustrate a cultural difference in facial expressiveness. Stimuli from PSY et al., 2016. 2 photos show a group of Japanese soccer players standing together celebrating in part A, and Megan Rapinoe standing alone with her arms up in triumph in part B. Display rules differ. Soccer players from more collectivist cultures, such as Japanese Yukobayashi, tend to celebrate a goal with fellow players in a way that deflects attention from themselves. A. Those from more individualist cultures, such as American Megan Rapinoe shown here after scoring at the 2019 Women's World Cup, are more comfortable making themselves distinct. B. In cultures that encourage individuality and personal influence, as in Western Europe, Australia, New Zealand, and North America, people prefer high-intensity positive emotions. PSY, 2007. Cultures that encourage collectivism with a focus on others, as in Japan, China, and Korea, often value less intense emotional displays. Cordaro et al., 2018, Matsumoto et al., 2009. Moreover, in Japan, the mouth, often so expressive in North Americans, conveys less emotion than do the telltale eyes. Masuda et al., 2008, Yuki et al., 2007. If we're happy and we know it, our culture will teach us how to show it. Cultural differences also exist within nations. Irish people and their Irish American descendants have tended to be more expressive than Scandinavian people and their Scandinavian American descendants, even though both groups share a common nationality. Sciencesoveduten, 2003. And that reminds us of a familiar lesson: like most psychological events, facial expressions are best understood not only as biological and cognitive phenomena, but also as social cultural phenomena. For an overview of Paul Ekman's landmark cross-cultural study of facial language, watch this video, Emotions and Facial Expression. Retrieval practice. Answers in Appendix E. The effects of facial expressions. LOQ 37-4. How do our external facial expressions influence our internal feelings? As William James, 1890, struggled with feelings of depression and grief, he came to believe that we can control emotions by going through the outward movements of any emotion we want to experience. To feel cheerful, he advised, sit up cheerfully, look around cheerfully, and act as if cheerfulness were already there. In The Expression of the Emotions in Man and Animals, Charles Darwin, 1872, contended that the free expression by outward signs of an emotion intensifies it. He who gives way to violent gestures will increase his rage. Were they right? You can test their hypothesis: fake a big grin. Now scowl. Can you feel the smile therapy difference? Participants in dozens of experiments have felt a difference. Researchers subtly induced students to make a frowning expression by asking them to contract certain muscles and pull their brows together, supposedly to help the researchers attach facial electrodes. Laird, 1974, 1984, Laird and Lacasa, 2014. The results. The students reported feeling a little angry, as do people naturally frowning, by squinting, when facing the sun. Marzali et al., 2013. So, too, for other basic emotions. For example, people reported feeling more fear than anger, disgust, or sadness when made to construct a fearful expression: raise your eyebrows and open your eyes wide. Move your whole head back, so that your chin is tucked in a little bit, and let your mouth relax and hang open a little. Duclos et al., 1989. James and Darwin had it right: expressions not only communicate emotion, they also amplify and regulate it. This facial feedback effect has been found many times, in many places, for many basic emotions, Coles et al., 2019, see figure 37.7. We're just a little happier when smiling, angrier when scowling, and sadder when frowning. Merely activating one of the smiling muscles by holding a pen in the teeth, rather than gently between the lips, which produces a neutral expression, makes stressful situations less upsetting. Kraft and Pressman, 2012. A hearty smile made not just with the mouth but with raised cheeks that crinkle the eyes enhances positive feelings even more when you are reacting to something pleasant or funny. Sausignan, 2001. When happy we smile, and when smiling we become happier, unless we're distracted by being videotaped. Marsh et al., 2019, Noah et al., 2018, Strack, 2016. In a saying often attributed to Vietnamese Buddhist monk Thich Nhat Hanh, sometimes your joy is the source of your smile, but sometimes your smile can be the source of your joy. Two illustrations show a chain of rubber bands attached to a man's face creating two different facial expressions. Figure 37.7 How to make people smile without telling them to smile. Do as Kazuo Mori and Hideko Mori, 2009, did with students in Japan, attach rubber bands to the sides of the face with adhesive bandages, and then run them either over the head or under the chin. Follow link for extended description of figure 37.7 How to make people smile without telling them to smile. So, your face is more than a billboard that displays your feelings, it also fuels your feelings. Scowl and the whole world scowls back. No wonder some people with depression or borderline personality disorder have reported feeling better after Botox injections paralyzed their facial frowning muscles. Kruger et al., 2022, Schulze et al., 2021. However, Botox paralysis of the frowning muscles also slows activity in emotion-related brain circuits and weakens emotional experiences. Davis et al., 2010, Henenlotter et al., 2008. The opposite happens when Botox paralyzes laughter muscles, people feel worse. Lewis, 2018. A request from your authors: smile often as you read this book. Researchers have also observed a broader behavior feedback effect. Carney et al., 2015, Flack, 2006. You can duplicate the participant's experience. Walk for a few minutes with short, shuffling steps, keeping your eyes downcast. Now walk around taking long strides, with your arms swinging and your eyes looking straight ahead. Can you feel your mood shift? Or when angry, lean back in a reclined sitting position and feel the anger lessen. Krahe et al., 2018. Going through the motions awakens the emotions. The next time you're angry or stressed, lean back and take a few deep breaths. You can use your understanding of feedback effects to become more empathic. Let your own face mimic another person's expression. Acting as another acts helps us feel what another feels. Hess and Fisher, 2016, Iacobani, 2009. Losing this ability to mimic others can leave us struggling to make emotional connections, as social worker Kathleen Bogart, who has Mobius syndrome, a rare facial paralysis disorder, discovered while working with Hurricane Katrina refugees. When people made a sad expression, I wasn't able to return it. I tried to do so with words and tone of voice, but it was no use. Stripped of the facial expression, the emotion just dies there, unshared. Carey, 2010. Ask yourself. Imagine a situation in which you would like to change the way you feel. How could you do so by altering your facial expressions or the way you carry yourself? In what other settings could you apply your knowledge of these feedback effects? Retrieval practice. Answers in Appendix E. Review. Module 37, Expressing Emotion. Learning Objectives. Test yourself. Answer these repeated learning objective questions on your own, before showing the answers here, or checking the answers in Appendix D, to improve your retention of the concepts. McDaniel et al., 2009, 2015. Terms and concepts to remember. Test yourself. Write down the definition in your own words, then check your answer. Facial feedback effect. Behavior feedback effect. Module test. Test yourself. Answer the following questions on your own first, then show the answers here, or check your answers in Appendix E. Module 38, Experiencing Emotion. LOQ 38